Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is a drop of poison in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Hayashi watched the Uehai girl enter his tea room, not rising from his seiza by the low table to greet her, merely inclining his head. If she cared about the subtle disrespect, she didn't show it, bowing her head demurely and making her way over to the opposite side of the table to him, dressed in the standard jounin blues and flak jacket. Less ornate than one would expect for a one-on-one meeting with a clan head, but an improvement to the excuse of a dress he'd glimpsed her in once or twice before. "Hyuga-sama, thank you for making the time for this meeting," she greeted, folding into a seiza opposite him with far more grace than he would have expected of her outfit and rumored disposition. She bowed then, bending forward until her face was almost parallel to the table between them, hair falling like a curtain around her, and when she half straightened, she glanced up at him through her lashes and he suddenly understood the origin of the grace in her movements and what sector she'd probably gotten her training from. Except, instead of what could have, in another context, been a seductive look, the Uehai's oddly familiar eyes were filled with thinly veiled contempt, the smile twisting her red lips not reaching her eyes. "I admit curiosity as to what you believe needs my attention so urgently," Hayashi admitted, eyeing the woman evenly. "Particularly as my daughter spent the last month in the hospital. It is precisely the circumstances around her hospitalization that I wish to discuss with you, Hyuga-sama," Uehai confessed earnestly, and Hayashi fought the urge to scoff. "My daughter's incompetence is one of my personal failings, I agree, but since she graduated and was placed on a genin team, making sure she is not a burden falls within your realm of responsibilities, Uehai-san." The woman blinked, seemingly shocked at his rebuke, and then her lip curled downwards in what could barely avoid being called a scowl. "Forgive me, Hyuga-sama, but I must disagree with your word choice. Incompetence? Burden? Hinata is one of the most competent genin I've ever had the pleasure of working with." It was Hayashi's turn to pause, because surely, the woman wasn't implying that Hinata had learned how to be a shinobi in the 3 months she'd been under her tutelage prior to ending up in hospital. "On our last mission, she comported herself with more sense and strategic thinking than some chunin I've worked with, not to mention that she took out 4 of the IWA shinobi who had attacked us, 2 of whom had had bounties on their heads. Incompetent is about the last word I'd use to describe your daughter, Hyuga-sama," Uehai continued, staring at him as if she was genuinely baffled by his words. Hayashi studied the woman for a few seconds, and he didn't need the Byakugan to know that the veneer of deference and respect she'd shown at the start of their meeting was just that. Still, when he spoke, his voice remained even and inflectionless, though his tone was a touch sharper than before. "Then I must admit that I do not understand what you could possibly want from me, Uehai-san." Uehai studied him right back, meeting his gaze freely, those eerily familiar eyes of hers so close to the Sharingan it was almost uncomfortable. Before she spoke, "I want to ask you something. And, actually, your assumption about the possible reasons I could have for wanting an audience with you are a good segue into the problem I'd like to address." She frowned, not even pretending interest in her tea when Hayashi finally reached for his, and he made her wait until he'd finished his drink and put his cup down before he gestured for her to continue. On top of emotional maturity beyond her age and ability to remain rational in high-stress combat situations which I've already mentioned, Hinata exhibits some more worrying habits. She began, eyes trained on his face, cataloging his reactions. "She has very good aim and a dangerous startle reflex, which, when combined, is somewhat concerning for my other genin's survival. Beyond being very quick to react to perceived dangers, she also unconsciously does perimeter sweeps and struggles to relax even when in village." Uehai paused then, giving him time to interrupt should he wish, but Hayashi stayed silent, not reacting to her words beyond a quiet thought given to the comment about Hinata's supposedly excellent aim. A few years ago, such habits might have had her noted down as an experienced albeit young fieldnin. But Hinata has been a genin for 4 months and she was born in times of peace. There is no reason for her to share the habits of war veterans and career shinobi. "What is your point, Uehai-san?" Hayashi asked when the woman fell silent, still quietly studying him, because it was evident that she was building up to something, but Hayashi was a busy man. Clearly reading his impatience, Uehai smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. "My point, Hayashi-sama, is whether you can tell me why Hinata has been diagnosed with severe CPTSD that predates her ever leaving the village, as well as cripplingly low self-esteem despite being one of the most talented genin I've ever met. Hayashi stilled. Diagnosed? Who did you allow near my heir to give you any such diagnosis? He asked calmly, coldly, while inside, his chakra was urging him to activate his Byakugan and take out his frustration on the presumptuous wench before him, but he resisted. For now. 3 psych therapists have worked with Hinata since she woke up after our return to the village, though the majority of her sessions have been with Kagan Inatsum, who is also the one to provide the official diagnosis. Before my audience with you, I also got independent confirmation from Sarutobi Asuma and Inyazuka Hana, and both of them can confirm that Hinata's behavior predated our mission. Yuahai explained calmly, sitting back on her heels, meeting his gaze without fear. You had no right. Hayashi accused quietly, coiling his chakra tight and down, stifling his signature so the infuriating woman wouldn't be able to read the anger he felt at the disrespect. I did not consent to outsider involvement in my daughter's recovery. Luckily, you did not have to. Yuahai replied, and she wasn't even bothering with politeness anymore. Hinata is an adult in the eyes of the medical professionals and can make her own choices. And, as you helpfully pointed out at the start of our meeting, making sure she is not a burden, or burdened, as the case may be, falls within my realm of responsibilities. I advise you to be very careful with your next words, Yuahai-san. Hayashi murmured, cold fury creeping at the edges of his consciousness, but the woman's smile merely widened, more sharp teeth and vicious bloodlust than the earlier full lips and quiet grace. There was a reason Hayashi always disliked non-clan kunoichi. Thank you for your advice, Hyuga-sama. Unfortunately, I don't think I'll heed it. There was a slam as the woman slapped her hands to the surface of the table between them, a seal tag appearing where one of her hands had been, and she rose up on her knees, putting her face closer to Hayashi's, any pretense of respect abandoned. The only reason I'm not making a public scene out of this is because bruises are the course for active shinobi. But if I ever, find bruises on Hinata that she can't explain away, or find a concerned note in her medical file, or if Kagani ever tells me precisely where and who Hinata's CPTSD stems from, you can rest assured that I will hold you responsible. She hissed, ruby eyes blazing almost as if they did contain the sherry non, and Hayashi had a moment of dawning realization at what the seal she'd likely stuck to his table might have been. The Council of Clans during the founding may have allowed your ancestors to keep their slave seal, but it's been a century and times have changed since then. Luckily, even in a village of ninja, people still frown at child abuse, Hyuga-sama, so I want you to think long and hard about whether your clan can take another blow like that after the scandal with Hisashi-sensei. And, suddenly, Hayashi knew why the red knot Sharingan had seemed familiar. It had been almost 2 decades since, but Hisashi's happiness when he'd received his genin team had only ever been eclipsed by the birth of his son. Yuahai Kurane, Sarutobi Asuma, Namayashi Rado. Team 6, Nii-sama, my team. The woman, his brother's old student, pushed to her feet, peeling off the silencing tag as she did, her tea untouched, her face familiar in its apathy and disdain if only because she wore the same expression his brother had the day Niji had been branded with the caged bird seal. Thank you for your time, Hyuga-sama. She bowed, exaggeratedly deep, though her eyes never left his. She didn't take back any of her accusations, didn't leak so much as a drop of killing intent, but her eyes assured him of the strength of her conviction and her complete lack of fear of any retribution from his side. I'll show myself out. She was gone not 10 minutes after she'd arrived. Hinata was on her way back from Kiba's house, having taken a detour and walked Shino to the gates of his compound despite the latter's assurances that he could make the journey himself, when she spotted a familiar ponytail a few meters down the street. Kurane's comment from the previous day rang through her mind as if on cue, "You're lucky Shikamaru didn't choose to escalate." Sensei was right, of course, Hinata was lucky. Shikamaru would have been well within his rights to press charges or demand she be officially reprimanded for lashing out at him in the hospital, especially if she had actually managed to injure him. She flash-stepped the few meters between her and the 2 Nara, and when she deemed herself close enough that she wouldn't have to shout, she called out a quiet, "Nara-sama, Shikamaru-san," that nonetheless got their attention. Father and son stopped and half-turned, glancing back, eyes searching until they landed on her with a small degree of surprise on both their faces, and Hinata momentarily wondered what she looked like to them. She was still in yesterday's clothes, parts of her covered in dog hair after their morning dirang cleaning the kennels. Her own hair was in a messy top knot, the rest of it brushing her shoulders, and she was aware that the pink scar on her nose from their last mission was still stark against her pale skin, her appointments with the Mednin tasked with breaking down the scar tissue only halfway done. Still, she told the self-conscious voice in her mind to shut up for the moment and bowed politely, first to Shikaku, then Shikamaru. "I apologize for disturbing you," she began once she straightened, squared her shoulders, and made herself meet Shikaku's eyes. "My name is Hyuga Hinata. I would like a moment of your time to apologize to your son, if you'd allow it." She felt proud of herself that her voice only shook one time during her introduction. She maintained eye contact until Shikaku obligingly nodded and waved a hand in a vague gesture she hesitantly interpreted as go ahead. Hinata took a deep breath and turned properly to Shikamaru, inclining her head again. "I am sorry for hurting you, Shikamaru-san," she said quietly, and the remorse in her voice wasn't fake in the least. "I appreciate you taking the time to play shogi with me. I want to assure you that I did not mean to hurt you, and I am very sorry that I did. I am still recovering after my team's last mission, and am working through certain triggers with those in charge of my recovery." She decided not to say psych because there was still, no matter Kurene's approach to it and the good they did, a certain stigma around the institution, but she knew from the glint in Shikaku's eyes that he understood precisely who was charged with her recovery. "That is the explanation, but I do not mean it as an excuse for my behavior, as there is none. Please accept my sincere apology," she added, and then, hoping against hope that there were no Hyuga in the vicinity who could see her next move, she bowed 45 degrees to Shikamaru, who made a distressed noise in the back of his throat. What the hell are you doing? Get up! What are you? Stand up, Hinata, oh my god." Shikamaru stammered, visibly embarrassed, and Hinata slowly straightened up, shooting a quick glance at Shikaku, but the man was studying her oddly, appearing a mix of surprised and amused. "She's trying to apologize to you, brat," Shikaku offered at last, gaze still on Hinata and his expression thoughtful. "Like you're supposed to do in these situations. We were classmates." Shikamaru shot back, throwing his father a disgruntled glare before turning it on Hinata. "You didn't need to do that." Hinata kept her opinion on that assertion to herself and merely waited, but when Shikamaru didn't seem to realize she was waiting for him, she shot another glance at Shikaku, who sighed. "Do you accept her apology?" he prompted his son, and Shikamaru blinked, then finally seemed to realize what, precisely, was going on. Yeah. I accept your apology, Hinata," he said, then paused, eyeing her strangely. "Even if I think this was a drag." Hinata blinked, a little bemused, then turned to Shikaku and bowed again, a little shallower. "I apologize to you, too, Nara-sama, for hurting your son and heir. I can only assure you that it did not come out of a desire to cause harm." Shikaku sighed again, but he didn't seem angry. "I thank you for your apology and hereby accept it," he said, not quite the script, but closer to it than Shikamaru's fumbled acceptance. "The Nara clan is not going to be pressing any charges against you. The heiress to your clan you may be, but you are only a genin, and going by what people are saying, you've had a rough couple of weeks. There is no ill will between me and mine and you, Hyuga-chan. But not my clan." Hinata wondered, but once again chose to keep her musings to herself. "Thank you for your understanding, Nara-sama," she murmured, inclining her head, then turned to offer Shikamaru a hesitant half-smile. "I meant it when I said I enjoyed playing with you, Shikamaru-san. I would like to do it again at some point, when our schedules permit." And then, when Shikamaru just stared at her, she turned to Shikaku for the final time, who, recognizing her goodbye for what it was, inclined his head, effectively dismissing her. Hinata nodded back, gathered her chakra, and flash-stepped a block away until she was out of sight and hopefully out of their range, and proceeded to lean against the wall, breathing raggedly and feeling all her muscles unclench now that she was finally done with that social interaction. God, but she hated her anxiety sometimes. She should not be shivering like a leaf and sweating more than she did after some workouts from a simple conversation. Then, the realization that while she may have survived the exchange with the Nara, she still had to go through the Hyuga compound hit, and Hinata suddenly had to bite back a whimper. It was barely noon, her chances of slipping into the compound unnoticed were slim to none, and she knew that she had to at the very least greet her father after a month in hospital. A month during which none of her clan came to see her, a voice in her mind, the one that had survived having her chakra network burnt nigh irreparably by her cousin, survived being disinherited, survived a war and the end of times and a goddess and come out bitter and ambivalent about her family, whispered, she didn't owe them anything. Hinata pushed the thought to the back of her mind, forced it into a cage and threw away the key, then stood up straight, took a deep breath, and squared her shoulders. She survived a war. She could survive Hayashi's disappointment. Why did she do that? Shikaku had been studying his son since the Hyuga girl had left them, in a suitably impressive shunshin for a fresh genin, mind, and Shikamaru had had a face like he'd bit into a lemon for most of the way back to their compound, so Shikaku was glad he'd been right on the money as to the reason behind his son's sour mood. Keeping his posture loose and relaxed, Shikaku shrugged. Clan politics. He offered, because Hyuga. Her shrink's impact, likely. He added, considering the subtle hints she'd dropped at just what sort of trigger Shikamaru had stomped on in the hospital. And probably a part of your Hyuga friend not wanting to burn whatever bridges there were between the two of you. Could we have pressed charges? Shikamaru asked, eyeing Shikaku oddly, and Shikaku hummed, noting with idle curiosity that Shikamaru didn't argue the word friend. It would have been a bit of an overreaction, but yes. If she'd actually broken bone, I'd have suggested it to you. He admitted, and Shikamaru frowned, apparently not liking his answer. Causing harm to another Konoha shinobi outside of sparring is generally frowned upon, no matter the personal circumstances. Is it true, then? Shikamaru switched tracks instead of pursing the avenue of just what the girl was reportedly going through that Shikaku had conveniently left open for him. That she killed Fortunin. That, Shikaku huffed, shooting Shikamaru a frown, is not for genin ears. There are rumors, and Ino refuses to drop it. Shikamaru grumbled, giving Shikaku the stink eye. You're the Jounin commander, can't you just tell me? And you're on an intel gathering team. Shikaku shot back, unrelenting. Learn how to gather intel on your own. Shikamaru grumbled, but he looked thoughtful, likely noticing that Shikaku hadn't outright said no. A few more minutes of silence passed between them, then Shikamaru asked, can you teach me about clan customs again? Shikaku bit back a smirk. Finally. Nei-sama. Hanabi, freshly 7, and God, but Hinata had missed her birthday, hadn't she? Greeted, too old and serious now to throw herself at Hinata and flying hugs and exuberant affection. Hanabi. Hinata sighed, feeling suddenly old, despite only being in her early 20s mentally. Tadaima. Okari. Hanabi replied immediately, slipping quietly into the room when Hinata didn't chase her away, sliding the door closed behind her. Otasama said you were in the hospital. I was. Hinata agreed, swallowing to wet her suddenly dry throat. I apologize for missing your birthday, Hanabi-chan. Can we celebrate now that you're back? Hanabi asked shyly, still a child in a way that Hinata didn't remember her being from her first memories. She wondered how much her hurt at being disinherited had impacted her relationship with her sister. Hinata bit back a sigh. She wanted nothing more than to draw herself a long bath, find herself some comfort food, and get into bed, but Hanabi was, reaching out. They could have a relationship untainted by one sister's failure and the other's genius. Of course we can. She assured after what was apparently a few seconds too long, because Hanabi's hesitant smile had slipped almost entirely off her face, replaced with the beginnings of a dejected expression. Let me just grab a quick shower, okay? We had a deer ain't cleaning the Inyazuka kennels today and I would rather not smell of dog when we celebrate. Hanabi let out a startled giggle, then raised a hand to her mouth and stared at Hinata, seemingly baffled at the sound, and Hinata wanted to simultaneously laugh and cry. How would you like to celebrate? Hinata asked instead, when she was sure her voice wouldn't come out wet, and Hanabi looked a step away from pumping her fist in the air in victory. Dango, she cheered, grinning when Hinata laughed quietly, then she stilled and tilted her head. Then, can we spar? Hyogo-sensei has been teaching me some new kata. It'll have to be light, as I was only released from the hospital yesterday, but we can certainly try. Hinata assured, resolving to not bring any of her pouches with her to avoid the risk of her putting a senbon through Hanabi's eye should the girl startle her. Maybe, since we're sparring anyway, I can hold off on the shower for now. Lead the way, Hanabi-chan. Hanabi cheered quietly, then cut herself off the moment she slid Hinata's door open, her smile fading to a dignified frown as she stepped out onto the corridor, mindful of the fact that they were Hayashi's daughters and a sense of decorum was expected from them always. No matter that Hanabi was 7 and Hinata 12, that they were children still, that Hanabi hadn't been allowed toys in her room since she'd turned 5, that Hayashi had only ever looked through Hinata until their spar before her graduation exam, her appearance too close to that of his late wife. There were times, late at night, when Hinata doubted her resolve to change the Hyuga clan. She doubted her conviction, her ability to beat her father, the branch family's ability to forgive and forget even in the unlikely scenario where all goes according to plan. But there were other times when she looked at Niji, at her sister, at the little children, not yet sealed, running around the compound, at the branch house elders, some with cloth tied over missing eyes, others with faded caged bird seals on full display on their foreheads and secret, bitter smiles quirking their lips, and those were the times she knew that she would not stop until she reformed her clan. She took the memory of Hanabi's smile from that moment and tucked it close to her heart, knowing, deep down, that she'll need it to buoy her onwards when the path she'd set out for herself gets tough. And knowing, even deeper down, that Hanabi hadn't yet realized that, should Hinata succeed and become the head of the Hyuga clan, her younger sister will end up getting sealed. Sealed like Niji, sealed like her life was never hers to begin with, always intended as protection, as insurance, for that of Hinata's. Sealed like she never mattered, despite her genius. Hinata will bring the Hyuga clan to its knees before she allows that to happen. Their first week back to team training, Kurane had them running through kata and stretches, testing their mobility and reflexes with soft foam balls she threw at them as they went through the motions, then ending the day with slow, controlled spars. Not for speed, or strength, or winning, but to visualize how the motions they practiced could change in actual combat, overlap, connect. For that final stage, Kiba and Hinata had ended up with blindfolds after the first day, both more familiar with combat kata than Shino. Kiba's had been thrown at him, Kurane's insistence that Kiba focus on using his nose more, ringing through the clearing, but Hinata had opted into it. God knew she needed more spatial awareness, and she didn't want to fall into the trap of over-relying on her Byakugan in combat. Ergo, blindfolds. Then, after that first week, their schedule changed slightly. In the morning, Hinata, Kiba, and Shino would meet, just the three of them, and run through chucker-less sparring, but with consistently increasing speed. Kurane would come pick them up around 10 in the morning, 2 or 3 deer ranks in tow, then they'd grab lunch and return to their training ground near the Inyazuka compound, where Kurane would give them time for their individual projects and assist however they needed her to. All the while pelting them with low-level genjutsu they had to identify and break as soon as they felt them, Hinata felt the need to point out. A challenge which, considering that Hinata wasn't allowed to use her Byakugan, Kiba was more often than not buried nose-deep in a scroll on medical ninjutsu, while Shino was trying to speedrun building 4 years' worth of muscle memory when learning the basic combat taijutsu style Kurane had found for him, was often far longer than they wanted to admit. Kurane, meanwhile, had taken Hinata aside that first day, and given her simultaneously the best and worst news of the month. You said you wished to improve your speed and genjutsu. She'd began, a secret smile on her face. And while I could give you weights and tell you to run circles around the field, I feel like there are better ways to use our time. Speed doesn't have to be how fast you can run, after all. When Hinata had simply stared, not quite understanding where Kurane had been going with her point, her sensei had grinned, all sharp teeth and schadenfreude. I planned on waiting until you make Chunin to teach you, but you're already capable of using it, so I feel somewhat less like I'm leading you to your death. Kurane had hefted a bag of colorful toy balls, and from the ground next to her, another Kurane had emerged. We're going to get you so proficient in using the Shunshin that people won't be able to tell that it's the Shunshin. And we're going to make sure that you can break all the genjutsu I throw at you before I teach you how to properly weave your own, not the prep-repard, cookie-cutter nonsense they pass as genjutsu in the library. What do you say, Hinata? And Hinata, feeling warm and cared for and excited, had nodded, smiling back hesitantly. Now, 3 weeks since getting discharged from the hospital, she wouldn't say that she regretted agreeing to Kurene's insane plan, but she ached in places she didn't know she could ache on a daily basis. Kurene had to pretty much peel her off the grass by the end of the day, Hinata's chakra reserves almost empty and her head spinning more times than not, the feel of illusionary spiders crawling over her body a phantom memory she could not quite shake. At the beginning of the 4th week, Kurene had Hinata spar with Shino. Only Hinata couldn't fight back, she had to dodge out of the way using Shunshin, while Shino had to land as many hits on her as he could. On the 2nd day, about 10 minutes into her spar with Shino, after having already spent an hour dodging Kurene's Senbon, because yes, the foam balls had only been there at the beginning to give them all a false sense of security, and Kurene was actually evil, Hinata tiredly twisted her chakra not into the shape for a Shunshin, but a replacement. The sound of Shino striking a branch instead of her shoulder was satisfying, but almost more so was the fact that Kurene didn't say anything. And that was when Hinata realized that Kurene had said she couldn't fight back with Taijutsu. Ninjutsu, however, was apparently fair game. Just to test the waters, Hinata formed a water clone and sent her to Shino's blind spot, and when Shino moved to sweep her feet from under her, Hinata hopped up, only to have to replace herself with her clone when Shino suddenly burst up from his crouch, knife hand intent on her throat. The strike took out her clone, but Shino didn't lose his momentum, merely redirecting it to where Hinata had replaced to, and she shunshined out of the way and to his other side, dropping a water clone, then flash stepping again, until she had a clone on 3 of the 4 cardinal directions and she stood on the last one. Kurene was rather conspicuously silent. Hinata smiled. Judging by Shino's tiny flinch, it was their sensei's smile that they had all unconsciously adapted over the last 3 weeks, the one with too many teeth and the promise of retribution. Hinata blurred. After that day, Hinata started coming to their training grounds even earlier than before and set to practicing the Academy 3. She remembered a day after the war, after they were back in Konoha and people had grieved and buried their loved ones and recovered as much as they could, when Kakashi's upcoming appointment to Hokage was announced. She had been one of the few who'd been in the Hokage Tower when Naruto and Sasuke had expressed their reaction to the news, Naruto in loud, mostly teasing complaining about Kakashi just being an old man in disguise and clearly more interested in his porn than Hokage-ship and how it should therefore go to him instead, and Sasuke in some quieter, albeit more serious and no less obvious doubts as to Kakashi's suitability for the position of Hokage. Kakashi, in what Hinata had later found out from others was par the course for his apparently particular brand of pain in the ass, had offered to spar him against Sasuke and Naruto. Ninjutsu, Taijutsu, Genjutsu, all but Sage Mode and Rinnegan was fair game. And then he proceeded to, using Kiba's words, hoop his old students' asses using the Academy 3 and Chidori. The 3 jutsu every Academy graduate had access to, and a technique of his own creation. Watching him fight like that, watching him humiliate Sasuke and Naruto with every hit they failed to land, Hinata had felt more awe at Kakashi's mastery of E-rank techniques than Naruto and Sasuke casually throwing around A and S ranks. Learning to fight using Shunshin, combining her Jyuken with bursts of unexpected speed and the handful of elemental ninjutsu she'd learned, Hinata couldn't help but wonder whether she could learn to fight like that. So, she trained. About 5 weeks after their discharge from hospital and a month before the first stage of the Chunin exams was set to begin, Kurene stood before her genin with 3 of her friends behind her and 3 owed favors lighter. Shino, you get Ebisu. Kurene gestured to Genma and Guy's teammate, getting introductions out of the way at the same time. He's probably the most well-rounded shinobi I've ever encountered, and he was also on a genin team with Mato Guy, so his knowledge of taijutsu is beyond impressive by association alone. Genma snorted from her other side while Ebisu preened, and Shino inclined his head at her description before bowing a shade deeper to his new trainer, and even though she couldn't see his eyes, she knew he was scheming how to best take advantage of his new sparring partner. Kiba, you've been making progress in your med ninjutsu, but I hope you haven't forgotten you're a tracker. Genma is also annoyingly well-rounded, but he was primarily a bodyguard, which means that he can dash as if on cue. Genma's scent, chakra, and any sound he was making disappeared, and Kiba gaped, well, that. Your task is to track him and tag him with a tail before sundown. Kurenai chucked Kiba the tail, a kid's toy she'd nabbed from her civilian cousin's house purely to see the look on Kiba's face at the fake fur and his task. But then he grinned slowly and eyed Genma consideringly, and Genma waved back cheerfully, easygoing till his last breath. And Hinata, for you I got Yojao. Yojao is the person I personally hate sparring with the most. She's a Kenjutsu mistress, and she's fast, resourceful, disproportionately fond of sharp things, and was trained by Kakashi, so she's a bastard to fight. Kurenai introduced, and Hinata listened intently while Yojao snorted. I'm really feeling the love, you. Yojao snarked, shooting Kurenai a fondly exasperated look. Nice to meet you, Yojao-san. I'll be in your care. Hinata greeted, bowing to the other kunoichi, before glancing at Kurenai. Rules, sensei. And Kurenai grinned, feeling Hinata and Yojao shrink back a little, though Yojao likely more so because she had run missions with Kurenai before and knew what that expression meant. Hinata and the boys had just realized that that was Kurenai's fuck about and find out grin. Survive. Sparring with Yojao was challenging. Hinata didn't know how Kurenai got 3 Takubutsu Jounin to volunteer their time to train her, Kiba, and Shino 3 times a week, but she found herself grateful. Yojao was everything Kurenai had introduced her as and more, and when the other kunoichi had learned that Hinata A. wasn't embarrassed by losing, and B. was also somewhat proficient in elemental ninjutsu, the last of her hesitation had melted away and Hinata could tell that she stopped holding back. Hinata had thrown her entire arsenal, considerably more varied than it had been when she'd died, but less developed in her Hyuga techniques, at Yojao, multiple times a week for the last fortnight, but she had yet to win a single of their spars. She'd come close when she'd first used her Shunshin in combination with her Jyuken, but Yojao had merely whipped out her katana and demonstrated just how quickly she could swing that blade, and without a chakra shield around her limbs, Hinata would have gotten quartered if she hadn't retreated. The constant sparring also helped with getting Hinata used to her body once again, and she was now even more flexible than she'd been the first time around, and far stronger and faster. And then, a week and a half before the first stage of the Chunin exams was set to begin, exams in which Team 8 would not be participating, and Hinata couldn't help but feel relieved. Something changed. After a month of practicing the Academy 3 to the point that she'd whittled them down to only 1 seal each, Hinata was sparring with Yojao, occasionally flaring her chakra to seamlessly kai and throw off one of Kurenai's hundreds of genjutsu, not even giving the illusion enough time to build before she shook it off. She'd been pressing Yojao with her Jyuken though she'd kept her Byakugan off, having memorized enough Tenketsu locations not to need it in a spar, a kunao in one hand and chakra sharpening the fingers of her other. Then Yojao swung with her katana and Hinata shunshined back, spitting a water bullet at the other kunoichi and pulling up a water clone when Yojao slashed at the bullet with her sword and the subsequent spray momentarily obscured her view of Hinata's hands. Hinata launched the kunao she'd been holding into the air above Yojao and replaced with it, her clone catching the kunao and rushing Yojao while Hinata was already dropping, another knife in hand. But then Yojao's sword hit clone Hinata's side and dispelled it, and Hinata knew Yojao realized the ruse. Instead of letting herself continue to fall, Hinata threw the kunao in her hand to the ground in Yojao's blind spot, replacing with it again, knees bent to absorb her momentum. She kicked out at Yojao's sword hand, dislodging the katana from her grip, then turned sharply, her crouch putting her low enough to be well within Yojao's guard, and she surged up, Jyuken in one hand, motion intent on Yojao's midsection. And then there was a searing pain in her right shoulder as Yojao startled, the tanto she'd frantically whipped out lodged firmly in Hinata's trapezius, her right arm still extended towards Yojao's central tenketsu. There was a moment of silence as both of them froze, then a single drop of blood slid off Yojao's blade and hit the ground, and it seemed to be what they needed to break the spell. Oh my god, I'm so sorry Hinata. Yojao apologized as she let go of the handle of her tanto as if burned, taking a step away from her and covering her mouth in horror. Genma was suddenly next to them, as was Kurenai, and Genma's hands glowed green as they carefully assessed the area of her shoulder Yojao's tanto was still cutting into, and he frowned. Yeah, she needs the hospital. It's not life-threatening, but it cut a bit too much of the muscle for me to feel comfortable healing it here. He glanced at her briefly, face apologetic. Sorry, kid. Hinata shook her head, finally dropping her arm, and the pain that came with jostling the sword in her shoulder made her wince. "Don't worry, Genma-san. I'll go to the hospital. We'll take her," Kiba called, appearing at her side and pulling Shino with him. "I need a break from Ebisu anyway, guy's a slave driver. Let's go, Hinata, and you better not remove that sword." Hinata, despite the situation, felt a smile pull on her lips as she fell into step between Kiba and Shino, letting Kiba's chatter about how much of a dick Ebisu was to fight, and Shino's acerbic grouching of, "You've only had him for the day, I've had him a month, how do you think I feel?" fill her ears. Neither boy complained that she wasn't really participating in the discussion, but when they got to the hospital, they both dutifully settled to wait with her in the waiting room of Ane, and Akamaru hopped down from Kiba's head to curl up in her lap, offering silent comfort as Hinata carted her fingers through his fur. She may have been sent back through time, but in this moment, she was home. Back in the clearing, Yojao eyed Kurane guiltily. "Sorry, you. She startled me, I didn't expect her to do that." She apologized, eyes trained on the patch of dirt Hinata's blood had dripped on. "To get in your guard, or to do it like Kakashi?" Genma asked, eyes on Kurane even as his words were clearly intended for Yojao. "Both." Yojao admitted quietly, and Genma snorted, but Kurane just patted Yojao on the shoulder. "It's fine. Our resident medic and Mother Hen said she'll live, and I trust him," Kurane assured, jabbing her thumb at Genma. "And Hinata's only become more of a pest to fight since she started sparring with you, so I'm not surprised she got one over you. I thought you were teaching her to fight like Uchiha Shisui." Ebisu joined the conversation, pushing up his glasses. "Not Hatake-san." Kurane shook her head, squeezing Yojao's shoulder a final time before letting go. "I didn't teach her that move." She let her words hang, getting an eyebrow raise from Ebisu and a thoughtful hum from Yojao. Hinata's fighting style, when broken down to its core elements, was almost laughably simple, and not at all chakra-intensive, which was their goal. They were a tracking team, yes, but out of the four of them, Hinata was the designated combat specialist, though Kurane didn't think the girl had realized it yet. Her Jyuken, her aim, and her agility and reflexes were her strengths, speed, strength, and ninjutsu less so. Having her repeatedly fight the boys, as well as Yojao, who was taller, stronger, and with a greater reach, had already done her wonders in the 2 months since they'd gotten discharged. Supplementing her speed by focusing on Shunshin instead of traditional methods had probably comforted the part of Hinata that still believed she was a coward, if Kaguna were to be believed. The fact that Hinata had seen the style she was developing, and thought to add the Academy 3 into it wasn't that surprising, if you knew Hinata like Kurane knew the girl and not just as the Hyuga heiress. Kurane's only wish was that she could be there to see the look on Kakashi's face if he ever sees Hinata fight and realizes that her Hyuga student, a genin who has never met him, at that, fights like him. "Never thought I'd see a Hyuga who chooses not to use Jyuken." Genma mused, staring thoughtfully at Kurane and snapping her out of her thoughts. "Or an Abarame who invests time and effort into Taijutsu. Or an Inyazuka willing to sit down and slog through reading on medical ninjutsu, of all things." He eyed Kurane up and down, smiling slyly. "Just what sort of monsters are you raising here, you?" Kurane smiled, batting her eyelashes and tilting her head innocently at Genma, who paled considerably at the sight, much to Kurane and Yojao's amusement. "You know where the next Chunin exams are gonna be held, Gen?" She asked lightly, the question entirely rhetorical, then let her smile and voice drop when she answered. "Kumo." Genma and Yojao stared at her for a few seconds, processing that, then. Fuck. Team 8's comforting routine of meet do D-rank spar crash repeat got broken 3 days before the start of the first stage of the exams, almost 2 months after getting discharged from the hospital. "We have a C rank," Kurane announced when she came to pick them up, carrying a single scroll instead of the usual 2 or 3. "Escort to Hidden Grass. Pack for 2 weeks. Hinata exchanged glances with Kiba and Shino, eyes wide, and anxiety clawing up her throat, which she saw reflected in the boy's eyes. But then she turned to Kurane, who looked grim but confident, and she forced herself to take a deep breath and assess the situation more rationally. Frankly, she was surprised they got almost 2 months in village, but the sheer volume of D ranks they got through in that time might have spoken to their favor. Or the fact that Kurane had looked like she'd burn the whole village down if anyone had tried to push them to do anything before they were ready, in those first few weeks. Now, though, Kurane didn't look worried. Calm and quietly expectant, yes, but not worried. Hinata saw the moment that same realization dawned on Kiba and Shino, and almost felt the anxiety wash off them. Releasing a sigh of relief, Hinata turned back to Kurane and smiled encouragingly, at which Kurane nodded. "Meet at the gates in 20 minutes. Kurane announced, and right before they all split off, she called out. "For the record." When they all turned around to face her, Kurane smiled. "I have the utmost confidence in all of you." Hinata blinked, and then, feeling as if she could walk on clouds, ran to the Hyuga compound. Despite the anxiety she was feeling not even 5 minutes ago, a part of her was almost excited to be getting out of the village again. Not to mention that with Kurane's words, all her lingering doubts and concerns were rather effectively forgotten. The fact that this mission would conveniently get her team out of the path of Gaara and Orochimaru was also a nice bonus, but she tried not to think about that. Their mission went well. Hinata was too tired to celebrate, but when the main gates of Konoha came into view 12 days to the day they left, she was not the only one who heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't have to deal with anything harder than a small group of bandits, and even that was luckily on the way back, so they completed the mission itself without issue, but Hinata was tired. They got to the gates and Hinata could tell that Kiba was baffled by the increased scrutiny of their identity cards and mission scroll. "Chunin exams," she mouthed, making recognition glint in Kiba's eyes as he shot her a grateful thumbs up. If things were the same as before, the higher UPS would have likely learned of Orochimaru's presence in the Forest of Death by now. In light of that revelation, there was almost too little security. "Meet at 10 at our training grounds tomorrow," Kurane told them, earning surprised looks from the three of them, which she smiled ruefully at. "I would normally give you the day off, but I'm almost sure we're going to end up picking up the missions your peers would have otherwise taken, so I want you to be ready." "Okay, sensei." Hinata agreed, managing a tired smile. "Rest well." They split off, and Hinata headed home, looking forward to a bath and an opportunity to sleep in tomorrow morning. What she wasn't expecting was to get ambushed upon stepping through the gates of the Hyuga compound, two elders pinning her with expectant, subtly disdainful glances. "We have learned that you are not participating in the Chunin exams," one of them, Hideki, if Hinata remembered correctly, began, sizing her up. "Your father has decided we need to test your capacity as heir once again." "Am I to spar with Hanabi, then?" Hinata asked quietly, keeping her voice even and soft, not daring to meet the man's eyes and stifling the sigh that wanted to escape her. "No," the other elder replied, and the look in his eyes was mean when Hinata glanced at him. She didn't remember this one's name, but she did remember that he died in Orochimaru's siege. "Not long left," the little mean voice whispered in her mind, but she pushed the thought away. "You will be sparring with your father." Hinata paled. The fact that Hinata wasn't participating in the Chunin exams wasn't surprising, Niji thought. Nor was the fact that the elders had a problem with that, considering her unfortunate position as heiress. The fact that Hayashi decided to spar with her himself, however, was surprising. Niji found himself on the outskirts of the small group of onlookers that had gathered to watch Hayashi humiliate his daughter, a sick sense of satisfaction warming his gut. The difference in his and Hinata's fates boiled down to the minutes that separated their fathers' births. Hinata had done nothing to deserve her position in the clan, and he was glad Hayashi was finally beginning to acknowledge that fact. "Rules?" Hinata asked quietly as she took her place opposite the man, 5 meters between them where they stood on the training field. She looked worn and tired, having apparently just come back from a mission, though Niji reasoned she didn't have too long to wait till she could rest. Hayashi's defeat of his daughter was destined to be swift and brutal. "Try to land a hit." Hayashi replied stoically, his disposition telling everyone just how little he believed in Hinata succeeding in the challenge before her. Instead of letting herself be baited or reacting outwardly to the mockery, Hinata simply nodded, mirroring Hayashi's stance, Byakugan bulging around her temples even as Hayashi kept his off, once again clearly dismissing his daughter as a threat, and Niji couldn't help but silently agree. He watched as Hayashi gestured for them to start, watched disinterestedly as Hinata took a steadying breath, letting it out slowly, her muscles oddly loose and relaxed. And then she was in Hayashi's guard before Niji even had a chance to blink, 2 fingers driving into the flesh of her father's abdomen. Niji stilled, and he felt the gathered onlookers collectively hold their breath. As impossible as the notion seemed, there was no doubt to anyone's eyes that Hinata's strike had connected. Niji activated his Byakugan with a thought, needing to confirm it for himself. While Hinata didn't hit Hayashi's chakra core, as she'd likely been aiming to, because Hayashi was still a Jounin and had managed to twist millimeters out of the way at the last second, her jab had still connected, succeeding in blocking the Tenketsu over Hayashi's liver, less than an inch from his central reserve. Slowly, Hinata drew back, straightening from her crouch, though she tellingly didn't dismiss her Byakugan nor recall the chakra from her fingers. It's a fluke. Niji thought, staring at the blocked Tenketsu over Hayashi's liver. It has to be. Does Hinata began, clearing her throat when her voice came out weak and quiet, and when she next spoke, she sounded surer of herself, though still just as quiet. Does that count as a hit, father? For the first time in his life, Niji saw Hayashi lose control. His temples bulged with the Byakugan veins, and he was suddenly in motion, chakra snapping off of him as he struck, but Hinata managed to dodge, appearing inches to the left of her previous position, somehow twisting to be just out of the way of the strike that would have probably disabled her. Once again, the discrepancy between Hayashi, a Jounin and war veteran, and Hinata, a fresh genin, made itself apparent in the speed and viciousness of their movements. With Hayashi as enraged as he seemed, it would be lucky if Hinata only ended up in hospital, Niji thought grimly, somehow not as pleased by the realization as he should be. Hayashi turned, striking out with a kick, but Hinata was once again centimeters out of range, far quicker than she had ever been, far quicker than she had any right to be. Niji frowned, concentrating on his cousin as she dodged another half-dozen of Hayashi's strikes by a hair's breadth. There was something about the way Hinata dodged, here 1 second and gone the next, almost no wasted motion and no obvious tensing of muscles to betray movement that felt familiar. After a few more seconds, it dawned on Niji that her movement felt familiar because it felt like he was watching himself fight Guy. Only Guy still fought back, a taijutsu master in every sense of the word, packing a punch that made Niji feel as if his Tenketsu were blocked even though he knew the Jounin had never and would never master the Jyuken. Hinata, being Hinata, seemed content with simply dodging Hayashi's strikes, and even that she was only barely managing now, having resorted to making strategic sacrifices for where to take the hits she couldn't fully dodge. To compare her motion to Guy's was ludicrous, Niji knew. But it fit. Fight me like a Hyuga. Hayashi gritted out after a few more seconds, when he caught Hinata's headband in a glancing blow and made the Hitaiate slide off Hinata's hair and hit the ground a few meters behind her with the force of his strike. Niji thought he heard Hinata whisper "I am." But that would be foolish, and it wasn't like she could spare breath for conversation when she had to twist to slide left of the strike to her left shoulder then flash away again to dodge Hayashi's kick to her liver. But when she reappeared, 2 feet to the left of Hayashi's outstretched leg, Hayashi was ready, knife hand heading unerringly for Hinata's neck. Niji thought he heard a quiet, startled gasp, then Hinata was suddenly meters away, stumbling on her landing, her Hitaiate clattering to the ground where she had stood milliseconds previous. Replacement, Niji realized with a jolt, eyes on the headband Hinata had swapped with, but sealless? But he didn't have time to think, because Hayashi was striking out, not bothering to cover the distance between him and his daughter, just stepping forward with a palm perpendicular to the ground and releasing a wave of pure, concentrated chakra whose whiplash made Niji wince even as far back as he stood. Hinata was off balance though, clearly exhausted, and unable to dodge. She just about managed to raise her arms over her face before the vacuum palm hit, and the crack of bone that followed the whoosh of chakra was as loud in the training field as the muffled scream Hinata let out. Niji wasn't sure which sound it was, maybe a combination of the two, but it seemed to finally snap Hayashi out of whatever trance he had fallen into. The Hyuga head froze for a split second before he slowly straightened out of his stance, his gaze trained on Hinata's now visibly broken forearm. Opposite him, Hinata did the same, slowly lowering her broken arm to her side and adamantly not meeting her father's eyes. Niji wasn't sure what was going to happen, and from the sudden silence in the field, nor was anyone else. But then, Hinata stepped forward and bent down, picking up her Hittite and stowing it in her pocket with her unbroken arm. Then, she bowed, first to Hayashi, then to the elders gathered at the edges of the field, and then she turned her back on them all, and walked out of the compound. "Hinata!" One of the elders barked, but Hinata continued walking. No acknowledgement, no words, no tears, no reaction to the events of the last 5 minutes. Nothing beyond the split second of rage that shone in her eyes when she'd straightened from her bow. Before that, too, had been wiped clean. Niji walked silently to his room when the group of onlookers quickly dispersed at Hayashi's quelling look, unable to purge his pathetic cousin from his mind. He had never seen Hayashi fight like that. He wasn't sure if he but no. Hinata's performance was a fluke. It had to be. Hinata walked alone to the hospital, her body on autopilot, her mind quiet. She sat patiently through the half-hour wait to be seen, then through the medicine setting her arm, then through another half-hour for the cast to dry. She was vaguely aware that the medic was giving her a lecture to be careful with her cast for the next 48 hours while it set completely, but the words went in one ear and out the other, her mind empty. 3 hours since they arrived to the village gates and 2 hours since her spar with her father, Hinata walked out of the hospital, somewhat lost. The thought of going back to her compound made the quiet in her brain burn, a searing, white-hot pain that made her clench her eyes shut and set on a path to the opposite side of the village, towards teammates' training grounds, before she even consciously registered the decision. When she arrived, she assessed the field flatly, wondering what to do. The medic had said to be careful with her arm, and she was still tired from their mission, wanting nothing more than a bath and a long nap, but she would sooner stay awake for the next few days than go back home. Still, just because she couldn't train taijutsu or do hand seals didn't mean that she couldn't do anything useful, so Hinata walked to the bank of the stream on the edges of the training grounds and sat down, crossing her legs and falling into herself. She steadied her breathing and set to visualizing her reserves, concentrating on spooling and unspooling her chakra coils, taking stock of herself at the same time as she worked to expand their capacity. It was a meditation technique Niji had taught her after her second Chunin exams, when the relationship between them became more like that of siblings than antagonists. Niji never said who had taught it to him, but Hinata had always suspected it had been his father, and she treasured the fact that Niji had trusted her enough to pass it to her, which made it a precious memory. As she meditated, she lost her sense of time, her eyes closed and her breathing steady as she unconsciously matched her chakra flow to the stream she could hear but not see. And then, Hinata-chan. Hinata startled, losing control over her chakra and feeling it snap back into her coils uncomfortably. She blinked her eyes open, surprised to note that it was now dark, and, as if her body had been waiting for her brain to register the temperature change, she felt goosebumps break out on her uncovered arm and a shiver go down her spine. She blinked again, wondering what had snapped her concentration, then looked around and found Hana standing some 3 meters from her, hand on one of the Haimaru's nose, as if physically keeping the Ninken from coming any closer to her. "Hana-san." She greeted belatedly, her body feeling uncomfortably sluggish, her mind still quiet. Empty. "Good afternoon." "Good evening." Hana corrected gently, frowning worriedly. "Night, even." Hinata glanced up at the sky, but with the sun gone, she struggled to tell the exact time to either confirm or deny Hana's words. "Hinata-chan, is everything all right?" Hana asked quietly, losing control of one of the Haimaru. The Ninken seized the opportunity and trotted up to Hinata, nosing at her cheek, but she barely registered it. "What happened to your arm?" Hinata glanced down at her arm, the white cast around it stark against the dark material of her pants, and the memories of the last few hours, particularly of the moment that had led to her predicament, threatened to overwhelm her as they came rushing back in. She began, unsure what she was thinking or feeling, her hands steady, her mind blank. "I had a disagreement with my father." Hana's face flashed through many expressions in a matter of seconds, but what it settled on was sympathetic. "Come on then, Hinata-chan," she urged, extending a hand to help Hinata to her feet. Hinata took the hand with a slight delay, and she didn't even feel the usual embarrassment when Hana had to steady her once she was up, her legs almost giving up on her due to being in the same position for, allegedly, multiple hours. Hana didn't release her hand even once Hinata was able to stand by herself, merely whistled something to her Ninken and started walking, the dogs shooting off ahead of them. Where are we going? Hinata asked after a few seconds, having become alert enough to realize they were going in the opposite direction of the Hyuga compound. You're shivering, and you look like you haven't eaten in hours. Hana replied, though it wasn't really an answer. She was still holding Hinata's hand. I'm taking you home. I couldn't possibly impose dash. Hinata began, her sense of propriety having finally returned, though not enough to motivate her to pull away from Hana's gentle hold. The other girl was warm, her hand a localized inferno to Hinata's chilled skin. Hinata-chan. Hana sighed, coming to a stop, and she turned fully to Hinata, laying her other hand on her shoulder and meeting her eyes. Her expression was serious, the earlier sympathy still there but overshadowed by something harder, something almost angry. It's past 3 in the morning. You were alone, on the training grounds, with a broken arm and empty eyes and your chakra and sense so stifled that I wouldn't have noticed you if the Haimaru hadn't almost stumbled on you. If you think I'm leaving you alone after that, you need to think again. It was only then that Hinata noticed what Hana was wearing, all black pants and a long-sleeved black top, grey chest armor over top. Her mask and the standard reinforced gloves to complete the ensemble were missing, but Hinata recognized the uniform for what it was. Had owned her own pair of it once, even. She hadn't known Hana had been Umbu, though. She noticed the moment Hana realized she knew because the other girl frowned, though it was concerned again instead of angry. Before Hana could say anything though, Hinata forced her uncooperating facial muscles into something that could hopefully pass as a smile. Thank you, Hana-san. I'm really grateful, she meant to say, her sense of self slowly returning, but she found a lump in her throat when she tried to speak, and instead, what came out was a broken sob. Then, she burst into tears. Hana let go of her hand and Hinata made a concerned noise through her tears before she could stop herself, but then Hana was using the grip on her shoulder to pull her into her chest, wrapping both her arms around Hinata's shoulders in a tight hug. It shouldn't have been comfortable. Hana's armor plate was pressing into Hinata's cheek, the other girl's long sleeve reeked of sweat and iron up close, and Hinata's cast-covered arm was squished rather uncomfortably between them, but Hinata melted into the embrace regardless. She tilted her head so her cheek was less smushed, screwed her eyes shut, and reached up and around Hana, fisting her hand in the fabric above her chest armor and holding on for dear life as she cried. And Hana just held her like that, letting her cry herself out, shushing her and making comforting noises, her chin propped on the top of Hinata's head, as if she hadn't just come back from an Umbu mission to God knew where and wasn't exhausted and on her way home in the middle of the night. An interminable amount of time later, Hinata finally pulled away, letting go of Hana's shirt to wipe at her face with her sleeve, propriety forgotten. IIMSOR-. She began, but Hana cut her off, putting a finger to her lips and shaking her head. Never apologize for having emotions. The other girl ordered, smiling softly to offset the stern tone even though the look in her eyes was dead serious. Besides, I was relieved. You were a bit too blank to be healthy when I found you, Hinata-chan. When Hinata just stared, feeling heat rise to her face, not sure if she was embarrassed or flustered, Hana dropped the finger she still had on Hinata's lips and grabbed her hand again, her smile growing a touch. Now come on, we both need some food and a shower, I think. And Hinata could do little but be tugged along, feeling an answering smile, albeit much smaller than Hana's, bloom on her face. The next morning, far too early for her tastes, Hana fell into her seat at the table, raising a green glowing hand to her forehead to quell the headache she could feel gathering from another night of not enough sleep. You look rough, kiddo. Tsum greeted where she was setting the fish to broil and cutting vegetables by the stove. Long night. Hana made a vaguely affirmative noise, not all too awake just yet, and almost spilled the tea her mother had set in front of her as she went to pour it, making the woman snort. They sat in companionable silence for a moment, Tsum bustling around their small kitchen while Hana worked on waking up fully, before Tsum spoke. I know we're affiliated with Ninken, but I didn't expect you to start bringing strays home. She commented idly, and Hana forced herself into a slightly more sat-up position, frowning at her mother. Her father broke her arm, Mom. She said quietly, staring into her teacup. I couldn't just leave her. In her peripheral vision, she could see that Tsum had frozen for a split second at the news, but when her mother next spoke, her words were perfectly casual, almost idle. "She tell you that?" she asked, and Hannah felt her frown deepen. "Not in quite so many words, but yeah." Some sighed, an action so uncharacteristic Hannah was instantly on guard, watching her mother intently, tiredness forgotten. "Hannah, I know you're a bit of a bleeding heart and she's Kiba's teammate, but you better not go poking your nose into Hyuga business." Some warned, and Hannah blinked, completely thrown, because. "But, Mom dash." She began, but some cut her off, the expression on her face concerningly serious. "No," she said curtly. "No buts. I'm not saying this to be cruel or because I don't care about the kid, but because you're my kid." Some told her flatly, her gaze unrelenting. "And the Hyuga clan can and will bury you, Hannah." "They can try." Hannah huffed, but Some slammed her hand against the kitchen counter and shot her a sharp glare. "No," she snapped, "no, they can't, because they'll succeed." In that moment, Hannah understood how her mother had made Jounin at 16 and successfully ousted their previous head barely 2 years later. Hannah has been Umbu for 3 years now, but Sum's aura was sharper and wilder than those of the Umbu trainers just then. Hannah didn't dare disagree. "Take that bravado and shove it where the sun don't shine because I won't lose my kid to your idiocy." Some finished, then huffed, visibly trying to calm herself. "You ever worked with Namayoshi Rado?" she asked after a beat, the non sequitur throwing Hannah off enough to shake off her momentary fear. She nodded mutely. "Shiranui Genma." Hannah was a bit slower to nod this time, because she had worked with Shiranui, only not as Shiranui but as Gecko. And while she didn't doubt that Some knew she was Umbu, they never talked about it openly, and Hannah wasn't about to start now. She simply nodded again, a bit surer. "Do you know why they will never get higher than Takubitsu?" Some asked then, her voice hard, her eyes boring into Hannah's and forcing her to understand, why they will never have their own teams, never gain the respect that full Jounin get despite having the skills. Even though Rado is the best dem trap specialist the village has seen in decades, and Genma's the best poison master you can find this far north of Suna. Hannah didn't get the time to answer before Some continued, seemingly on a roll now. "Do you know why Yuahai only just got her Jounin promotion despite her Genjutsu having been on par with the Uchiha even back when there were still Uchiha around to compare her to?" she asked again, crossing the distance between where she stood against the counter to where Hannah sat by the table, her face hard. "Or why the fucking Hokage's son had to leave the village for a decade?" Hannah couldn't find her voice to say no, just barely having enough strength to shake her head in the face of her mother's presence. Some knelt in front of her then, and Hannah fought the urge to flinch even though she knew, logically, that her mother would never raise a hand on her. There was something in Some's face though, something that hinted at old wounds and even older heartbreak, and when Some next spoke, her words were quiet and flat. "Because they made a little too much noise about Hisashi's death, and the Hyuga clan almost buried them." Some murmured, her voice all but a whisper. "And I will not have that happen to you. Are we understood?" And Hannah, despite the righteous anger that burned within her, could do little more than nod, cowed. When Kiba came down for breakfast, he was surprisingly unbothered about finding Hinata at their kitchen table, more focused on rubbing sleep out of his eyes and eyeing the eggs on Hinata's plate with interest. "You made any of that for me?" he asked Hannah through a yawn, and Hannah smacked him with a spatula when he tried to peek around her to see what she was cooking. "No. Lazy butts who get up at noon don't get freebies." Hannah huffed, chasing Kiba away even as she grabbed a clean plate and began scooping the leftover rice onto it, grabbing a few more eggs to crack as she went. "It's not noon. And Sensei gave us the morning to sleep in." Kiba whined, falling into the chair opposite Hinata and reaching uncoordinatedly to pour himself some apple juice while he scowled at his sister's back. "Not all of us are happy waking up at the ass crack of dawn. Watch your mouth," Hannah warned as she slid Kiba a plate of rice, veggies, the egg omelette she'd been making, and the salmon Some had prepared for them earlier, getting a grumbled thanks which she staunchly ignored. "And some of us have responsibilities, not that you'd know much about that." Kiba groaned, clearly giving up trying to make words, and instead muttered a quick prayer and dug into his food with gusto. "Hinata, hi, save me from getting nagged to death please," he requested through a mouthful of omelette, and Hinata wrinkled her nose unconsciously, then had to bite her lip to keep from giggling when Hana smacked the back of Kiba's head as she walked past. "Chew your damn food, swallow, then talk," Hana chastised, then glanced at the clock above the door and frowned. "I gotta go, don't do anything stupid, and wash up before you leave or I'm telling Mom." "Wait, before you go dash," Kiba called, and Hana obligingly paused, though she didn't look happy to do so. "Was there a famous shinobi who used snakes?" Hana stilled, slanting a glance at Hinata, who met her gaze with wide eyes, knowing perfectly well who Kiba was talking about. "Maybe." Hana hedged. "Why ask?" "I caught Naruto yesterday and he was saying something about how his team fought a crazy snake lady who turned out to be a dude in the forest. Apparently it's some big famous shinobi, but it could be Naruto just making stuff up," Kiba explained, catching himself on the swear even though Hinata reckoned Hana was a bit too out of it to call him out. "The sun in Orochimaru used snake summons," Hana said carefully, each word measured, her tone not revealing anything, but Kiba didn't seem to notice, his eyes growing wide. "The sun in? One of the legendary three?" Kiba checked, looking shocked for a second before he scoffed. "Yeah, no, Naruto was definitely bullshitting." Kiba's back was to Hana, so he didn't see the silent sigh of relief she heaved at his dismissal, but Hinata had an uncomfortable realization as to what mission Hana had likely been coming back from the day before. Hana was primarily a vet, yes, but she was also a mednin and a tracker, and, as Hinata had discovered yesterday, Umbu. If any teams were being sent out to look for Orochimaru or to make sure he wasn't still in village, Hinata was unfortunately rather certain that Hana would be on them. Unable to help herself, she mouthed "be careful" to Hana when Kiba turned his attention back to his plate, and Hana nodded, tried for a smile, then let herself out of the house. "It was Orochimaru, wasn't it?" Kiba asked suddenly, a frown twisting his mouth and the look in his eyes serious as he glanced at Hinata, and she startled even as she realized that he wasn't actually asking. "I swore in front of her twice and she didn't nag me about it." In another context, Hinata might have laughed at Kiba's makeshift lie detector, but as it was, she frowned right back at him. "We can ask Kurenai-sensei," she offered quietly, and Kiba nodded, sighed, and stood up, grabbing the dishes to begin washing up. Hinata stood too, silently moving till she could stand beside him and grabbed a dishcloth. It was awkward, trying to dry the dishes one-handed, but she managed, and Kiba seemed too deep in thought to laugh at her for the ones she struggled with. "I'm sorry, I don't know any more than you do," she lied, knowing that she wouldn't be able to reasonably explain anything she did know. "It's okay." Kiba waved her off, frowning down at the pan he was scrubbing, and when he turned to look at her, the smile he shot her was smaller than his usual fanged grins, but no less genuine. "Thanks, Hinata." But when they got to their training grounds, Kurenai didn't give them much time to ask questions, her eyes on Hinata's cast. "What happened?" she demanded, fully aware that Hinata didn't have the injury the last time she'd seen her, less than 20 hours previous. "Hinata. I dash." Hinata stuttered, startled by the intensity in Kurenai's eyes. "I fell." The lie slipped out without conscious input, more out of habit than intent to deceive, and Kurenai's expression, if possible, became even more unhappy. Kiba muttered something and scattered, heading over to Shino's side at a pace that was just a touch too fast to be casual. "We'll need to work on that," Kurenai muttered in response to Hinata's lie, her words sounding more like she was talking to herself than to Hinata. Then, she crossed the distance between them and came to a stop less than a meter away from Hinata. "Now, I'll ask one more time, so please think twice before you lie to me again." Hinata made a sound in the back of her throat, but Kurenai didn't budge, nor did her serious glare shift into the more familiar kind gaze and warm smile. "I'm asking not as your sensei, nor even as your friend, but as your commanding officer," Kurenai told her sharply, and Hinata straightened unconsciously, unable to look away from Kurenai's eyes. "What happened, Hinata?" Hinata had a dojutsu that saw through illusions. She'd also been getting pelted with genjutsu left and right and center almost every day for the last 2 months, so she knew it was not genjutsu that was responsible for what happened next, but Kurenai's sheer aura. Fully aware of the fact that Kiba and Shino were right there, Hinata took a deep breath and told Kurenai precisely what had happened. When she'd finished, Ending vaguely on Hana finding her and taking her to the Inyazuka compound, Kurene's face was flat and expressionless, her chakra cold. "All right. Thank you, Hinata." She managed, though it looked like she had to remind herself that her voice needed inflection halfway through. "Boys, on me. Change of plans. Keep up." And then she shot off, away from their training ground and into the trees, and Hinata had the time to exchange a bewildered glance with Kiba and Shino before they all hastened to do just that. By the time they came to a stop, they were on the other side of the village, Asuma, Shikamaru, and Chuji staring at them in bafflement as they burst in on what was clearly team training. "Asuma, hi, sorry, I need you to sit on the kids for a few hours, I've got an errand to run." Kurene greeted distractedly, but Hinata's gaze was on her right hand, which was flashing through signs she couldn't recognize, though Asuma seemed to, because he nodded almost before she was done speaking. "Kids, behave." And then she was gone, leaving them with Asuma and his two students. Well, that was sudden. Asuma mused, drawing a snort from Shino, to all of their collective surprise. "Yeah, both training for the exams?" Kiba asked Chuji and Shikamaru, appearing entirely unruffled by their sensei abandoning them as he ambled over to the other boys. Shikamaru looked thoughtful and was apparently too slow answering the question, so Kiba turned his full attention to Chuji, who shook his head. "Only Shikamaru. We've been helping him brainstorm." The Akimichi replied quietly, then offered his beef jerky to Kiba, who took some with a grin. Hinata startled when she blinked and Shikamaru was suddenly right in front of her, very much in her space. It took her a second more to realize that Asuma was now holding her wrist, while her working hand was wrapped tight around something thin and metallic. A senbon. A senbon that was aimed at Shikamaru's throat. "Okay, there's a lesson here," Asuma said, trying to defuse the situation while Hinata and Shikamaru both stared at each other, one shocked, the other disbelieving. "Hinata, you're in the village. You could stand to relax," Asuma said kindly, and Hinata shrunk back, chastised. But when he turned to Shikamaru, Asuma's voice was harder. "And you need to stop thinking that it's okay to startle shinobi just because they're your peers. Or prepare yourself for them to retaliate. Think, Shikamaru, you're meant to be good at that." "Yeah." Shikamaru huffed, glancing at Hinata. "Sorry." Likewise." Hinata managed, finally relaxing, which prompted Asuma to let go of her wrist. To her, somewhat guilty, amusement, neither Kiba nor Shino looked away from Chuji, not appearing in the least surprised that she almost attacked Shikamaru. "Again. I need a favor," Shikamaru said after a beat, drawing her attention back to him. "My opponent for the final stage is Hyuga Niji. You're a Hyuga. Can you fight me?" "Her arm is broken," Shino pointed out before Hinata had a chance to reply, proving that her teammates were not ignorant to her conversation with Shikamaru, merely choosing not to engage. Still, it took her a while to string together a coherent reply seeing as her brain was stuck on the fact that Shikamaru was now fighting Niji instead of Temari. How could she not have thought of this? With Team 8 not even participating, it made sense that the matchups would be different. This shouldn't be this shocking to her. And yet, "That's fine, I don't want an actual fight. I just need to see what works against Hyuga," Shikamaru dismissed, turning back to her, clearly waiting for her answer. Hinata licked her lips, scrambling for a reply, trying to think of what Kurene or Yojao might do in this situation. What? She cleared her throat, making herself meet Shikamaru's eyes. "What's in it for me?" Off to the side, Asuma let out a startled, hastily smothered laugh. Shikamaru blinked at her, then turned to shoot his sensei a look, but Asuma waved him off, so he turned back to her and frowned. "Well, what would you want?" It was Hinata's turn to blink, because she didn't think he'd actually oblige her, and she paused. What did she want? Her end goal was still taking over the Hyuga clan from her father as soon as she could. For that, she needed Jounin rank. Another step, either before or after that, was abolishing the caged bird seal. To get rid of the seal, she needed some more in-depth knowledge of sealing to know what she was even working with. Knowledge the Konoha library likely either didn't have, or kept locked behind rank access that Hinata would have no chance of getting her hands on for at least a few more years. And the Nara clan? Your clan has a library, doesn't it? She asked quietly, and in her periphery, she noticed Asuma still, his earlier mirth gone. Yeah. Shikamaru confirmed, scrutinizing her. It's mostly medicinal, but it's big enough to have a bit of everything. Why? I'd like access to your clan's library. Hinata explained, aiming for a smile. Supervised as F fine. Then you'll fight me? Shikamaru checked, and when Hinata nodded, he frowned, and held his hand out. Done. Baffled, Hinata slowly shook his hand, then twitched when Shikamaru tugged on her arm. Now come on, fight me. I think this is the first time I've seen Shikamaru excited about sparring. Asuma mused off to the side, getting a hum of agreement from Chuji. Kick his ass, Hinata. Kiba cheered from Chuji's other side, while Shino busied himself with stretching, apparently deciding that he'd still get in taijutsu practice even if Kurane wasn't there to oversee. I don't, fight like most of my clan. Hinata confessed once they stood opposite each other, both waiting for the other to make the first move, Hayashi's disdainful, fight me like a Hyuga, echoing in her mind. You're a Hyuga. Shikamaru repeated. That's good enough for me. It probably wasn't meant to be as dismissive as it sounded, but it was too close to the tone he'd used in the hospital, and something in Hinata snapped, encouraged by the mean voice in her head that could prove him wrong. So, once she decided that they were both ready, she palmed a kunao in her good hand, flash-stepped to just behind Shikamaru, kicked out at the back of his leg so he fell to one knee and pressed the tip of the kunao against the back of his neck. If he tried to straighten up, her knife would sever his vertebrae, and she felt more than saw the moment Shikamaru realized that. She didn't say anything, and for a second, everything was still. Then, Kiba started laughing. Serves you right, you arrogant MMPF. Hinata didn't turn to look at who had cut Kiba off, but her bets were on Shino, if the way the corner of Shikamaru's lips twitched meanly was any indication. He turned his head slowly, but Hinata didn't remove her knife, letting it scrape along Shikamaru's skin until the tip stopped just over his carotid artery, the threat still very apparent. Message received. Shikamaru drawled, as close to an apology as she was likely to get. He looked at her from the corner of his eye, his expression unexpectedly serious. Let me up. Wordlessly, Hinata pocketed her knife and stepped away, letting Shikamaru slowly get to his feet. She wasn't sure she liked the thoughtful gleam in his eyes. Can you fight me how Niji would? Shikamaru asked then, still with that contemplative expression on his face. With the dash, he mimed jabbing two-fingered strikes into odd places in the air before him, and Hinata felt her lip twitch even as she sighed. Niji Nii-san knows a lot of techniques I will never master. She said quietly, glancing away from Shikamaru at the wave of shame she couldn't quite fight back, absently noting the way he tensed as he registered the honorific. He's a genius in Jyuken, even on the backdrop of our clan. But, Shikamaru prompted, and Hinata's tiny smile turned a little melancholy as she glanced back at him. But he's proud. Hinata murmured, mind flashing back to Niji's quiet recount of his fight with Kidomaru, the first moment he realized that he will meet people he will not be able to best with close combat alone. Long-range combat is not his forte, nor is elemental ninjutsu. We're genin. Shikamaru pointed out, even as he considered her with wide eyes. We're not supposed to know elemental manipulation yet. Hinata just met his wide-eyed gaze with her own even one, feeling, not much of anything at all. Even so. She sighed, then walked back to the position she'd been in at the start of their spar. I can, try to fight you like he might, if you wish. That's all I ask. Shikamaru replied, something, warmer? In his eyes now, an answering tiny smile curling the corner of his lips. Hinata took a moment to appreciate how much the expression softened his face, making him look far more approachable. Then, she blurred. Inoichi-senpai. Kurane greeted as she came to a stop by the man, having caught him in the lobby of intelligence just as he was likely about to leave for his lunch break. Uehai-chan. Inoichi replied, blinking slowly at her, the place where his pupils would otherwise be oddly dilated. Definitely coming out of TNI, Kurane mused, absently wondering whether they'd caught any of Orochimaru's associates. Can I help you? Inoichi asked, not unkindly, even as he glanced at the clock to try and figure out how much of his lunch break the question was likely to cost him. Yes, actually. Kurenai smiled grimly, and Inoichi was suddenly consideringly more alert, eyeing her warily. Whatever you, Shikaku-sama, and Chaozu-sama are not doing to get Hayashi in front of the Council of Clans, I need you to not do it faster. Inoichi glanced at her sharply, but Kurenai was fresh out of fucks to give to care about the wordless reprimand. Instead, she concentrated on the memory of Hinata telling the story of what had happened to her arm, grabbed Inoichi's wrist, and pulled his hand to her forehead, all but glaring at him until he got the hint. When Inoichi pulled away some minute and a half later, his expression was grim but resigned. It would be unwise to do anything while the current security situation is still ongoing. He told her frankly, and Kurenai could tell he was trying to infuse his words with as much warning and authority as possible. And yet, Orochimaru still apparently rampaging around the village was not great, she knew that, but it would also be unwise to stall to the point where I would have no choice but to do something myself. Kurenai replied, just as quietly, her words just as weighted. Because I won't be as clean or subtle as the three of you. Don't be hasty, Uehai-chan. Inoichi chastised, glancing around subtly to see whether anyone was paying them any attention. Think of your student. Kurenai laughed, short and startled. Oh, something tells me Hinata would be right there beside me if I ever decided to take Hayashi on. She grinned at Inoichi, and she knew it wasn't a nice expression. She's been spitting in the face of her clan's tradition since I got her. Asuma called her a revolutionary before he even properly met her. Inoichi studied her then, and Kurenai wondered what he saw. Be that as it may, I can't help you. He told her, his tone curt and final, but at the same time as he spoke those words, Kurenai heard his voice in her head, have her sway the branch house to her side. Inoichi maintained eye contact and Kurenai fought hard not to twitch as he continued the dual communication. Please excuse me now, I need to see my daughter. Be well, Uehai-chan. It'll minimize the fallout once Hayashi is out of the picture. Send my regards to Ino-chan. Kurenai wished, holding Inoichi's gaze as she nodded before she let the man walk past her. I'll see you around, senpai. She was about to head for Anko's office for an overdue catch-up before Inoichi's voice stopped her. Oh, Kurenai, turning both at the sound of her name and the concerned tone it was said it, Kurenai glanced at him and was immediately on guard when she noted that the concern in his voice had bled onto his face. Check on Kakashi, if you could, and soon. I'd do so myself, but I really need to see Ino. She was nodding before he even fully finished speaking, sending a quick apology to Anko for postponing their catch-up yet again. She couldn't think of many situations that would have put that expression on Inoichi's face, so she reckoned Kakashi deserved priority in that moment. And to think, she only ditched her kids to give the Ino Shikacho an encouraging kick in the rear, and now she had to play therapist to a man who could potentially level the village if he felt so inclined. Lovely. 45 minutes later found Kurenai in a bar, sliding into the booth opposite Kakashi, the man slumped against the table, a host of bottles around him. Go away. He muttered, twitching a finger as if to flip her off, but not moving aside from that. No, Kurenai shot back, borrowing some of Kakashi's own trademark cheer to inject into her voice as she stretched her legs under the table and made herself comfortable. Kakashi didn't often get like this, but when he did, it was never a quick process to get him out. Do you need a friend, or do you need psych? She asked evenly a few seconds later, when Kakashi didn't react outwardly to her refusal to leave him to his wallowing. I've needed psych since I was 4. Kakashi grumbled, shooting her the stink eye when he noticed she was still there, and Kurenai barked a laugh. I'm not gonna argue with that. She admitted, sending Kakashi a sharp grin and making his eye narrow on her. He grabbed another bottle, taking an obnoxious drink through the fabric of his mask, but Kurenai just watched him, knowing that, eventually. Do you have nothing better to do? Kakashi grumped, his entire being radiating fuck off louder than if he'd shouted it from the Hokage mountain. Let's see. Kurenai pretended to think, stretching out her hand between them to count on her fingers. I got back from a mission yesterday, did my psych checkup already, was meant to have training but had an errand to run and left my kids with Asuma, should probably do grocery shopping but will likely be away soon anyway so, she put a finger down for everything she listed, then grinned at Kakashi. No. Did you know? Kakashi asked after a beat, and he suddenly seemed far less drunk than he'd been pretending to be seconds previous. When Kurenai hummed, asking him wordlessly to explain, he elaborated that the Chunin exams would be such a shit show. Kurenai bit back a sigh. So that's what Kakashi's mood was about. She should have figured. No. No. What I knew was that my kids almost didn't come back from their C rank. She told him flatly, almost bluntly, but this version of Kakashi wouldn't have taken a bullshit answer too well. Shino's clan jutsu almost ended up killing him, Kiba got his leg crushed in an earth jutsu, and Hinata killed 4 IWH Chunin without so much as flinching, then almost died from a punctured lung. She waited until Kakashi nodded before she concluded, a weary sigh escaping her. I wasn't about to put them into another combat situation like that without letting them make an informed choice. So I told them when the exams would be happening, asked if they felt ready for them, and they said no. You make it sound so easy. Kakashi sighed, sounding just as weary as her all of a sudden as he hung his head. Orochimaru was in the forest of death. Kurenai didn't say anything, she'd heard the moment she stepped into the Jounin HQ the day before. He went after Sasuke. He wanted the Sharingan. Kakashi continued, his voice uncomfortably inflectionless. Despite herself, Kurenai frowned, because, well, that was rather obvious, wasn't it? But Sasuke hadn't unlocked the Sharingan yet. Oh. Really? She asked, unable to quite bite her tongue. Not even after the Masa dash. He thought it was a bad dream. Kakashi cut her off, and Kurenai subsided with a quiet oh. Hyuga Hitomi told me the chakra pathways to his eyes were all but closed. Kakashi's face twisted with a pained grimace, the expression perfectly clear despite his mask. When Orochimaru found out, fuck if I know how he knew, he thought Sasuke needed a push. Kurenai's heart dropped, having a rather unpleasant inkling, courtesy of Anko, as to what the Snake Sunin might have deemed a sufficient push towards unlocking the Sharingan. Kakashi took a deep breath, visibly steadied himself, then met her gaze. My civilian student is currently in the hospital, all her major bones shattered. Turns out Orochimaru still knows the value of team bonds, because he was successful in reactivating Sasuke's Sharingan. Sakura just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong fucking time. Kurenai very carefully monitored her reaction to the words to make sure she did not wince. As for Sasuke, Kakashi continued, his tone still that eerie blankness that made Umbu sound expressive. When he failed to live up to expectation, Orochimaru broke both of his arms and called him a waste of space and a disgrace to the Uchiha clan. Didn't even give him the curse mark, just left. They sat in silence for a moment, then Kakashi affected his usual cheery tone, which, contrasted with how he'd been speaking before, only highlighted how fake the voice always was. So yeah, Sasuke is extra traumatized, Sakura may never be a ninja again, and Orochimaru destabilized Naruto's seal before he sent his snakes to eat him, but hey, Sasuke has the Sharingan. The eye smile at the end made Kurenai want to grab Kakashi by the shoulders and shake, but she held herself back. So they flunked out after the second stage, right? She checked, because Kakashi's account was horrific, but it didn't seem enough for the man to still be in this state almost a week later. Kakashi was 20 years of trauma on legs, and somehow functioning regardless. Few things got him down that kept him down. Your team didn't have the 3 members needed to compete in the combat part, right? Kakashi scoffed, his veneer of good humor melting away. Sasuke is the last Uchiha, and Naruto is Naruto. Rules didn't matter, they had both scrolls and Sarutobi cited extenuating circumstances. Of course they were allowed to compete in the preliminaries. Kurenai felt white-hot rage slide down her spine. Not just because the exception sounded more like a death sentence to Kakashi's genin by the man's account, but also at the blatant favoritism that the village apparently wasn't even pretending to hide anymore. She gave Kakashi another moment of silence, not pressing, just waiting for him to decide whether he wanted to tell her more or not. Sasuke lost to Rock Lee. Kakashi sighed eventually, his voice regaining some life, but Kurenai wasn't sure if that was for the better right then. Guys, mini-me. The shinobi who can't use anything other than taijutsu, and Sasuke lost to him. A part of Kurenai wanted to remind Kakashi not to shit on the shinobi who could only do techniques from a certain category, but she refrained. For now. And your third student, she asked instead, noting how the Uzumaki had been left out of Kakashi's account apart from the brief mention about his seal. Naruto got through to the final stage, yeah. Kakashi confirmed, eyeing her absently. He's facing the puppeteer who put Asuma's Yamanaka in the hospital. Ino. Kurane double-checked, racking her brain for any mention of the girl's condition in the gossip around the village. Suddenly, Inoichi's almost frantic insistence to visit his daughter made sense, as did her absence from Asuma's training field. What happened? Oldest trick in the book. Kakashi explained. Puppet made into the puppeteer's likeness. The puppeteer swapped places with the puppet at the start of the battle. Kid tried to mind-possess the puppet, missed, puppet reeled her in and snapped her spine. Kurane took a second to absorb the implications of that, then. Fuck. Yeah. Kakashi sighed, and he luckily refrained from affecting the fake cheer this time. So I've got angry civilian parents calling me friend killer again, smug guy, and pissed off elders breathing down my neck at failing to make sure their precious last Uchiha made it through to the exhibition round. Kurane winced openly this time, wanting nothing more than to drag Kakashi into a hug, but she wasn't sure she wouldn't end up with a knife between her ribs for her efforts. There was a reason she knew how to deal with Hinata's trigger-happy startle reflex, after all. She took a deep breath, then asked the question Kakashi had been skirting around ever since she'd sat opposite him, and, likely, since the third stage had ended. And you? How are you, Kakashi? She checked, meeting his eye openly, trying to infuse as much "you don't scare me and I'm not leaving" into her gaze as she could. You look like you haven't slept in a week. Kakashi shook his head then, expression wry, and she could tell even without words that she'd hit the nail on the head. Okay, come on, we're going. She decided, ushering Kakashi out of his seat, grabbing his arm when he wobbled. When he was sufficiently vertical, she firmed her hold on his arm and transported them to the doorstep of her apartment. Fuck. Kakashi cursed, stumbling to hold onto the doorframe, his glare petulant even as he took deep breaths through his nose. Have care for my stomach. You ever vomited in a mask? Gross. Kurane shot back, wrinkling her nose as she pushed the door open and pulled Kakashi inside, kicking it shut behind them. Come on, Kashi. She maneuvered them to her sofa, pushing Kakashi down on it as she rifled through her gifted poisons pack, pulling out a small, innocuous-looking needle. What's this? Kakashi asked roughly, eyeing first the needle then her uncertainly. Promotion present from Genma. Kurane explained, holding the needle up for him to examine. It's a sedative. Will put you to sleep for a solid 10 hours. She couldn't do much for his civilian student. The Uchiha was likely in psych already, and Kakashi had probably dumped the Uzumaki on the first jounin he could find that owed him a favor. What she could do for Kakashi was also rather limited, but she could at least do something about the bone-deep weariness threaded through his posture. She pretended not to see how much Kakashi's shoulders relaxed at the prospect of uninterrupted sleep, but knew that he wouldn't be Kakashi if he gave in that easily. And if my students come looking for me, I'll drop a note with Psyche that in the unlikely event your Uchiha is discharged in the next 12 hours, he's to come to me. Kurane assured him, already used to dealing with Kakashi's peculiar, if seldom seen brand of anxiety. And I'll find your Uzumaki student and tell him myself. Maybe even turn it into a tracking exercise for my kids. It'll be fun. She grinned at Kakashi then, holding out the needle again, and he finally nodded, pulling up his sleeve and baring his wrist. Kurane inserted the needle carefully, not quite as deftly as she'd seen Genma do it, but the man was Konoha's resident poison specialist for a reason. You're my favorite. Kakashi muttered drowsily as he settled deeper into the cushions, yanking off his headband and pulling his mask down, his eyes already drooping. I owe you. Yeah, I want that in writing. Kurane snorted, pulling the threadbare blanket from the foot of the sofa over him as much as she could, unable to resist the impulse to ruffle his hair. Sleep, idiot. She let herself out of her own apartment, circled by Psyche to make good on her promise to Kakashi, then headed back to Asuma and her kids. She'd kept them waiting long enough, and she was looking forward to letting them loose on their unsuspecting peers. Hinata wasn't expecting Kurane to come back 4 hours after she'd left them, particularly not with an unofficial tracking mission in tow. Especially not for that mission to involve tracking Naruto. Okay. Kiba clapped, visibly excited, calling Hinata and Shino to him while Team 10 watched bemusedly. What do we know about the target? Garishly orange, was Shino's input, and it drew a startled snort from Kiba, and even Hinata had to stifle a giggle. What? A blind man could spot him. He's often at Ichiraku's. Was Hinata's contribution, because she was pretty sure that that part of Naruto's habits stayed the same even in this timeline. Or the Akasen. Kiba added, and Hinata shot him a baffled look. What? Man doesn't wash his clothes nearly often enough. I can tell where he's been in the village over the last week just by his tracksuit. So we start at Ichiraku's, and if we don't find a trail, the Akasen. Let's go. Shino decided, and then they were moving, almost too fast to catch Asuma's quiet, "Your kids are scary," comment to Kurane. Nor her quiet, "You haven't seen anything yet," in response. Hinata didn't think she imagined the way both Kiba and Shino puffed up in pride at that. When Shikamaru had envisioned how his day would go, he didn't think he'd get dragged onto Team 8's impromptu Naruto tracking mission, Chuji, and their respective sensei in tow. He also hadn't expected to look at Team 8, how they moved around each other, filled in for each other, walked through the village in a loose but clearly defined formation, and feel envy. Why them and not us? He thought as he glanced at Asuma, where the man was walking beside Team 8's sensei, their hands at their sides and flickering through signs even as their mouths engaged in idle chatter, hiding secrets in plain sight. How did they become a team before us? Watching Team 8 successfully locate Naruto halfway across the village, watching Kiba rush up to the blonde and bowl him over while Shino approached Naruto's temporary sensei, a bespectacled man Chuji seemed to vaguely recognize, and greet him with more warmth than Shikamaru has ever seen from the Abarame, and a familiarity they should not have. Shikamaru wondered whether Asuma had made the right choice putting them through these exams. When Team 8's sensei redirected their group to the Yamanaka flower shop, Naruto in tow after she gave the newly named Ebisu the afternoon off, Shikamaru was baffled. When they headed from the flower shop to the hospital and stepped into Ino's hospital room, things made even less sense. As he watched bemusedly as Shino carefully put the flowers in the empty vase on the bedside table and arranged them with gentle hands while Hinata filled the attached "Get Better Soon" note with picture-perfect calligraphy, Shikamaru's body switched to autopilot. When they repeated the process in Sakura's room, setting the vase with the bouquet, Team 8 had encouraged Naruto to pick out on the windowsill, a somber atmosphere in the room as each of the three read the clipboard attached to Sakura's bed with a grief they should not understand, much less feel. Shikamaru stopped thinking. But the choice of ignorance was stolen from him during his 5th day of sparring with Hinata, this one on his clan's grounds, with his dad of all people watching from the side. His chest hurt from the 16 tenketsu Hinata had blocked, her arm still in a sling, even if the cast had been removed, but he felt pride as he managed to stretch out his shadow without seals to catch her feet in it, stilling her movements. Withstand then counter-attack, had been the advice he'd read between the lines of Hinata's demonstration of the Hyuga fighting style. She couldn't tell him flat out what the techniques relied on, couldn't give him a scroll neatly explaining how to counter Hyuga Jyuken, but Shikamaru wasn't a genius for nothing. His chakra control would never be medic-worthy, but he figured out how to manually unblock the main tenketsu after his 3rd day of sparring with Hinata. But what he hadn't expected was that the analysis of strengths and weaknesses would go both ways. Which was how he hadn't even considered the possibility of feeling a jerk in his chakra core, before his shadow released Hinata and snapped right back to him, like a rubber band stretched too tight. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Shikako sit up straight, but Shikamaru's eyes were on Hinata and the thoughtful expression on her face as she contemplated her now free feet. "How did you do that?" It was meant to be a question, but Shikamaru missed by a mile, his eyes wide as he stared at the girl before him, barely resisting the urge to send his dad a helpless look. Hinata startled, glancing up at him in surprise, then seemed to realize just how disturbed Shikamaru and Shikako were at her having apparently found a way to disrupt the shadow possession. Well, she hedged, clearly uncomfortable, before she squared her shoulders and started again, though Shikamaru had to strain to hear. "Your shadow is a conduit, right?" Shikamaru blinked. "It is? Shadow itself doesn't have chakra. It's not an element, so your technique has to be in release." That, at least, sounded familiar. But my shadow eye is not a part of me, only connected to me. So why you'd have to, use it as a conduit to connect to my chakra network instead, and that's what stops my movement. You are correct. Shikaku confirmed, appearing at Shikamaru's shoulder, his gaze heavy as it set on Hinata, and her shoulders hunched a little more. But that analysis still doesn't explain how you threw it off. The CC connection goes both ways. Hinata whispered, her gaze sliding past Shikamaru and Shikaku, off to the side, and she looked like she was preparing to get hit. The realization seemed to dawn on Shikaku at the same time as it did Shikamaru, because he felt his dad's intense presence lessen slightly. Any shock to my chakra is felt by Shikamaru's. Any shock to his disrupts the technique. Hinata finished, her voice a little stronger than before, but still barely above a whisper. Shikaku stilled, then relaxed with a quiet sigh. Kurene's student. Of course. He muttered, and he almost seemed amused when Shikamaru glanced at him. You used a kai on him. Hinata nodded, visibly forcing herself to meet Shikamaru's gaze, but he could do little but continue to stare. Well, it's not the first time people figured out that loophole. Shikaku mused, watching Hinata carefully. But I'll have to ask that you do not go around sharing what you just discovered for all and sundry, Hyuga-chan. For the first time since his dad appeared at Shikamaru's shoulder, Hinata looked miffed, and she suddenly met Shikaku's gaze head-on. With all due respect, Narasama, she began, and Shikamaru almost startled, not having expected the tone from the girl. Shikamaru-san has comparably damaging information on my clan's techniques. As long as he does not go around sharing what he now knows about its weaknesses, I promise to do the same. Otherwise, Hinata took a deep breath, squared her shoulders again, and tilted her chin up. Otherwise, this is insurance. All right. Shikaku agreed after a beat, and Shikamaru barely fought the reflex to glance at him in disbelief. Message received. Let's head to the library now, And Shikamaru, you better keep your mouth shut. Yeah. Shikamaru promised woodenly, still staring at Hinata, mind working overtime. As long as you tell me whether the Hyuga clan has anything that can block chakra externally. When Hinata's face crumpled a little and her aura told him that she likely regretted ever agreeing to help him, Shikamaru had his answer. Kurene's approximation of how much in village time they'd have turned out to be almost too accurate. Hinata's sling came off 7 days since her injury, and on the 8th, they were in the Hokage's office, Kiba's hood clutched tightly in Kurene's hand, a grim look on her face. Hinata noted that even Iriko looked solemn as the Chunin next to him handed them the scroll with the mission details, and when Kurene unfurled it, scanning it quickly, she paled. Are you sure this is correctly ranked? Kurene asked quietly, rolling the scroll back up and pinning the Chunin with a flat, disbelieving look. Take it up with admin if you have a problem. The Chunin drawled, glancing at Hinata's team boredly. Mission requires trackers. You're it. No shit. Kurene muttered under her breath, then inclined her head and led them all out of the mission room. She didn't stop until they were on their training grounds, at which point she finally took a deep breath and released the tension that had lined her shoulders since she'd opened the scroll. Sensei. Shino checked quietly, his voice worried to those who knew him well enough to hear the undercurrent of concern. What's the mission? We're tracking 2 Chunin defectors. Ryujin Yatago and Beko. Kurene told them curtly, frowning at the scroll. They were last sighted near the border of Stone and Wind. Chunin. Kiba repeated, wide-eyed, glancing from Hinata to Shino then back to Kurene. We're tracking Chunin missing Nin. Are we qualified? Shino asked, and beyond the slight absurdity of Shino actually backing Kiba up, Hinata was more concerned by the obvious doubt in Shino's voice. Is this because of Orochimaru? Kiba demanded, staring at Kurene as if hoping she'd deny it. Kurene looked torn, and she glanced at Hinata briefly, as if checking whether Hinata had anything to say. Hinata shook her head and tried for a reassuring smile, though she wasn't sure how convincing it was. Kurene sighed and ran a hand down her face. Fuck it. She muttered, then faced the 3 of them properly. Yes, Kiba, it is likely because of Orochimaru. She agreed, making Shino twitch. We have a good track record and are a team uniquely built around tracking. I know it's daunting, but I have faith in you. They stood there for a few seconds, absorbing that quiet declaration, then Kiba took a deep breath and slowly let it out, reaching out and plucking Akamaru off his head to hold the puppy in his arms. "All right," he breathed, hugging Akamaru closer to his chest, and Hinata shifted so she could press her shoulder against Kiba's in silent support, getting a weak smile in return. "What do we know about the target?" "Not much, unfortunately." Kurane winced, holding out the scroll for Shino to scan. Psyche didn't have anything on them that would suggest they would ever consider defecting. Both were career Chunin. Beko was an academy sensei who moved to cryptography, while Yatago worked in archives. It's unlikely that they got their hands on anything sensitive, but the village prefers to be safe rather than sort with these sorts of situations, particularly after what happened with Mizuki. "Is it a retrieval mission?" Hinata asked quietly, having read between the lines of what Kurane was not saying. Or disposal?" Kiba froze next to her where their arms were still pressed together, and even Shino seemed tense. Kurane, however, just sighed. "Retrieval is preferable," she admitted, looking grim. "But if it comes down to disposal, I will handle it, so don't worry, okay?" Hinata took a moment to let the honesty behind Kurane's words settle in her bones, then nodded. "Okay, sensei," she confirmed, surprised at how even her voice came out. "When do we leave?" "Immediately, if possible," Kurane replied, shooting her the tiniest of grateful smiles before she turned to the boys. "It's going to be about a week's journey since we'll have to go around AIM this time, and we don't know where exactly on the border they were sighted. Pack for at least 3 weeks and meet at the gates in half an hour. Go." Hinata didn't really remember the run back to her compound, nor the packing process. She remembered slipping into Hanabi's room to leave her little sister a note with an explanation of where she would be in a small doodle, then sneaking out through the back window and over the wall of the compound, not too keen on heading down the main courtyard. By the time she arrived at the gates with 5 minutes to spare, Shino and Kiba were already there, both looking a little steadier than before. "When I was in the academy," Kiba muttered, absently petting Akamaru who was still clutched to his chest instead of on his usual perch on the top of Kiba's head, "I thought I'd be excited for out-of-the-village missions. I thought they were so cool." "That makes sense." Shino nodded, clearly surprising Kiba. "Why?" "It's part of the indoctrination. If every pre-genin knew they might die on their first C rank, there wouldn't be any genin." "It's still freakin' weird to hear you agree with me," Kiba remarked, looking at Shino with a rather bewildered expression, before it melted into a wry grin. "But thanks. It's not bad to be nervous," Hinata assured quietly, trying not to let her smile grow wry as she thought back to her first run at genin and how helpful that statement would have been for her genin self. "But we do have the most C ranks out of the R rookies, and are probably ahead of them in technical skills thanks to Genma-san, Ebisu-san, and Yojeo-senpai's help. We can do it." "I didn't know you had an optimistic bone in your body, Hinata." Kiba grinned, not as brightly as usual but clearly trying. "This is almost as weird as Shino saying I'm right." "I didn't say you were right. I said your comment made sense," Shino corrected waspishly, drawing a snort from Kiba. "Besides, Sensei said she has faith in us." "Yeah." Kiba sighed explosively and lost some of the tension in his shoulders, his grip on Akamaru growing less white-knuckled. "Yeah, she did. We got this." "Your confidence in me is touching," Kurane remarked as she walked up to them, a small smile playing around her lips even as her eyes remained serious. She stepped into the place in the huddle they had unconsciously left for her and met each of their gazes squarely. "If I can promise you anything," she began quietly, and Hinata wasn't the only one who hung on her every word, "is that I will do everything in my power to make sure we all come back here in one piece." "Understood." When they all voiced their assent, Kurane tightened the straps of her backpack and stepped out of their circle. "Let's move." 2 weeks to the day before the final stage of the Chunin exams, Hinata glanced back at the village as she ran out of the main gates, wondering what state she'd find it in upon her return. Then, she pushed the thought back and fell into formation, trading glances with Kiba and Shino as she squared her shoulders. For now, they had a job to do. Chapter 7, Genin, 6. "Kakashi." Asuma greeted, slipping into Kurene's apartment and dropping onto the armchair he usually occupied when they hung out, bemused to find the other man still in Kurene's living room. "Teach your Demgenin. I got him Ebisu." Kakashi shot back, appearing determined to become one with the shitty, deformed cushions on Kurene's shitty, spring-ridden sofa. According to Kurene, he'd become like a housecat since she'd used Genma's needle on him, popping in and out at random times but always returning to her sofa. If Guy were to be trusted, however, Kakashi hadn't been back to his own apartment since the end of the preliminaries, and that simply wouldn't do. Ebisu wrangles Jounin on the daily, he should be able to manage Naruto. Kakashi finished, not even bothering to glance at Asuma. Yeah, except the Jounin respect Ebisu. Asuma snorted, stretching out a foot so he could nudge Kakashi's thigh with his toe, not above making himself into a nuisance. Your Uzumaki wouldn't know the meaning of the word, much less how to apply it. Kakashi finally pulled his arm from where it was covering his eyes and shot him a wary look. "What's he done?" "Bitched, mostly," Asuma informed him dryly. Loudly and indiscriminately. Pissed off a fair few Jounin with his tone, too. "God damn it, Naruto." Kakashi sighed softly, but with feeling, and Asuma almost felt sorry for him. Almost. "All right, yeah, I see your point." Asuma gave him a moment, then, when Kakashi made no move to so much as sit up after his declaration, he nudged his thigh again and got swatted at it. "You got a plan for the puppeteer?" "My student knows the shadow clone technique." Kakashi replied in a tone that suggested a plan was unnecessary in light of that information, but Asuma scoffed. "So? A one-trick pony's luck will eventually run out," he said, then smiled wryly when he added, "Shikamaru found that out the hard way." "You fought him?" Kakashi asked, and he almost sounded interested in the answer. "No. Hinata-chan did." When Kakashi just blinked at him slowly, clearly not following, Asuma's wry grin turned sharp. "Kurene's Hyuga. Hayashi's eldest. You know, the revolutionary. The shy kid beat your Nara." Kakashi's tone told him what the Haytake thought of that situation, and Asuma imagined Kurene would be vindictively satisfied and more than a little proud if she were there with them. He sent a mental apology to Shikamaru and boasted a little, because, hell, maybe he was proud of the little Hyuga too, so what? Watching Shikaku stress smoke a whole pack and finding out that a genin was responsible for putting him in such a state had been the highlight of his week. Not just beat. Found a way to break his shadow possession, too. He added, proud when his voice remained even, if a little bragging. Kakashi's eyes glinted thoughtfully, the sherry non-spinning lazily, a lazy sort of amusement radiating from him. "A genin. MMHM. Unfortunately, she's out of the village as of this morning, so that trick is unlikely to work to knock some sense into your student," Asuma replied, shrugging a shoulder absently. "So I suggest you actually teach your Uzumaki something to earn that promotion, cause with the way he's acting, he's unlikely to endear himself to sponsors." Kakashi finally pushed himself into a sitting position, only to squint at Asuma suspiciously. "You're unexpectedly invested." Asuma's laugh was sudden and seemed to startle them both. "Oh, I couldn't care less about whether he wins. I just want the puppeteer to lose." His grin became smaller but far sharper than before, more feral. Kakashi tilted his head, dog-like and visibly curious, and oh, it was a heady feeling, having all of the man's focus on him like that. Asuma supposed it was justified though, after all, out of the three of them, he was always the composed one. It didn't mean he wasn't just as fucked up as the other two, but he hid it better, while Kurene and Kakashi were feral down to their bones, and showed it, too. So now, as he grinned at Kakashi, slow and sly and with teeth like the serrated edge of a knife, it was almost liberating, and he laughed softly as Kakashi shifted closer unconsciously, red eye spinning a little faster. He snapped Ino's spine like it was a twig. "In the preliminaries," Asuma murmured, his voice lower, quieter, like a secret. "A promise. If you hadn't held me back, I'd have killed him right there." They sat there for a moment, and Kakashi seemed to almost revel in the ki Asuma had unconsciously began leaking as he thought of the Suna kid. Finally, realizing that someone was bound to notice and report them if he didn't get his shit together, Asuma shook himself off and wrangled his chakra under control, reminding himself not for the first time that getting even and starting an international incident wouldn't make Ino magically better. His key lessening in intensity seemed to snap Kakashi out too, because the man took a quiet breath and muttered a delayed, almost absent-minded "poor kid." Then, Kakashi closed his eyes and stretched, groping around blindly until he located his forehead protector, which he promptly slid on and covered his Sharingan once more, features falling into their usual lazy slant. Meanwhile, Asuma took the time to get his ki fully under control, inwardly scoffing at Kakashi's complete lack of self-preservation. They both knew that Kakashi would have probably picked a fight with him just then, if Asuma hadn't reeled himself back in time, because Kakashi was a goddamn adrenaline junkie and unapologetic about it. What to teach him, though? Kakashi mused an undeterminable amount of time later, forcefully shifting them back to their earlier conversation topic as if nothing had happened. He opened his eye and stifled a yawn, no sign of the earlier rapt focus on his face, the lackadaisical mask back on. Kid's got Kushinane's attention span and none of Sensei's genius. And we've got 2 weeks. Koji called him a prankster. Asuma replied with that same casual air Kakashi was affecting, and it would have been hard to believe he'd been a step away from a murderous rampage not that long ago. I've never known you to ignore an easy advantage, Kakashi. You want me to make him into a trap specialist? Kakashi asked, sounding rather disbelieving even as he followed Asuma's thought process flawlessly. In 2 weeks? I'm good, but I'm not that good, Suma. I'm sure Rado would be up for a challenge, if you're feeling lacking. Asuma offered, keeping his expression perfectly level and innocent even though they both knew his words were a blatant jab. Ha ha. Kakashi shot back dryly, and Asuma thought the man was going to blow a raspberry at him. You got a copy of the contract they signed to participate? I need to check whether they can prepare dash. Before Kakashi could finish, Asuma pulled the folded-up contract from his pocket and threw it at Kakashi's face, disappointed when the man caught it before it could smack him on the nose. Damn. Paragraph 57, Clause 3. Asuma informed him flatly, having an inkling as to what Kakashi was likely after. When the man quickly flipped to the right section, scanned the page, then shot him a suspicious look, Asuma shrugged. Shikamaru asked about the same thing yesterday. You're not the only crafty asshole, sorry, genius, in the village, hey take. Yeah, rub it in. Kakashi scoffed, though he pocketed the contract with a thoughtful expression, then stilled, eyeing Asuma suspiciously as if a thought had only just occurred to him. Was this an intervention? Busted. I've no idea what you mean. Asuma bluffed, even though it most definitely had been. I'm just looking out for my friend. When Kakashi just stared at him, eyebrows raised and mouth curling upwards at the corner, clearly letting him know what he thought of that, Asuma snorted and gave in. And maybe making sure that my friend gets his ass out of my other friend's apartment. He added, grinning at Kakashi's indignant squawk as he pulled him to his feet and ushered him towards the door, throwing Kakashi's mask at him, which he caught with annoying ease. Honestly, man, this was getting a little weird. Kakashi's soft laughter followed them out of Kurane's home, and Asuma patted himself on the back for a well-executed intervention, if he did say so himself. Then he got the hell out of Dodge when he caught a glimpse of green and orange shooting towards them once they'd settled at the bar, because no matter how much he loved Kakashi, he was not about to allow himself to be in the vicinity when Guy was evoking genjutsu with his emotions alone and crying about Kakashi's coolness. His shrink was already dealing with a lot of weird shit from him, he wasn't about to add more onto their plate if he could avoid it. Besides, he knew Guy would manage the last of the heavy lifting to get Kakashi back onto his feet. The man had stuck by Kakashi through more than either of them would ever speak of, and a relationship like that far outweighed the result of the preliminaries. Kakashi would be fine. Guy would make sure of it. Is it xenophobic to say I hate Iwanin? At any other point, Hinata might have laughed or secretly rolled her eyes or exchanged a surprised glance with Shino or Sensei. As it was, however, they had been running away from Iwanin for over 2 hours and were still running, with a team of 2 Iwa Jounin and a Chunin chasing them all the way through Hidden Stone. The Chunin they had been tracking as their original mission were killed as soon as the Iwanin sensed their presence. Worse yet, 2 hours into the high-speed, high-adrenaline chase, Hinata could feel herself flagging. Shunshin had enhanced her speed over short distances, but it had done nothing for her endurance. Having spent the last 2, maybe 3, she wasn't sure anymore, hours running at full speed though, with the added anxiety of being chased looming over her, and the knowledge that this had not happened in her first time, her stamina, both physical as well as mental, was all but used up. "Sensei," Shino huffed, his tone less dry than usual due to his panting breaths, and a part of Hinata felt relieved that she wasn't the only one struggling physically, while another wondered whether their lacking stamina would prove to be their doom. Kibas hit his head. "Fuck off, man." Kiba grouched, the only one of the three of them not out of breath, though he kept glancing worriedly over his shoulder, and Hinata didn't need to have her Byakugan on to know they were still being chased. Still, his anxiety didn't stop Kiba from snarking back, "I'm literally studying to be a doctor. I don't see the relevance between your Mednin aspirations and you knowing what xenophobia is." Shino replied, clearly choosing to focus on his banter with Kiba rather than on their pursuers and the fact that they were unlikely to be able to outrun them. "You can't allow your prejudices to get in the way when treating patients." Kiba snapped, glancing back over his shoulder again though this time throwing in a glare for Shino. "Different nations have different needs and biological profiles, so it's important to interrogate any biases you got to avoid medical discrimination and malpractice." Inwardly, Hinata wondered what her Kiba would have thought if he'd known that there would one day be a 12-year-old version of him that would speak like Sakura. Shino, apparently thinking along similar lines even though he had never met Tsunade's apprentice Sakura, snorted tiredly. "Iruka-sensei would think you were a spy if you ever said that to him." "You're not funny." Kiba shot back, almost tripping over a jagged rock, Akamara yelping from his perch in his jacket, but it was Kurane who replied. "Neither of you is funny," she interrupted, her voice calm but icy, and Hinata felt Kiba and Shino recoil, "and if you don't pipe down in the next 10 seconds, I'll have Genma drug you till you're quacking like ducks when we get back to the village, understood?" Kiba and Akamara whined, and Shino fell silent, all three of them appropriately cowed. There was a brief moment of silence, and it was precisely in that moment when things went from bad to worse, because Shino stumbled. Hinata activated her Byakugan and skidded to a stop just as Kurane almost wrenched her arm out by yanking Shino to his feet and out of the path of a barrage of Kunao, and the whoosh of Kunao had Hinata realizing that their pursuers were far closer than she'd hoped. Then, her Byakugan caught a pool of chakra gathering underground right where Kurane had stopped, and she was turning and spitting a water bullet at her sensei's feet right as the ground rose up around Kurane's shin and knee, the same technique that had crushed Kiba's leg not 3 months ago. Hinata wrenched her mind off that train of thought, deciding that it was not the time to be thinking about all the ways that this mission could go wrong if she wanted to come out of it alive. She forced herself to focus on the present, and this time, luckily, the waterlogged earth didn't manage to harden sufficiently, and Kurane, startled both by the water jutsu and the realization of what had nearly happened, yanked Shino by the back of his jacket again and shunshined them both a few dozen meters ahead, effectively dislodging the remaining dirt that clung to her leg, and Hinata breathed a sigh of relief. Only for her breath to get caught in her throat on the exhale when she heard one of their pursuers shout, "They have a Hyuga," with a confidence that spoke of a degree of familiarity with her clan's dojutsu that she didn't want to think about. Her heart then proceeded to skip a beat when she realized she was now far too close to their pursuers. "Hinata, on me!" She heard Kurane call, her sensei apparently noticing the same, and Hinata pulled on her waning reserves to execute her clumsiest but fastest shunshin to date, covering the 100-odd meters that separated her and Kurane in 3 leaps. She skidded to a stop by Kurane's side dazed and quietly terrified, and a glance at Shino showed her the result of his stumble. He was keeping his weight off his left foot, his mouth twisted in a pained grimace, his ankle likely sprained. "Sensei!" Kiba called anxiously from a few meters ahead, and Hinata knew he could smell what she could now see with her Byakugan. Their pursuers were less than 200 meters from them, and gaining fast. "Fuck! Fuck!" Kurane swore, then swung Shino roughly onto her back and set off at a faster run than before, forcing Hinata to alternate between sprinting and shunshin leaps to keep up. "Kiba, all fours, shoot ahead and find us a cave or tunnel or something to hide in," Kurane ordered, and Kiba nodded jerkily then began rummaging in his pouch for his clan pills. "Shino, put a tracker beetle on him and make sure you don't lose his location." Hinata was only half paying attention as Kiba activated his clan jutsu and dropped to all fours, his fingers lengthening to claws and his center of balance shifting to allow for even faster leaps. She did notice when he shot off, though, Akamaru managing to keep pace with the help of the soldier pill Kiba had fed him, leaving Hinata once again alone with Kurane and Shino. "Hinata, remember the genjutsu I taught you last month?" Kurane asked sharply, a frown pulling at her brows, her voice sharp and direct, none of the usual warmth in it, and Hinata managed a quiet yes, battle calm blanketing her anxiety now that Kurane had taken initiative to come up with a plan of action. "You're going to let them come into your range and use it on the one with the least chakra." Hinata's calm wavered for a moment and she almost missed a step on her next leap. "Do you think it's good enough dash?" No, Kurane cut her off, and Hinata bit her tongue at the curt interruption, though she could understand the reason for it, they were slowing. Her own stamina was waning, and Kurane, weighed as she was by Shino's added weight, had also slowed down from the earlier mad dash. They didn't know how far ahead Kiba was. They didn't know if he would even manage to find some place for them to hide. They didn't know why the Iwanin were after them, only that they were, and had apparently planned to lure a Konoha team to Iwa from the beginning. Having killed the Tuchin and Hinata's team had been tasked with tracking the moment they felt their approach dash. "No, it's probably not," Kurane elaborated, and her voice sounded far away even as Hinata's Byakugan could see her sensei's chakra flex. "But your illusion doesn't need to be good, it needs to be shocking. It needs to be unexpected enough to hopefully get them to at least hesitate." Kiba stopped. Shino reported quietly, voice pinched with pain and frustration. "About 5 miles ahead." "Sensei, we can't outrun them." "I know. Working on it," Kurane replied through gritted teeth, her expression tense, her chakra building. She bent down mid-leap, Shino still on her back, and swept a hand over the front of her sandals, releasing. Seals? There was a tiny wave of chakra and a change of pressure that made Hinata feel like her ears were going to pop, but she didn't have much time to contemplate what her sensei had done because. "Dash, Hinata, any time now," Kurane ordered tersely and slowed down some more. Hinata allowed herself to slow down too, no matter how much her mind was screaming at her to keep running, her desperate breaths drowning out the sounds of the outcroppings of jagged rock and the desert around them. Finally, her target came into her range. Concentrating on the illusion even as she tried to pay attention to where she was putting her feet as she ran, she sped through the hand seals and allowed the ghost of the genjutsu to leave her, feeling it wrap around her target's chakra coils and latch on. Then, when her target screamed and the other two jounin slowed down in alarm, Kurane released the network of chakra she'd been building up in a terrifying wave of intent. The scenery around them shifted before Hinata's very eyes in a kaleidoscopic mirage of overlapping illusions, and she felt Kurane snag the back of her jacket and lift her off the ground with one arm, then shoot off faster than Hinata had ever seen the woman move. 10 minutes later, Kurane skidded to a stop by a rock wall marked with Kiba's chakra and unceremoniously let go of Hinata's jacket, letting her drop to the ground, then scaled the rock. Hinata caught herself, ascertained that it was indeed Kiba waiting for them in the barely visible crack in the rock wall 20 feet above ground, and called chakra to her shaking legs to follow her sensei. It was only when she collapsed inside, the cave barely wide enough to stretch her legs out, that she realized that Kurane's reserves were all but depleted. And from the way sensei was moving, that last dash through the forest had taken more than just her chakra to pull off. "Sensei dash," Kiba began, likely noticing the same, his eyes wide and hands reaching out hesitantly, but Kurane shifted Shino off her back and placed him next to Kiba instead, while she shuffled off to the mouth of the cave, fingers flying through seals. "Can you heal Shino's ankle?" Kurane demanded curtly, clearly not sparing much thought for her own physical state, and Kiba, it seemed, knew better than to try and argue, merely setting to work getting Shino's sandal off. Hinata wasn't sure what to do. She wasn't injured, just shaken and exhausted. Her chakra was more than halfway depleted, so she pulled off her backpack carefully and dug out ration bars, handing one to Shino and placing another by Kiba's knee, though she hesitated when she glanced at Kurane. She decided against disturbing the woman in her self-assigned task of, if Hinata had to guess, hiding their cave from view, and simply pulled out her water bottle, offering some to Shino, then Kiba, who took it with a grateful nod. About 3 minutes after they arrived, Kurane finally shifted away from the mouth of the cave and slumped against the wall, covering her face with her hands. "C-ranks are cursed," she mumbled, and Hinata wasn't sure if she intended for them to hear her. "Fucking mission desk. Sensei." Kiba tried again, and Hinata hated hearing him this quiet and subdued. He'd taken off his jacket in the meantime and bundled it up on his lap, propping Shino's foot up on it so it was as elevated as it could be. "Your chakra is, like, really scary low. Do you wanna, take a nap? Hinata has ration bars, so you could maybe, eat one." Hinata watched Kiba trail off when Kurane pulled her hands down her face to reveal her eyes and pin him with the flattest look Hinata had ever seen the woman direct at any of them. "Those were Jounin level Iwanin, Kiba," she told him slowly, and Hinata saw Kiba shrink away a little at her tone. "If they find us when I'm taking a nap, we're all dead. If they catch up to us when you're too chakra exhausted to fight them, we're all dead anyway." Shino replied quietly, his chin down, his eyes trained on his hands which he'd balled into fists so tight his knuckles had gone white. Kurane stared at Shino briefly, her face completely wiped of expression, then her eyes slanted Hinata. "And Hinata." She took a deep breath, steeled herself, then dug through her bag until she found the rations bar she'd been planning to give Kurane earlier. Wordlessly, she held it out until Kurane took it, and shuffled past her sensei, curling up as much as she could at the mouth of the cave, switching her Byakugan back on even as she felt the beginnings of a tension headache pulse at her temples. "I'll take first watch," she offered quietly, not looking back at her sensei, though she could both see and feel the woman stare at her back for a few seconds. Then, Kurane huffed quietly, somewhere between angry and reluctantly amused, and bit into the rations bar. About half an hour after Hinata claimed her spot on watch, Kurane's chakra evened out with sleep, shallow though it was, and Hinata felt all three of them breathe a collective sigh of relief. Kurane gave them 5 hours rest, then, under the cover of night, they snuck out of their cave and headed for the Land of Rivers. They had tracked their targets all the way through stone and into the Land of Earth, then the team of Iwanin that had been pursuing them had chased them out of Earth, through stone, and deep into the Land of Wind. "They were hurting us," Kiba had told her quietly when Shino had taken over guard from her. Hinata had blinked at him, not following, not so much tired as mentally exhausted. "Towards the wastelands. We're maybe 100 miles off." Hinata had stilled at that, because while she'd noticed that they had been running west, but she hadn't realized that they had ended up quite so far west. The wastelands, as the name aptly suggested, were a barren desert wasteland, rumored to be the home of the terrifying flora and fauna that Suna's poison masters used as ingredients for their poisons. Non-natives didn't survive long there, no matter if civilian or shinobi. Running back towards the Land of Rivers, she definitely noticed that they were much further west than she had ever ventured. It felt like they had run further just to get across the Land of Wind than they had from Konoha to Stone. But Kurane seemed to believe they would be able to find proper shelter in hidden valleys, so they pressed on, even though stopping in hidden valleys meant they would be taking the longer route back to Konoha. Except they never reached hidden valleys. Because once they passed into Land of Rivers and were about halfway between Suna and Konoha proper, they came across two figures Hinata had hoped to never meet in this life. Two figures clad in black cloaks with blood-red clouds. No. There were matches people waited for. If the Uchiha had gotten through, Asuma was willing to bet people would have been betting serious money on his match. Compared to the last Uchiha, or the Kazekige's children, a match between a member of the Nara clan and a member of the Hyuga branch house wasn't anything spectacular. Shikamaru's obvious lack of enthusiasm as he walked down the stairs into the arena also wasn't helping endear him to the audiences. But it couldn't be denied that, when they clashed for the first time and Niji attacked with the 8 trigrams, and Shikamaru appeared to, for all intents and purposes, shake the attack off, they caught the attention of those in the stands familiar with the annoyingness Hyuga fighting style. When Niji started angrily ranting about fate and the branch house and destiny, some more shinobi tuned in. When he heard Niji mention Hisashi-sensei, Asuma channeled chakra into his ears and paid attention to the conversation too instead of just the fight. Then, Shikamaru seemed to decide that he wanted everyone else to pay attention to, and Asuma worried at the mean little smirk he could see on his student's face. A Shikamaru motivated enough to be mean was a dangerous Shikamaru. He increased the chakra going to his eyes and ears. I'm gonna tell you something someone much smarter than you showed me recently. Shikamaru drawled as he once again shook off Niji's 8 trigrams, and his smirk stayed on even as he winced and kicked out to put more distance between them. Tradition is strength, yeah, but tradition is also predictable. And you have a pattern, Hyuga. You haven't fought me long enough to figure that out, no matter your apparent genius. Niji scoffed, and Asuma really didn't envy Guy for having to deal with that attitude. And no other Hyuga would fight you knowing you are to face me. Shikamaru didn't say anything at that, and Niji, it seemed, read something in his face that Asuma couldn't see, because the scowl on his face became even more hateful. Ah. I should have clarified, no other Hyuga that could help you defeat me. You should know Hinata is my inferior in every way that matters. Even her father has begun to acknowledge that she is not suited to her position of heir. Asuma sucked in a quiet breath and wondered what Hayashi thought of his nephew's commentary. He'd gleaned from Kurane that the man was far from world's best dad, but the fact be somewhat of an open secret between a group of jounin was different to having it aired out for all of Konoha's population who came to see the matches to hear. Niji squared his shoulders and glared at Shikamaru as he finished his assessment of his cousin and Shikamaru's chances of winning. Defeating her means nothing. You will not beat me. Surprisingly, Shikamaru snorted, loud enough that Asuma wouldn't have needed the chakra in his ears to hear it. Defeating her? Hinata hooped my ass every time we sparred. And then the one time I thought I had her caught, she found a way to break my technique. Shikamaru admitted freely, and Asuma paused, wondering desperately if Shikaka was anywhere in the audiences and if anyone could be counted on to record the man's reaction to his son's declaration. Somehow, I don't think you'll be that smart. Shikamaru had to pause his speech to dodge Niji's sudden attack, and Asuma winced in sympathy at the memory of the pain of blocked Tenketsu, but Shikamaru seemed uncharacteristically determined to keep going despite it. All of a sudden, Shikamaru's mean little smirk grew, and he crouched. My turn. He brushed some dirt aside and something glinted metallically in the sunlight. Ninja wire, Asuma realized suddenly, and he watched as Shikamaru dug it out from the dirt and tugged. Dozens of kunai rained on Niji from all directions, coming from the tops of the trees around the edges of the arena, each blade heading unerringly for Niji's current position, and all through it, Asuma couldn't help but think attaboy. He saw Niji's eyes widen even from as far in the stands as he sat, but then Niji spun and oh, what Asuma wouldn't have paid to see Hayashi's expression just then. Because Niji, just like his father before him, had somehow managed to reverse engineer the venerated Kaiten, at the tender age of 13, at that. Asuma glanced at Shikamaru then, wondering how his student would combat the Hyuga's ultimate defense, but if anything, Shikamaru looked satisfied. Like everything was going according to plan. And, if his suspicions as to Shikamaru's strategy were correct, it probably was. 1. He thought he saw Shikamaru mouth. That's cheating. Niji snapped when he stopped spinning, all of Shikamaru's kunai successfully deflected. No, it's not. Shikamaru denied, grinning freely now. The contract doesn't say anything about preparing the terrain beforehand. I checked with Marino-san, too. All's perfectly above board. Asuma let out a startled chuckle at Shikamaru's sass, some of the jounin in the stands beside him sending him amused glances, though some looked a little miffed, likely not having ever entertained the notion of exploiting that particular loophole. Then, his attention was drawn back to Shikamaru, because the Nara's smirk was back, his fingers in half a ram seal. Think fast. Shikamaru warned sharply, and then the kunai scattered around Niji exploded. Kunai with explosive tags. Asuma realized suddenly. He's trying to make the Hyuga use the Kaiten. 2. Shikamaru mouthed again, and indeed, when the explosions began to subside, Niji was once again spinning. And then, as Asuma watched Niji leak chakra like a sieve, it dawned on him. The Kaiten releases chakra from every single tenketsu on the user's body. The chakra drain from one alone would be dash. Asuma had to bite back a startled laugh as he realized what Shikamaru was probably aiming for. Bleed him dry, kiddo. We need to run. Kurane had never heard that note of urgency in Hinata's voice before, and as she glanced at her student, she did a double take, because Hinata looked terrified. Her eyes were wide and her grip on Kurane's sleeve was white-knuckled, and as she followed her gaze, Hinata's eyes were trained on two shinobi clad in black cloaks and straw hats. It wouldn't have been alarming, Kurane thought, if not for the giant bandaged sword strapped to the back of one of the men. His appearance was mostly hidden, but he towered over his partner, and Kurane also reckoned that there was only one country she knew that produced swords that emitted bloodlust. Kurane-sensei. Hinata demanded again, tugging on Kurane's sleeve, Kiba and Shino both staring at her in alarm, though their faces and postures were also writ with exhaustion. We have to go. Then, the shorter figure turned their head slowly, their gaze coming to rest on Kurane and her team, and Kurane felt her stomach drop. Because staring back at her was a boy she'd routinely cooked dinner for 5 years back, him and Kakashi and Yojao and Yamato all crowded into her tiny living room, all in varying stages of beaten up. Kurane had known Yojao for years, stuck by Kakashi since geninhood, and listened to Anko wax poetic about her and Yamato's trauma bonding enough to feel like she knew the man far more than she ever wanted to, even without speaking to him all too often. Hiding the fact that her friends were umbu and on a team together would have never worked on her. The fact that they were her friends also meant that she knew they didn't take care of themselves nearly well enough. Having her fridge ransacked on short notice was a small price to pay for the knowledge that Kakashi and Yojao would eat a warm meal before getting sent out again. The fact that Kakashi and Yojao and Yamato came with a pint-sized, genius tagalong hadn't been a problem. Kurane had been dealing with Kakashi since before she even knew what trauma really was, much less how it manifested. She'd engaged the boy in conversation, racked his brain on genjutsu, and did her best to make sure he knew that he could come to her even without his team there. She'd tried to be the sort of support drunk Kakashi sometimes mourned never having after the yondaime. She'd thought she could heal the boy at least a little from the horrors of umbu and the suffocating expectations of his clan. And then the boy who liked matcha dango the most and hated all sort of red meat and kept his hair long because his mother liked it long and fed the street cats when he could spare the time to had slaughtered all of the Uchiha clan and become an S-ranked missing nin overnight with seemingly no remorse. So when Kurane's gaze met Uchiha Itake's on a no-name road to Hidden Valleys, saw the recognition in his eyes, and saw the crossed-out Kiri insignia on his partner's headband, she could think of only one thing. Run. Here's the thing. Shikamaru sighed as Niji panted for breath, the third kaiten of the fight clearly taking its toll, while Shikamaru looked pained and tired but smug. No matter how impressive or flashy the tricks, the Nara continued, spinning a kunai idly on his finger, at the end of the day, a one-trick pony is just that. And someday, you're going to come across someone who will be able to counter every last one of your tricks. He caught his kunai and threw it at Niji's center of balance, the Hyuga having to throw himself bodily out of the way, though that unnatural Hyuga grace saved him from the motion looking as uncoordinated as it should have been. What will you do then, Hyuga? And then, not waiting for a reply, Shikamaru caught Niji. Smirking lazily, the Nara started walking backwards, 5 feet, then 10, then 20, only stopping when he was at the tree line and Niji was back in the center of the arena. And Shikamaru reached out towards one of the trees that lined the arena, Niji mirroring him, though the Hyuga's hand only touched empty space. Then, Shikamaru pulled and wrenched out one of the kunai that had lodged in the tree after being deflected by Niji's kaiten. The kunai which, if Asuma's memory served, was part of the set Shikamaru had tagged with explosive tags. Shikamaru considered the weapon almost idly, then threw it at Niji's feet, and Asuma could see the exact moment Niji noticed the tag around the handle. Forfeit. Shikamaru offered, having quite literally pinned the Hyuga in place. Whispers broke out among the audience as those who couldn't see the explosive tag checked what grounds Shikamaru had for the demand. But Niji remained silent. Your pride is not worth getting an explosive tag to the face at point-blank range. Shikamaru snapped, scowling at the other teen. Forfeit, damn it. Niji still did not speak. For fuck's sake. Asuma thought he heard Shikamaru mutter, then the Nara started walking towards the middle of the arena, Niji coming closer but also remaining firmly within range of the explosive tag while each stride they made towards each other shortened Shikamaru's shadow and strengthened the shadow possession. And then, when Shikamaru was about 15 feet away from Niji, more visible to the public now, he turned to Genma. Hey, Proctor-san. He called, and Genma obligingly flash-stepped closer, though still kept out of range of the explosive tag just in case Shikamaru changed his mind about exploding it. I refuse to kill this idiot. No matter how moronic he's being, he's still a Konohanin. Shikamaru announced almost boredly, though he spared a glare for Niji as if personally affronted by the other teen's stubbornness. I forfeit. Asuma let out the breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. Then, he started laughing. The uproar from the crowd once they processed Shikamaru's words drowned out his mirth, but Asuma couldn't have stopped himself even if everyone around could hear him. One glance at Niji's startled, disbelieving expression as Shikamaru cancelled the shadow possession and walked over to pick up his kunao sent him straight back into hysterics. God damn it, but he was proud of the brat. And he couldn't wait to tell Kurane. Chapter 8, Genin, 7. They ran, a boost of adrenaline from Kurane's frantic tone helping them find previously untapped energy reserves. Except, they had been running on their last legs for the better part of the day, and Hinata knew that the adrenaline would quickly run out, and once it did, they would really be in trouble. Unfortunately, or fortunately, they never got to that stage. After about 5 minutes of breakneck, desperate running, a sudden whooshing sound had Hinata turning around, only to find a massive wave of water chasing after them, too quick to outrun. Watcho you dash! She called, pushing more chakra into her feet, but just as she made to leap up, the wave caught up to her, sweeping her up mid-leap. Hinata had a sudden, suspended moment of complete disorientation, not having any idea what was up and what was down. She gasped, an unconscious response brought on by the fear and disorientation having caught up to her, and ended up breathing in a mouthful of water. She coughed, breathing in even more water in her desperate struggle for oxygen, then the wave slammed her into a tree, her back colliding with the trunk full force, knocking the little breath she'd managed to win out of her. She coughed again as the water slowly dispersed, her ribs aching with every desperate breath she drew, and summoned chakra to her hands and feet to try and claw her way onto the top of the surface and orient herself. What the hell? Kiba wheezed from somewhere off to her right, and she could hear him coughing too, his voice hoarse. Did one of them dump a whole river on us or something? It's Hoshigaki Kisame. Hinata managed breathlessly, trying to decide whether the chakra drain and headache were worth activating her Byakugan again to orient herself better. They were almost in the land of fire, so the forest was denser, and Hinata's chakra sense still wasn't good enough to locate her teammates without sight. He's called the tailed beast. So he did dump a river on us. Kiba snorted, reading between the lines, but there was no humor in his words. Well now, a voice spoke, far too close to them for comfort, and Hinata jumped, startled, whipping her head around to find Hoshigaki and Suzuki's brother about 10 meters away from her, though Kurane had positioned herself between the missing nin and the rest of Hinata's team, a final, desperate barrier between her genin and certain death. It's not often I get recognized first, especially not by a leaf brat. The Kirinin mused, sounding almost amused. Hinata pulled herself to a standing position, not comforted by the state of her coils nor how unsteady she felt on her feet. Just for that, I'm almost tempted to let you go so you can keep spreading my tails. Hinata heard Shino's Kakaicha buzz warningly in response to the words and Kiba growled, but she was more concerned by how they were all going to make it out of this altercation alive. Those were 2 S-rank missing nin, and her team was 2 genin, a ninkin puppy, her, and a genjutsu specializing jounin. When none of her team replied to the obvious taunt, the Kirinin sighed, as if disappointed, and his eyes turned to Kurane, the light in them assessing. But it's even rarer that Itaka-san personally recognizes someone. He added even as his companion remained silent at his side, wide-brimmed straw hat still on. So, who are you, Kunoichi? Kurane, instead of answering the Kirinin, seemed to speak directly to the Uchiha when she said, please. We don't want any trouble. We just wanted to rest in hidden valleys, but we can be on our way. Hinata could feel Kiba's surprise at Kurane's unusually demure tone, but Hinata could understand their sensei's approach. Charging in head first was not a favorable approach to their team for this fight. If the conflict could be avoided before it had the chance to become a conflict, Hinata would do anything to avoid it, particularly considering their already banged-up state. Even if it meant pleading with missing nin. Wordlessly, Hinata activated her Byakugan, feeling the vice around her temples tighten almost immediately, but it was briefly overshadowed by the relief she felt at finally spotting Shino some 3 meters behind her. Kisame would be the hardest to survive, and was probably the worst Akatsuki member match for her team. He had too much chakra for them to so much as make a dent in his reserves, even if all 4 of them bled themselves dry. She'd known he was a chakra monster even before she activated her dojutsu, but now she had it confirmed by the way his chakra, even when mostly stifled, was almost blinding to her Byakugan. There was only one thing that they could do against such massive reserves. Taking a deep breath, Hinata shifted carefully, moving away from the trunk with tiny steps and shuffling slowly backwards, keeping her gaze forward, trained on even the smallest of movements from their opponents. The Kirinin laughed at Kurene's words, the sound cruelly amused, though his attention seemed focused on their sensei, much to Hinata's advantage and relief. Unfortunately for you, Leaf Nin, we're headed to Leaf, and we can't afford to have you running off and blabbing of our arrival. Hoshigaki chortled, even as he hefted his sword and grinned at Kurene, all sharp teeth and bloodlust so thick Hinata felt like she would choke on it. She pushed through it, taking another couple of tiny steps towards Shino until she could stretch her hand out and grab his wrist, letting the wide sleeve of his jacket hide her fingers. So regardless of whether you want trouble or not, trouble's found, yeah. The Kirinin concluded. Itaka-kun. Kurene urged the Uchiha more directly, and in any other situation, Hinata would have glanced at their sensei for the overly familiar address. She hadn't been aware there was history there. As it was, she used the moment's shock from the swordsman and let her pointer finger flicker lightly over Shino's pulse, the only method of communication she could afford to risk. Absorb chakra? She felt Shino tense beneath her touch, but she wasn't sure whether it was from her question or from Kurene's earnest, somewhat desperate, "They're kids. Please." Hinata was keeping her gaze forward so she caught the moment something complicated passed over the swordsman's face, a shadow and a flicker of what might have, in another situation, been guilt or regret, before it was gone just as quickly. "Yeah, well," he huffed, clearly answering for Itake, and Hinata felt Shino's responding flutter of sword against the top of her hand, and stifled the relieved sigh that wanted to escape her at the fact that Shino had caught on. "It's your village's fault for putting kids on front lines. I thought Leaf's supposed to be better than that." Taking advantage of the fact that the swordsman's attention was still firmly on Kurene, Hinata tapped her finger over Shino's wrist again. "No, body. Steel chakra." Shino nodded, and she squeezed his wrist once for courage, then removed her hand. At Hoshigaki's words, Kurene snorted, visibly surprising the man, and, if Hinata was reading them well, her teammates as well. "That's just propaganda." Kurene dismissed, the words bitter and weighted, and another shadowed look passed briefly through the swordsman's eyes. "On that, Kunoichi, we agree," he replied, then he was suddenly in front of Hinata and Shino, swinging his sword in an arc that would have flattened them both. Hinata had been tense and half waiting for an attack since the wave that had swept them off their feet, so she pushed Shino to the side and flickered in her quickest shunshin of the day, appearing 2 meters to the left of her previous position, but well out of the sword's range. Fang over fang, she heard Kiba call, the Inyazuka seemingly having been comparably ready for an attack, and a split second later, twin bullets were heading for Hoshigaki, making the swordsman laugh even as he swung his sword and knocked one of the bullets off course, sending Kiba, no, Akamaru, the transformation breaking when the dog got hit, into a nearby tree. Wondering whether joining the fray would be more of an advantage or a distraction, Hinata gathered chakra in her right hand and flickered to Hoshigaki's side when he swung his sword again, striking out with her hand, intent on his main chakra coils. But the man was unexpectedly agile for his size and bulk, and he twisted out of the way, reversing the grip on his sword to bring it crashing down on Hinata, but she flickered again, appearing barely a meter to his left, trying to jab her fingers into his side this time. She could hear, just barely, the buzz of Shino's kikaicha when Hoshigaki's sleeve swept too close to her face for comfort, the man's elbow just barely missing her nose as she flickered again, thanking the stars for Kiba when her teammate zoomed at Hoshikage again right as the man swung his sword wide, clearly trying to flatten her. Shino was suddenly beside her, swarms of bugs emerging from his sleeves and heading for Hoshigaki from the side Kiba wasn't covering, the colony so dense it seemed to block out light. Hoshigaki swung his sword wide, and Hinata heard Kiba whimper where he must have gotten hit, and some of the kikaicha dropped to the ground, hit by whatever was in the Kirinin's sword, but the vast majority reached their target, settling on every visible patch of the swordsman's skin and crawling beneath fabric as well to join the rest of their fray. "Fucking enough of this," the Kirinin cursed, flickering through 4 seals. Then the water that had mostly sunk into the ground rose up in a grotesque, 3-headed dragon, each of the heads intent on Hinata and her teammates. I don't like killing kids, but I'm making exception. Before she gathered the presence of mind to get out of the way, Hinata was momentarily struck speechless by the fact that the Kirinin had reduced a technique she knew contained 44 signs to 4 and modified it, all seemingly on the fly. She had known, from Niji's account, that her cousin had considered the clone of Hoshigaki, the one they had later found out contained only 30% of the chakra of the original, to be the strongest and most challenging shinobi Niji had ever had to fight. It was not an opinion she had ever wanted to prove for herself. Chunin Team Guy, with Niji and Guy at Jounin, had barely survived the clone whose only purpose had been to delay them. Hinata's Genin team, barely 6 months post-academy, was currently facing the man's full form, Uchiha Itachi in tow, and they were clearly considered an annoyance to be dealt with. Not for the first time, Hinata wondered whether she hadn't doomed them all by revealing her ability and changing the course of their missions. Then, she was flickering away from the trajectory of the head aiming for her, 1 leap, 2, 3, 5, until she was between Kurenai and Itachi, at which point she flashed through the signs for the only earth jutsu she'd ever learned, taken straight from the Rokudame's arsenal, not that she'd used it in this life yet, and dropped underground. She felt the impact of the dragon's head hit the ground, felt the dirt around her grow heavier and colder as the water seeped into it, then she shuffled away from where she could still see Itachi and Kurenai with her Byakugan and pushed herself above ground. Before she could gather her wits and try to figure out whether her interruption had helped Kurenai or only distracted her, and before she could go back to make sure Kiba and Shino didn't end up flattened by the Kirinin's sword, her Byakugan caught Itachi's flash step to get closer to Kurenai and felt the minute increase of chakra in the pathways leading to his eyes. No. If Kurenai got caught in the Tsukiyomi, they would all die. Not thinking much of what she was signing up for, only knowing that her team needed Kurenai awake and fighting, Hinata forced her chakra not into the Shunshin, but the Kawarimi. She blinked, reorienting herself, and found herself staring straight into Uchiha Itachi's bloody Mangekyo. That was foolish. A voice commented as Hinata opened her eyes. The world she found herself in was so far from the one she had been wrenched from that she briefly wondered if she still had her Byakugan on, but no. This is an illusion. She told herself, taking in the blood-red skies and monochrome world, then focused on the projection of Itachi in the mindscape of the Tsukiyomi. A potent one, but an illusion nonetheless. Maybe. She agreed quietly, trying to test the strength of the bonds keeping her nailed to the cross and wincing as she felt it rip the flesh of her wrists and ankles. This is an illusion. The pain isn't real. It's your expectation of pain that's making it hurt. You won't win just because you saved your teacher a few seconds. Itachi spoke again, cutting through her thoughts like a knife, unforgiving in his sharpness, all the while coming closer to her. I can trap multiple people in the Tsukiyomi at the same time. The goal isn't to win, Uchiha-san. Hinata replied quietly, stumbling over the word as he suddenly stabbed her in the abdomen with the tanto he was holding. It wasn't something she was particularly happy to admit, but she was more than aware that her team wasn't taking on the duty of the 20 platoons 4 years early. They weren't going to try and capture Hoshigaki or Itachi, nor would their goal even be to eliminate them. No, Hinata knew that all 4 of them were thinking of one thing, and one thing only when it came to this fight. Whether by the fact that he was in her mindscape or because she had learned how to interpret Niji's expressions, she could feel Itachi's confusion at her words. The pain of him stabbing her again, this time through her chest, likely piercing her lung, was excruciating. Still. This is an illusion. She could still breathe. It hurt, the area around the stab wound was burning, her abdomen was also screaming at the less than gentle way in which Itachi had removed the sword, but her lung wasn't filling with blood and she wasn't struggling to breathe. So she smiled when Itachi ripped out the sword and stabbed her again, this time in the thigh, aware that, if this had been in the real world, she'd have passed out already from shock alone. This is an illusion. The goal is to survive. She informed him, quieter still, but Itachi's projection didn't react beyond the momentary hesitation before ripping the sword out and stabbing her through the liver. You will be dead weight once the 72 hours here are up. He declared, voice cold and detached as he ripped out his sword again. The Tsukiyomi has broken shinobi older and stronger than you. Your sacrifice will mean nothing. This is an illusion. As her body screamed for her to get out, Hinata tried to remember Kurene's advice for dealing with invocative genjutsu. She remembered an explanation of how the brain was tied to the chakra network and needed chakra to survive just as much as it needed oxygen. More importantly, she remembered the advice that a big enough disturbance in the victim's chakra coils could disrupt most illusions. Hinata took a deep breath and let it out slowly, taking strength from the fact that she could, despite what her injuries would have usually indicated, then focused on collecting her remaining chakra in her core. This is an illusion, she reminded herself again when Itaka stabbed through her foot, and she felt herself bite through her tongue at the pain. There was no blood in her mouth. This is an illusion. Her lungs still allowed her to draw in breath and her thought process wasn't affected by blood loss. Those two factors worked against the realness of Itaka's illusion even more than the monochromatic nature of Tsukiyomi's landscape. What are you doing? Itaka demanded, something sharper in his voice now, a change to the bland detachment, and Hinata wondered how much this projection of him understood what she was trying to do. This is a genjutsu. She told him when he stabbed her again, but she was concentrating on her chakra so much that she couldn't even pinpoint where he'd stabbed her, though she felt the imagined pain of the stab wound keenly. It's in my mind. It's not real. The fact that it's in your mind does not make it any less real. Itaka refuted, and Hinata almost wanted to open her eyes and look at him, because that seemed like a panicked Chino answer rather than something she'd expect from a missing nin of Uchiha Itaka's caliber. She knew, of course, that the teen before her wasn't as guilty as Konoha painted him out to be. She remembered the post-massacre murmurs that had plagued the Hyuga compound for days after Itaka defection in her first life, but she'd been too young and ignorant to understand them at the time. But, combined with Sasuke's warmongering before the Fourth War and the Godame's quiet shame when Itaka had been posthumously exonerated, Hinata had realized that there had been more to Itaka's story than she'd been aware of. Still, knowing that Itaka wasn't entirely guilty did not mean that it was any easier to disconnect from the pain when Itaka stabbed her again, through her hand this time, nor to convince herself not to feel fear when he met her eyes. This is an illusion. She reminded herself again, the mantra verging on desperate even as she kept taking deep, measured breaths, more to center herself than because she needed to breathe on this plane. The infinite Tsukiyomi felt real. She managed, feeling the toll of the dozen or so stab wounds catch up to her. Her belief that this world wasn't real was strengthened by the fact that she was still conscious, unlike how she would have been had this been happening out there. This feels like any other genjutsu, Uchiha-san, and that means it relies on will. And you believe my will to be lacking? Itaka's projection asked archly, ripping out the sword from her hand, though no blood sprayed from the wound. This is an illusion. Hinata took a gamble. Yes. Even as she whispered the word, she found that there was no doubt in her heart about the truth to her words. She kept winding the chakra she'd gathered within herself into an ever tighter ball while she met Itaka's eyes again. I do. As if in response to her claim, the crimson sky above them cracked, black nothingness extending through the cracks. Feeling a stirring of hope that she had been right, Hinata focused on the chakra she'd been gathering in her coils and cut off its access to her brain. Itaka's projection had stopped stabbing her in favor of contemplating the crack in the sky, but as the ground he was standing on split as well, likely in response to Hinata's desperation play, he turned back to her. You'll kill yourself. He observed, something different in his voice now, but Hinata was too focused on fighting back against the instinct that demanded she release her chakra to properly analyze it. The rip in the sky stretched lower, joining with the gouge in the ground, forming one enormous tear in the illusion, and, with a sound like a thunderclap, the cross Hinata was nailed to broke as well, the nails disappearing, letting her drop to the ground unscathed. At the same time as her feet touched the ground, Hinata released her chakra with a breathless gasp, culminating in the most potent kai she'd ever pulled off. The Tsukiyomi world shook, shuddered, then shattered. Shino hated feeling helpless. The first time he'd felt so helpless that even crying did not help had been when his mother had died, on a mission he hadn't been allowed to know about, with teammates who weren't allowed to talk about it with him. He'd been too young then, not even an academy student yet, so all he'd had to go off of was the fact that his mother came back home in a body scroll handed to his father by her masked teammates, and that his father's Kikaicha had been incandescent with rage and grief for days afterwards. The second time had been with Torun, when his cousin brother by then, at least in Shino's eyes, had volunteered to go with the councilman in his stead, never to be seen again. Shino dreamt, occasionally, that he could feel Torun next to him, always in his weakest moments, when he was sick or injured or unconscious, but he knew those were just dreams. He hasn't seen hide nor hair of his cousin since he was taken away when Shino was 7, he knew Torun was as lost to him as his mother. When he joined the academy, he tried to actively avoid ever feeling like that again, and simply did not allow himself to care about his classmates. It wasn't too hard considering he was too weird or quiet for most of his peers' tastes anyway. And then, his strategy of not caring was proven to have been for naught when he got assigned his team. And he got shown just how much he had failed to not care on his team's 3rd C rank. But Shino tried to learn from that mission, branched out from just his clan's techniques, covered his blind spots by working on his taijutsu and broadening his range of techniques, patched up his faults with what he hoped came across as the same dogged determination that Hinata exhibited rather than the desperation it felt like. He wouldn't say he felt confident, but at least he didn't feel lacking. And for what? Faced with the Kiri missing Nin blessed with more chakra than he'd ever seen a single person wield, and a sword that stole a good quarter of Kiba's remaining chakra in one bite and ripped apart Kiba's thigh when the Inyazuka had been a moment too slow in getting out of its range, Shino was right back where he'd started. Helpless. Kurane-sensei was keeping the Uchiha busy, and Hinata was flitting between her battle and the Kirinin, but even to Shino's eyes she was slower, taking longer to reorient herself with every shunshin. Shino focused back on the swordsman, wondering whether the situation was dire enough to justify a desperate play with Torun's Rinkaicha. His Kikaicha had been stuck on the Kirinin since before the fighting began, yet there was almost no difference in the man's chakra level. Worse yet, Shino's Kikaicha were dying, glutted by the man's chakra, faster than they could actually leech it from him enough for results to show or transfer it back to Shino. And all the while, the swordsman was throwing around high-level, high-destruction ninjutsu like it was nothing. Tailless-tailed beast, Hinata had called him. Shino hadn't understood what could have justified the moniker when she'd said it, but he certainly understood now, even if he wished he didn't. His attention was pulled from the swordsman when Kurane screamed, and he glanced at her battle with the Uchiha to find the man holding Hinata by the throat, her feet dangling off the ground. "You're good with that fighting style," the Uchiha commented, and even the Kirinin was watching him from the corner of his eye, seeming almost surprised by his partner's behavior. "But what your teacher neglected to tell you was that she learned that style from my cousin. And you are not on his level yet, Hyuga-chan." And Shino watched as the Uchiha swung his arm and threw Hinata into a nearby tree, her head colliding with the trunk with a wet thud, and Shino wrenched his attention to the swordsman, trying to move his thoughts away from worst-case scenarios. As if the thud of Hinata's skull hitting the tree was the gong to spur him into action, the swordsman turned back to him and Kiba with renewed viciousness, and Shino had a split second to decide that, yes, the situation was indeed dire enough. He'd been breeding Torun's Rinkaicha with his beetles since his cousin had been taken. The week before graduation, he'd finally created a colony with the same toxic effects as Torun's, yet ones that he could host in his body without dying of their poison. He'd had almost a month to get used to them, to learn how to call on them as if they were his own, then asked to be infused with them before his team's 1st C rank. The poisoning he had suffered on their doomed 3rd C rank had been because the part of Torun's colony he hosted in his body had gotten crushed when he'd taken the beating from the taijutsu specializing Iwanin. It had nearly killed him. And now, as he took off his glove and wondered how he'd get close enough to the swordsman to infect him with Torun's poison without getting flattened, he was glad that Torun's memory would hopefully be what gave his team a fighting chance. "Kiba," he rasped, taking off his other glove and stashing both carefully in his pocket, wiping the blood from his brow before it could dribble into his eye, "get me an opening. And, whatever you do, don't touch me." Kiba was panting, bleeding, and limping, the entire left side of his pants soaked in blood. Akamaru, too, was barely moving, and Shino saw Kiba glance at the Ninken, but whatever he'd seen on Shino's face seemed to be enough for him to nod without asking any questions, throw one more worried glance at Akamaru, then shoot off to do as asked. All 4 of them were on their last legs, while the Kirinin was unscathed, and the Uchiha didn't have so much as a hair out of place. If there was ever a time for desperate plays, it was now. Kurane knew why Hinata had done what she had. She hated it, hated that Hinata felt like she had to do it, but she could understand the reason. What she didn't understand was how the girl had gotten up almost immediately after slumping down, even after Kurane felt the genjutsu take. She had heard enough horror stories about Uchiha Dojutsu, and whatever monster evolution of it Itaki had acquired after defecting, to know that Hinata should not have been able to simply shrug it off. And yet, then, she had no more time to think because she was once again engaging Itaki, trying to keep the teen away from her students after he'd held Hinata by the throat and thrown her like a ragdoll, and she had the sinking realization that the gentle boy she'd once known was well and truly gone. What the fuck dash? Hearing that exclamation was rarely good on a battlefield, much less when it came from a man nicknamed the Tailless-Tailed Beast before his age had reached double digits. Borrowing a move she'd seen Guy perform countless times, Kurane spun around until she could kick at Itaka's ankles, then, when the teen stumbled and shunshined away, she turned to see what had prompted Hoshigaki to cry out as he had. She found a purple mass quickly spreading over the swordsman's arm, destroying both sleeve and flesh as it went. It was barely at the elbow so far, but Kurane could see the rotting, burned flesh the mass of insects was leaving in its wake. Unfortunately, she also saw the moment Hoshigaki realized what it meant for him, and witnessed the flash of rage and panic in his eyes, right as his gaze fell on Shino. No. The man swung his sword, one-handed now, but more than strong enough to be able to heft the weapon around regardless of the handicap, his gaze furious and intent on the Abarame. No. Kurane didn't think, pulling the same move Hinata had pulled minutes previous, she substituted herself with Shino, knowing she was too far away and too low on chakra to do anything else. She caught the momentary flash of surprise in the swordsman's eyes when his target changed, but at that point, it was too late to redirect his momentum. Kurane saw the sword, saw the spray of blood as it connected with her side, then she saw no more. Hinata's scream caught in her throat. Before Kurane's body even hit the ground, Hinata was in motion, flash-stepping to Sensei's side and catching the woman, her hands becoming immediately drenched with blood as they slid through the mess of cloth and ripped flesh in their search for purchase. Then, she was flash-stepping away, towards Kiba, not even caring that she'd turned her back on 2S rank shinobi. Kiba, she rasped, not even sure what she was asking for, but knowing that, out of all of them, Kiba had the most chance of fixing the missing part of Kurane's side, please. She was peripherally aware of Hoshigaki cursing as he used a dagger to saw through his upper arm, likely to prevent whatever Shino had done from spreading to the rest of his body, but she was more focused on Kiba and Kurane. Fucking I'm going to kill these brats, give me a sec, Itaka-san. The man raged, but he was still focused on his arm. Damn it. Think Kakuzu can reattach it? You'll have to ask. The Uchiha replied, stoic even in the face of his partner's injury, but Hinata's eyes were glued to the way Kiba's hands were shaking as he tried to cut away Kurane's shirt so he could get at her ruined side. Or, the missing, jagged space where her side used to be. Let's go, Kisame. They're in no shape to chase after us, and killing a leaf team will have more leafnin up in Akatsuki's business. The Uchiha ordered, and Hinata heard the quiet poof of something being sealed away and the Hoshigaki grunting something vaguely affirmative. I don't like leaving enemies alive behind me, Itaka-san. The Hoshigaki grouched, and Hinata felt another wave of ki emanate from the man. You consider 3 injured genin to be your enemies? Shino asked, and Hinata jerked her head around to stare disbelievingly at her teammate, unable to believe that Shino was goading their enemies. Brat. The swordsman spat, and Shino suddenly flew past Hinata, smacking into a nearby rock arm first, and Hinata was close enough to hear the snap of bone as well as Shino's muffled scream of pain. You have some nerve. Let's go. The Uchiha repeated, and Hinata watched him turn away, dismissing her team as a threat. Letting them live. She watched as the swordsman huffed, hefted his sword, and, miraculously, followed after his partner. Oh, thank God. Kiba whimpered beside her, and Hinata turned back to him just in time to see his hands finally light up green. A flickering, faltering green, but green nonetheless. Unfortunately, she also caught sight of the full extent of Kurane's injury, and her breath caught. Yeah. Kiba agreed, sounding breathless and a little dazed. I'm not gonna be able to fix it all. I barely got the stupid fish to stop flopping around, haven't even started on internal injuries. You have the best chance out of all of us to make a difference for Sensei. Shino replied, his voice tight with pain, and Hinata nodded in agreement. See, can I help? She asked quietly, worried by the visible tremble in Kiba's hands as he tried to knit together the hole in Kurene's side. You don't even have enough chakra to keep your Byakugan on. Kiba dismissed, and Hinata blinked, only just realizing that he was right. Go help Shino set his arm if you wanna help. Somewhat chastised, Hinata went to do as told, trying to avoid thinking about the complete stillness of Kurene's body. Kiba wouldn't be trying to heal her if she wasn't still alive, they would be fine. They would. Wordlessly, she dug in her backpack for her bandages and offered some to Shino, along with a protein bar and her water bottle. She made sure to grab a bar for herself as well, because she hadn't even noticed her Byakugan switching off, and she knew that, unlike the Sharingan, her dojutsu wasn't particularly chakra-intensive. The fact that she didn't even notice she'd gotten so low on chakra as to not be able to sustain the Byakugan anymore would have been a lot more alarming in any other circumstances. As it was, she simply ate her protein bar then set about splinting Shino's arm with the branch he'd found. Chiseling down the sides of the branch so it would be at least somewhat flat made her aware of just how much her own hands were shaking. And then, when Shino's arm was more or less splinted and Hinata had eaten her bar and drank some water, Kiba suddenly swayed and slumped against Kurene's limp thigh, the green at his fingers flickering then dying out completely. Hinata was on her feet and by Kiba's side in seconds, falling to her knees next to him and frantically checking for his pulse. She found it, but it was weak, too barely there for the amount of adrenaline and cortisol that should have still been coursing through Kiba's veins. Byakugan, she called, praying that the chakra boost her protein bar and some rest had granted her would be enough chakra to keep her Byakugan on long enough to locate what could have made Kiba so weak. What she saw once she rode out the wave of agony activating her dojutsu brought on was almost worse than Kurene's wound. Kiba's chakra coils were nearly entirely empty, only the barest flicker of blue still wrapped around his heart and brain, but even that was fading fast. No, she whispered, turning Kiba over so she could reach his abdomen, not sure whether she had enough chakra to even attempt a chakra transfer but knowing she was going to try one regardless. Not for the first time, she cursed the fact that, unless their clan made their own ones, genin weren't allowed to buy and use the standard-issue soldier pills. What's the matter? What happened? Shino demanded, stumbling to his feet as well, but Hinata waved for him to stay away while as she placed her other hand over Kiba's fifth gate. She tried to take deep breaths to focus, but her ribs screamed, reminding her viciously of the fact that she'd been thrown into a tree twice over the course of the fight and almost certainly broke some ribs. Once she stopped heaving and no longer felt like crying, she took a slow, shallower breath and tried to match her chakra frequency to that of Kiba's to ease the transfer as much as possible. He depleted his chakra. She told Shino quietly as she blocked out everything but Kiba's chakra wavelength. I'm fixing it. Hinata took a final, steadying breath, then slowly pushed half of her recovered chakra into Kiba's core. This time, with fewer things requiring her immediate attention, she felt the chakra loss keenly, but she also knew they couldn't linger no matter how much she currently wanted to curl up into a ball and cry. Can you carry Sensei? She asked Shino, her voice only shaking a little as she gestured to Kurene's prone form. The wound in the woman's side wasn't fully healed, still bleeding sluggishly, but Hinata had neither the blood-replenishing pills nor the chakra control in this life to do anything about that. We need to head for the village. Hidden Valleys. Shino checked, and with one of his glasses lenses cracked, Hinata could clearly see the way his eyebrows furrowed at the idea. No, Hinata shook her head, wincing at the pain in her neck and the wave of nausea that overcame her at the sudden motion. Konoha. We're days away. Shino pointed out, and Hinata hummed even as she cautiously bent down to try and heft Kiba onto her back. And chakra exhausted. I know. And I don't know enough about our non-aggression treaties with Hidden Valleys to say what's a good choice right now. She admitted and glanced at Shino when she straightened, trying not to let her panic show on her face. But I know I'll feel better once we're in the Land of Fire. Shino studied her for a few seconds, what she could see of his face lined with exhaustion, pain, and worry, then, finally, he nodded. Can you help me get Sensei on my back? Wordlessly, Hinata obliged, then, with a final sweep of her Byakugan to make sure they hadn't garnered any watchers when they'd been stationary, She deactivated her dojutsu and set off in the direction of Konoha, Shino falling into step beside her. Suddenly there was a quiet shuffle next to them before Akamaru emerged from a nearby shrub, dirty and bloody and limping but alive. Hinata sighed with relief and bent down as much as she could without dropping Kiba or aggravating her ribs, scooping the Ninken onto her shoulders and letting it curl up in the gap between her shoulder and Kiba's neck. Then, they were off. She lost count of how long they'd been walking, not able to spare the energy to run, weighed down with their teammates as they were, when Shino suddenly stilled, gesturing for her to stop as well. "Enemies," he rasped, his voice hoarse, the side of his jacket stained with Kurene's blood. They'd ran out of water some time ago and Hinata did not know the terrain enough to risk separating in search of a stream, nor could she really spare the chakra for a water jutsu just then. 100 meters ahead. Group of 4. Wordlessly, Hinata activated her Byakugan, the pounding in her temples almost knocking her off her feet with the pain, but once it passed, she swept the area Shino had indicated, trying to get an idea of their opponents. Genin team. She decided, locating 3 smaller signatures and 1 Jounin-sized. Not leave. Strategy? Shino asked, an unsteady note in his voice, and Hinata glanced at him assessingly, Hoshigaki's words echoing in her mind, "I don't like to leave enemies alive behind me." Her stomach churned at the thought, but she knew they could not afford another fight. Surprise attack. She replied, and saw Shino flinch at the words. "I'll do it. But I might need your Kikaicha for after." It spoke to how exhausted the both of them were that Shino didn't argue, and Hinata didn't try to explain the sudden blankness in her voice. She palmed a kunao instead and focused on her chakra coils, suppressing them as much as possible. Then, she untied her headband and stashed it in her pocket, before she slowly lowered Kiba and Akamaru to the ground, stretching out her back as she straightened and loosening her muscles as much as she could. When she could not delay the move any longer, she let the Shunshin take her, covering half the distance between her and Shino and the unknown Genin team in one leap. With her Byakugan, she could tell that they seemed to be settling in for the night, laying out bedrolls and stringing up hammocks and throwing up environmental genjutsu to hide their presence. Unfortunately for them, genjutsu didn't fool her eyes, nor Shino's bugs. Normally, she would have avoided confrontation at all cost, but with the state her and Shino were in, they would not be able to sneak around the camp without getting noticed by the Jounin. And that, they could simply not afford. The Genin team had to go. With that thought in mind, Hinata let the battle calm she hadn't felt since their 3rd C rank settle in her bones, easing her worry and guilt at what she was about to do, then went through the seals for a henge, picking a no-name grass kunoichi she remembered from the war, then flickered the last 50 meters that separated her from the campsite. She landed right behind the Jounin, the hand holding onto her kunao with a white-knuckled grip already in motion, heading for the man's throat. And right in time, too, because the man was mid-turn when she landed, his sword half-drawn, having apparently sensed her somehow, but Hinata was a split second faster. Her kunao stabbed into the side of the man's throat, piercing into his trachea but not through because she didn't manage to shove her knife in deep enough before the Jounin bent backwards, using his superior height to get out of her range. She let the kunao go and instead jabbed her palm directly into his chakra core, manually opening his 6th chakra gate, then followed with another strike to his heart. If he didn't go into cardiac arrest, bleed out, or asphyxiate from the wound to his throat, he'd leak chakra until he had none left and die anyway. Then, as she debated between leaving the Jounin or making sure he stayed down, she felt a sudden, sharp pain across her back. Jerking around, she realized that one of the Genin had thrown a volley of shuriken at her when she'd attacked their sensei, and she'd been too focused on getting the Jounin out of the picture to notice the attack, much less dodge. But, as she turned around and let her Byakugan flicker out, having handled the worst threat, she finally took in the Kiri insignia across the Genin's headbands. They seemed to be younger than her team, the oldest maybe 10 years old at most, but all 3 were baring their teeth at her, looking scared but ready for a fight despite having been caught when their guard had been down. "I don't want to kill you," Hinata told them quietly, half of her attention still on their dying teacher, not fully trusting that the Jounin would actually stay down, even if he'd gone down easily enough. "Please don't make me. You killed our sensei," the oldest one hissed, sword drawn, and looking like she was almost angling for the fight. Hinata winced, realizing that her words didn't exactly line up with her actions, but they were still true. That's hardly benevolent. Go back to your village. Hinata urged, even as she assessed their surroundings and the state of her chakra, knowing that, if it did come to a fight, she could still claw the upper hand, even without calling for Shino. Genin were, after all, generally bad when it came to recognizing genjutsu. Please. With an angry scream, the oldest of the three Kiri Genin ran at her, sword raised, and Hinata almost wanted to sigh. Instead, she struck out with a vacuum palm, knocking the girl back into her other teammate, then flashed through the seals for the first combat-specific illusion Kurane had taught her. Magan, Jubakusatsu. She murmured, giving the ghost of the illusion a second to settle around the genin. She drew another kunao and stepped closer, focusing to make sure the illusion made it look like she was melting out of the tree above the genin. Then her eyes happened to fall on the youngest of the three, and her knife stilled inches from the girl's throat. The girl was still trapped in the illusion, but Hinata's gaze caught on her brown hair and her eyes, which, wide and scared as they currently were almost as pale as Hanabi's. Suddenly, Hinata felt sick for an entirely different reason than her earlier nausea. To be Umbu was to have ice in one's blood, to make decisions and sacrifices that were otherwise avoided at all cost. If Hinata had been wearing her mask just then, she wouldn't have hesitated. She would have hated herself afterwards all the same, but she wouldn't have hesitated. But she wasn't Umbu, not here, not yet. Here, she was a genin, and as such, could afford to doubt, to hesitate, to lower her blade. Because, well, was she really about to kill children her sister's age, all for the crime of being in the wrong place at the wrong time? Was she really so far gone? As if that thought had been a bucket of cold water over her head, Hinata dropped her kunao and turned on her heel, flashing back to Shino's side and trying to keep her stomach from rioting. She needed 4 shunshin trips to cover the distance that had only taken 2 the first time, her chakra all but spent. When she finally came to a stop, she let her henge drop and fell to her knees, dropping her forehead to the ground and fighting the urge to cover her head with her arms and cry. Hinata? Shino asked, startled, his Kakaicha buzzing agitatedly around them. Is it done? The J-Jounin's dead. She reported breathlessly, knotting her fingers into her bangs and pulling harshly, trying to ground herself. The genin are under genjutsu, but they're alive. Do you want me to? Shino trailed off, but Hinata shook her head, as much as she could with her hands still in her hair, and made a disagreeing sound. And not a threat. She managed through gasping breaths, only belatedly realizing that she was hyperventilating. Her ribs hurt, her scalp hurt, her back hurt. She wanted Kurane to be awake, to tell them what to do. Or she wanted her old body back, with her old reach, and one in which it wasn't as easy to throw her around and hurt her. One in which her teammates weren't literal children, but her peers. One in which she was rarely called on to make the important decisions. She must have stayed silent for a moment too long because Shino took off, likely to direct his bugs at the Jounin's body, and Hinata took the few seconds his absence granted her to try and get her breathing under control. Only, once she wasn't drowning out all other sound with her desperate gasps, she realized that Akamura was whining, a constant, high, panicked sound as he nosed at Kiba's throat. Hinata raised her head and shuffled over to Kiba's side, gently pushing the Ninkin aside to be able to get to his partner's neck. She didn't find any obvious injury that could have had Akamura so panicked, but when she went to press her fingers over Kiba's pulse point, her heart dropped. Kiba's pulse was gone. Hinata scrabbled at Kiba's shirt, not even caring as she tore the material and ripped one of her nails up when it caught on a zip. As soon as she had Kiba's chest bare, she started on the emergency CPR Kurane had them learn in both of her timelines, trying to keep the panic at bay enough to accurately count her compressions and the seconds Kiba spent without a pulse. When she got to 30 compressions, she bent down over Kiba's face, pinched his nose, and breathed into his mouth, once, twice, checking all the while to make sure his chest rose with each breath, then went back to the compressions. Kiba's heart still wasn't picking up. What dash? Shino had apparently returned, but Hinata didn't have the time for an explanation. Take over. She ordered, running through the signs for the localized lightning jutsu Sakura had taught her once, though she wasn't channeling chakra yet. She knew she didn't have enough even for such a small-scale jutsu. She'd barely had enough chakra for the shunshin, and that took almost nothing from her. I'm going to need some of your chakra. she told Shino, trying to summon the medic voice Sakura had mastered during the war but missing by a mile. I don't know how to do transfers. Shino shot back before bending over to breathe into Kiba's mouth. That's fine. Hinata dismissed, letting him finish the set before she replaced his hands with her right one, fingers spread in 5 points over Kiba's heart. Put your hand on mine and channel chakra. I'll burn you. Shino warned, but did as asked. That's fine. Hinata repeated, then closed her eyes. She ran through the seals, one-handed this time, and slowly drew the chakra she'd need from Shino's hand into hers. She could feel the strangeness of it, could feel the foreign wavelength cause burns on her skin as she drew it into her coils, but she blocked out the pain in favor of tracking the foreign chakra as it cycled through her arm, into her main reserves, then back again, before it settled. She repeated the process 2 more times, counting seconds all the while, then breathed out and pushed Shino's hand away. Finally, she channeled the chakra she'd leached from Shino and ran through the seals properly this time, letting her fingers light up with isolated bursts of controlled lightning. Then, one hand over the pulse point in Kiba's throat, the other hand in position over Kiba's heart, she let her fingers drop onto his chest. Kiba's back bowed, his whole body jerking under her touch, but when his back hit the grass again and Hinata scrambled to find his pulse point, she finally felt his pulse, weak and thready but there. 214 seconds. From the moment she realized he didn't have a pulse to the moment it came back. Just over 3.5 minutes, and even then, Akamaru could have been whining longer, but she hadn't realized because she'd been having a breakdown. Kiba might end up with permanent brain damage because she couldn't deal with a C-rank mission. Falling from her knees onto her bum, she crawled until she could sag against a nearby tree and finally gave in to the urge to cry. We need a code. Shino murmured an interminable amount of time later, his gaze unfocused as he stared off into the tree-line, having pocketed his glasses sometime during their med dash towards the village. What? Hinata asked wearily, rubbing the last of the tears from her eyes and trying to gather together enough energy to push herself to her feet. A code. For our team. The Uchiha recognized Sensei after you called her name. Hinata blinked, absorbing that. After a few seconds, she could visualize the exact moment Shino was referring to. Whatever reply she was going to give turned into ash on her tongue when it fully hit her that Shino was right. By not knowing the connection between the Uchiha and their sensei and calling Kurene's name to get the woman's attention, she'd inadvertently doomed them all. Hinata felt as if her blood had turned to ice, her heart skipping a beat then picking up double time. She couldn't deal with that just then. She tried to tell Shino that they needed to get a move on, that they'd lingered too long, that the Kiri genin nearby were genin but could still break out of the genjutsu if given enough time to figure it out. But her tongue felt like lead and her heartbeat picked up when she opened her mouth to speak, panic wrapping its claws around her lungs until she felt like she couldn't breathe. Instead, she wordlessly rearranged Kiba until she could pick him up in a princess carry, her back still smarting from the shuriken the Kiri genin had thrown at her, and gestured at the forest stretching out endlessly before them. She had to put Kiba down and help Shino heft Kurene onto his back, having forgotten about Shino's broken arm in her daze, but once they were both ready, Hinata cradled Kiba to her chest, her fingers finding the pulse point on his wrist almost of their own accord while Akamaru found a spot on Kiba's stomach. They set off, an uneasy silence falling between them, and Hinata prayed that they would not encounter any more complications. They didn't. Not in the form of enemy nin, at least. But Hinata had to use her lightning jutsu 2 more times, and she couldn't help but wonder whether she wasn't simply prolonging the inevitable after the 3rd time Kiba's heart gave out on him. Her fault. Shikaka wouldn't say that he was having a good day. His good days entailed staying home, spending time with his wife, maybe playing shogi or go with Shikamaru, potentially going for a beer with Inoichi and Chauza. His good days entailed rest. His good days usually didn't entail being responsible for the entire village because he got saddled with the position of acting cage. They rarely entailed having to tally up losses and argue with the elders against promoting the academy's graduating class half a year early to make up for the chunk of the Chunin forces lost to Orochimaru's invasion. And they never entailed having to tell his son and his son's sensei that, actually, the official grace period for missing in action genin teams had officially run out a week ago, and so the chances of Team 8 ever coming back were slim to none. He was in the middle of an informal debrief with the acting Chunin commander when his not-so-good day turned a little less horrid. "Shikaku-sama, sir," a Genin Corps runner burst through the door, getting a stern glare from the acting Chunin commander, though it wasn't anywhere near what Shikaku knew Iwashi could dish out. They were all exhausted though, so perhaps it was to be expected that the man wasn't as much of a hard-ass as Shikaku knew he could be. "Uehai's team is back." It took Shikaku a moment to place the name, but when he did, he got to his feet, sending Iwashi a briefly apologetic look. "Uehai Kurene's team. Asuma's friend's team. Inoichi's Kaoruhei's team. Shikamaru's friend's team." The Genin team that had been missing in action for almost 2 months on a mission that should have taken 2, maybe 3 weeks max. Them coming back in any state that wasn't a body bag was a miracle. "Where are they?" "Mission's office," Shikaku demanded, throwing his Jounin vest on and tying his hair back up as he headed for the door. The Genin messenger grimaced, looking almost apologetic. The hospital, sir." Shikaku's hopes plummeted as quickly as they had risen. "Alive. More or less." That was never a good answer in Shikaku's experience, but he couldn't exactly refuse to attend the debrief. Especially if it meant that the elders would get to the kids before him. Giving himself one final check to make sure he was presentable, he sighed. "Lead the way." Chapter 9, Genin, 8. Shikaku stepped into the hospital's urgent care wing and didn't even need anyone to direct him to the walking dead that appeared to be Team 8's Genin. Or, rather, the only one that was still standing, the little Hyuga that had helped Shikamaru prepare for the final stage. Only now she was covered in blood and grime and looked like she really should have been in psych instead of barely keeping her balance in the hospital's waiting area, standing in the corner of the room with a whining Ninken puppy on her shoulder and haunted, bloodshot eyes. Kotetsu, standing a few feet to the girl's left and eyeing her worriedly, spotted him as soon as he walked in, and the Chunin muttered something to Hinata before he walked briskly over to Shikaku, his uniform stained with blood at the shoulder and hip, though at least it didn't seem to be his. "You got a report for me?" Shikaku greeted, not sure he was liking the fact that Hagani actually looked serious for once. "Not as such, Shikaku-sama," the gate guard replied, but the usual accompanying sheepish gesture that Shikaku would have expected was nowhere to be seen. "Kid's mute, haven't been able to get anything from her." "Her teammates?" Shikaku tried, wondering whether this is what the Genin messenger had meant by more or less. "Inyazuka and Kurane are in critical condition, and the Abarame headed off to psych as soon as he signed in at the gates. Izumo went after him cause the kid didn't look great, and I took the rest here." Kotetsu explained, and Shikaku sighed, then started walking towards Hinata, keeping his pace slow and his body language as unthreatening as possible. It didn't seem to be enough, because the Ninken on the Hyuga's shoulder switched from whining to growling as soon as Shikaku got within 5 feet of the girl, and those dead, empty eyes rose to meet his. "Hinata-chan." Shikaku greeted, feeling Kotetsu startle at his side at the address, but keeping his attention firmly on the Genin. "Glad to see you made it back." The nature of their return was still up in the air, but the sheer fact that all 4 members of Team 8 were back in the village after being written off as missing in action was an accomplishment in and of itself. He got the shallowest of shallow nods at his words, and the girl winced, as if even that minuscule movement hurt. Glancing briefly at Kotetsu, Shikaku flicked through Chunin sign with his right hand, "Medical checkup." Kotetsu shook his head, grimacing slightly as he rubbed at the bandage over his nose with one hand while the one at his side flickered through a response, "No attack to nurse." Shikaku raised an eyebrow, wondering about the level of dissociation he was likely currently witnessing from the Genin when he caught movement from Hinata in his peripheral vision. He turned to face her fully, catching the last few twitches of her fingers against her elbow, and though he recognized the motion, he needed to be sure. "I'm sorry, could you repeat that?" he requested, eyes on the hands with which Hinata was clutching her elbows, and this time, the twitches of her right hand's fingers were impossible to miss, as slow as they were, assumed enemy sorry. "Oh." Kotetsu breathed, staring at the girl with a mix of surprise and wariness. "I didn't even think to try Chunin sign with her. It's not taught at the academy, assuming she wouldn't know it was a fair assumption to make." Shikaku dismissed, focusing back on Hinata. "Do you feel up to answering a few questions?" Another slow nod, and another wince, but Shikako could push the guilt at interrogating the girl in the state she was in to the back of his mind until he got the answers he needed. It has been almost 2 months since your team set out on a mission that shouldn't have taken more than a fortnight. What delayed you? He asked sharply, catching another slanted glance from Kotetsu at the change, though Hinata didn't even seem to register his tone. Missing Nin, came the slow, dreaded reply. Could you identify them? Country, jutsu, appearance. Shikako pressed, exchanging a brief, weighted look with Kotetsu. There were a lot of missing Nin out there. For starters, Hinata's answer to his question could explain whether he needed to bump their mission's rank up a letter or two. Jounin. Earth, Hinata signed, swallowing hard, her eyes on the floor even as her fingers continued to move. Water, another pause, longer this time. Fire. Shikako very carefully avoided reacting outwardly at the list, and he hoped Kotetsu had gotten better at controlling his expressions in the last few months. Do you know how to use a bingo book? He asked Hinata instead, already reaching into his pocket even before he got another tiny nod in confirmation. He handed the book over and watched her flip through to the section on Jounin with a curious surety, though he couldn't think of a situation where a genin would have had the time to become so familiar with layout of the bingo book, and he doubted Kurane would have been quite so militant with the kids. Then, he stilled as Hinata flipped the book around and showed them the double-page spread on Iwa's Headhunter Squad, 2 Jounin and a Chunin that have been around since before Minato became a ghost story for Iwanin. They still alive? Kotetsu asked when Shikako simply stared, and Hinata slowly turned the book back towards herself and signed an affirmative. That meant that a fresh genin team had somehow managed to evade one of Iwa's best tracking squads, and Shikako reckoned that he was probably overdue a long talk with Uehai. But then Hinata was back to flicking through the pages, and the next shinobi she showed them had Shikako sucking in a startled breath. Hoshigaki Kisame stared back at him from the page, the bingo book entry picture complete with sharpened teeth and the bloodthirsty smile that Shikako could personally confirm as accurate. Hoshigaki was almost single-handedly responsible for the sleepless night Shikako had endured poring over village defenses with the Umbu commander. The Kirinin had somehow made his way through the village unimpeded despite being far from inconspicuous. They couldn't afford such obvious weaknesses in the system, especially so soon after a full-scale invasion. He also desperately needed the written report of how 3 genin and a ninkin had made it out of an encounter with Kiri's tailless tailed beast, alive, on his desk yesterday. But then, Hinata showed them the last page, and Shikaku's stomach sank. He should have expected it. A part of his mind had been warning him that it was the likely conclusion as soon as he saw Kisame's face, but seeing Uchiha Ataka's Chunin promotion photo staring back at him still felt like a punch to the gut. He had no idea how Team 8 had managed to escape with their lives. The genin messenger's response of more or less was starting to sound like a miracle. I will need a written report as soon as you feel up to providing one. He informed the girl, watching as she blinked slowly at him, her expression seeming far away. But for now, I think it would be better to have you checked out by the medics. You're home, your team is safe. You did well, Hinata-chan. The girl blinked again, slower still, and this time, her eyes didn't open fully. The bingo book slipped from her loose grip and hit the floor with a quiet thud, and then Hinata's legs folded under her too. She would have hit the ground if Kotetsu hadn't caught her, and his alarmed shout had one of the attending medics hurry over to them, though his voice was steady and calm as he greeted Shikaku and instructed Kotetsu on how to hold Hinata up. When the medic's hand fell on Hinata's sternum, however, the calm mask shattered and he cursed, barking orders and dropping his clipboard onto the floor to get both hands on Hinata's body. Through the flurry of medics that descended on the girl and the curses that were falling from their lips, Shikaku realized that the fact that the girl was still standing was a miracle in and of itself. When the medics carted Hinata away on a stretcher, the ninkin puppy managing to squish itself between the girl's legs and evading every medic that tried to remove it, Shikaku turned to Kotetsu. The Chunin looked pale, staring after the genin with wide eyes, and when he saw Shikaku looking, he swallowed, looking guilty. I didn't realize. Sorry, Shikaku-sama. He apologized, guilt and anxiety and still the slightest bit of awe marring his face. Shikaku took a deep breath, then let it out slowly. Neither did I, he confessed simply, then bent to pick up his dropped bingo book, which he tucked back into his jacket pocket. Then, he turned on his heel and headed for the double door out of the hospital's waiting area. Tell the medics to let me know when she'll be up for writing that report. And then he left, because, really, on the scale of the crises he had to deal with today, this was more along the miracle side of the spectrum. Ino had never given Kiba much thought. Even when paralyzed in bed in the hospital, her old academy classmates rarely crossed her mind. The medics had allowed Sakura's bed to be brought into her room, both of them likely to be in the hospital long term, and Ino didn't know whether the medics had actually caved to her requests, demands, or whether they were that desperate for more rooms in the hospital after the invasion. The point was, the result was the same. Her and Sakura were able to share a room, both unable to move from their respective beds after the events of the second round of the exams, sometimes managing conversation, sometimes ending with Ino half listening while Sakura read out loud whatever book she'd managed to get her sensei or the nurses to bring her. The point was, Ino hadn't thought of Kiba beyond the occasional passing thought since the academy. He was loud, obnoxious, and almost comparable to Naruto on the annoyingness scale. The only thing that differentiated them was that Kiba at least had some sort of an idea about the ninja world and clan hierarchy. The first notable thing about him had been his team's C rank, weeks before any of the other rookies would get their C ranks. The second had been the news that Team 8 was not going to be participating in the Chunin exams. The third had been Shikamaru, in the rare few times he's managed to visit Ino in the hospital since the invasion and his promotion. He'd come in about a month after the invasion, not just tired but visibly rattled, and it had taken her and Sakura 15 minutes of pushing and prodding to get him to open up. Hinata's team. Shikamaru had rasped, not meeting either of their eyes, his hands balled into fists. They've been declared missing in action. Neither Ino nor Sakura had known what to say to that. And then, 2 weeks after that, Kiba had been wheeled into their hospital room, pale and weak, looking deeply unconscious. His records say he was in your academy class. The nurse who'd wheeled his bed in had told them, looking tired and harried but trying to manage a smile for them. He's going to be here a while, too, and we thought it might be better if he has some familiar company when he wakes up. Sakura had managed, trying to sit up more but wincing and giving up halfway, but he's a boy. They've got the privacy screens, Sakura. Ino had grouched, rolling her eyes at the rare instance where Sakura's civilian upbringing reared its head. Aren't Naruto and Sasuke boys, too? At the mention of her teammates, Sakura had quietened, and the nurse shot Ino a grateful look. What happened to him? Ino had asked in turn, eyeing what little she could see of Kiba critically. That you can tell us, she added after she noticed the nurse looking somewhat uncomfortable. Bad chakra depletion and damage to his heart tissue. The nurse explained vaguely. Ino got the sense that they were barely grazing the tip of the iceberg. Can he be cured? She'd pressed, her own helplessness at her predicament having long turned to anger then cooled into a festering bitterness, and there was the flash of guilt she'd been looking for. By a miracle. Or Senjutsu-nade. The nurse admitted, the smile slipping off her face, and Ino could see a similar bitter helplessness reflected in the woman's eyes. So, like us, then. She'd concluded flatly, and Sakura let out a quiet sound that would have once been a sob, but the nurse had just nodded quietly and took her leave. Still, when Kiba actually woke up, over a week after being brought into their room, and Ino got to hear the full story of what had happened on Team 8's latest mission when Shikaku Aji had been called in for the report, Ino wondered whether forced retirement from active duty wouldn't be a kinder fate. She also wondered what kind of mental scars having to manually and repeatedly restart your teammate's heart might leave. Team 8 probably had the worst luck out of the rookies, but they were either stronger mentally than the rest of their peers, or they'd had some serious help with learning how to compartmentalize. So, she asked once the adults had cleared out of the room and Kiba was left staring at the ceiling, looking far more exhausted than a simple report should have left him, Medic Nin. Kiba scoffed, tired and wry-and-winded yet still somewhat amused. That's the goal, yeah. He replied breathlessly, though Ino couldn't hear any of his usual cockiness in the words. If I live long enough. Ino snorted before she could stop herself, and even Sakura huffed a quiet, resigned laugh. 3 of them, barely genin, from all 3 of the rookie teams, in the hospital long-term with the nurses tiptoeing around the fact that they were unlikely to ever go back to active duty. Lovely. Do you know anything about Mithridatism? Sakura asked once they'd settled, glancing briefly at Ino, but Ino's attention was on Kiba and the thoughtful, feral grin that split his face. Not so much myself, no, he admitted easily, pushing himself up on the pillows so he could look between the two of them, and Ino was jealous of his ability to do so. But I have a feeling that's about to change. Ino had not given much thought to Kiba since the academy. She hadn't much liked him at the academy either. But this version of Kiba? This slightly unhinged, able to read between the lines, apparently competent Kiba? This Kiba she could learn to like. When Hinata woke up, it felt like she was breaking the surface of water after being under for a long time. She sat up, not even registering the pull in her muscles, too busy taking small, gasping breaths that did little to keep the panic at bay as she tried to take in her surroundings. Hospital. Her head was pounding, but beyond the stiffness of her muscles and the grim taste in her mouth, she couldn't feel any other injuries, which meant she'd been unconscious for a while. How long? Where was Kiba? Shino? Sensei? She heard the door to her room open and she snapped her head in the direction, though her gaze was unfocused, her breath still wheezing, her hands shaking. Hey, Hinata, easy, breathe. The figure who'd entered instructed, coming nearer but not near enough to crowd her, which she was distantly grateful for. You're in the hospital in Konoha, I'm Shiranui Genma, you're safe, your teammates and sensei are alive. Now come on, breathe with me. Your teammates and sensei are alive. As if that were the magic phrase needed to release the vice from around her ribs, she suddenly found it much easier to follow Genma's instructions and breathe. There we go. Genma sighed some time later, getting up from the chair at her bedside to place the book he'd brought on the table on the other side of her bed. Glad to see you're awake. Have you been seen by the nurses yet? Hinata shook her head and Genma hummed neutrally, seemingly content to let her watch him as he arranged the vases on her bedside table and placed the book he'd brought on top of another one already there, the title something she vaguely recognized but couldn't quite place. The bouquet is from your Abarame teammate, the wildflowers are from Hana, and the book is from Shikaku's kid, I believe. Genma explained lightly, tapping each item in turn, and Hinata was glad he was filling the silence, because she didn't feel able to. Yojao wanted to check on you but she's going through a lot herself at the moment, but Ebisu sends his regards. Slowly, Hinata raised her right hand and signed a rough thank you. It's no problem. Genma waved her off, moving so he was standing at the foot of her bed and gripping the railing lightly. How are you feeling? Hinata paused as she thought about the answer, dazed was what she finally settled on, and Genma nodded understandingly. You came in with severe chakra exhaustion, several broken ribs, internal bleeding, and a pretty bad concussion. I'm not surprised. Hinata blinked at the extent of her injuries, then considered her hands and general recollection of the mission. Paper and a pen, she signed, and it was Genma's turn to blink, tilting his head at her quizzically. Report. Shikaku will understand if you take a few more days. Genma told her, probably aiming for sympathetic, but he must have seen something on her face because he sighed and dug into his pocket, producing a pen. I'll go see if I can steal some paper from the nurses. In other circumstances, Hinata may have smiled, but she felt empty. Genma settled into the chair at her bedside when he came back with a notepad, a casual, I'm heading to the tower anyway, I can drop your report off with Shikaku on the way, as explanation, which Hinata chose not to read into. She didn't know how long she sat there writing, trying to remember everything that had happened to her team since they left the village while being mindful of filtering out the questionable parts, like her breaking attack as genjutsu. When she felt like she'd finally finished, she brought her finger to her mouth and bit through the skin on her index finger, waiting till the blood welled up, then pressing her finger like a seal at the bottom of the page. Smart. Genma commented, waiting while Hinata folded the paper. When she finally handed it over, he tucked it into the inner pocket of his vest and saluted her teasingly. Rest up, heal, and I'll try to visit in a few days if I'm still in the village, or get Yojao to. Do you need anything while you're here? Hinata considered the question, aware that Genma was unlikely to be able to step into the Hyuga compound. But, a thought had taken root in her mind when she'd been walking to the village with Shino, her mind unable to handle the anxiety of not knowing whether her teammates would make it to the hospital, and that same thought swept over her now that she had a member of the Yondame's guard asking her whether she wanted anything. Book she signed slowly, on ceiling. A book on sealing. Genma echoed, one eyebrow hiking up, though his tone was far from judgmental. Instead, he looked thoughtful and quietly proud. I'll see what I have around. Then, he let his hand rest gently on the top of her head, not ruffling her hair but just resting on it, before he headed for the door, no more words needing to be exchanged between them, her report tucked safely in his pocket. In the safety of her mind, Hinata smiled. She was grateful to Kurane in this timeline for giving them their mentors. While she wouldn't go as far as calling Genma or Yojeo her friends, the contact she had with them was still more than she had in her first life. And anything she could get outside of her clan was a blessing she would never take for granted. The next time Hinata woke up was because a nurse came to change out her fur. She blinked awake, no clue how much time had passed since she'd seen Genma, and more than a little surprised to have woken at the nurse's quiet motions and unobtrusive procedure, then tried to get her sluggish brain to focus. And that was when she felt the presence that was the more likely reason behind what had woken her up, 2 stormy chakra signatures heading unerringly for her room. A few seconds later, the door to her room opened unceremoniously, not so much as a perfunctory knock to announce the visitors, and Elder Osamu and Elder Hideki stepped into the room, both not even trying to hide their disdain for its occupants. Hinata. Hideki greeted, scowling at her like she was scum on the sole of his sandal. While your weakness and incompetence are no longer surprising, he began, glancing around the room meaningfully, imagine how displeased your father was to learn you're a traitor, too. Hinata blinked, startled and intimidated and feeling the beginnings of panic clawing up her throat. What's the matter? Osamu demanded stonily, his countenance icy, his expression blank. Have you got nothing to say for yourself? She's mute, Hyuga-san. The nurse that had been changing her fur intervened, glancing at the elders with a frown and ignoring Hinata's tiny abortive gestures. Until we can get someone from Psyche to see her, she's unlikely to be able to speak to you. No Yamanaka is going to enter her mind. Hideki boomed, disapproval and distaste audible in his tone and visible on his face. This is the Hyuga heiress, not some disturbed degenerate. Leave the room. Osamu added, not even glancing at the nurse, his attention on the flowers on Hinata's bedside table. This is a clan matter. The nurse frowned, then turned to Hinata with a reassuring smile and patted her shin lightly. I'll be right outside that door, sweetheart, just press the button if you need anything. And suddenly, Hinata realized how Sakura had grown the spine of steel she'd acquired even before the war, despite barely leaving the hospital between the ages of 13 and 16. She nodded mutely at the nurse, trying for a smile but likely failing, though the woman still looked pleased. Once the door closed behind the nurse, Hideki dropped all pretense of amity. You taught the Nara heir our weaknesses. He'd have never been able to match your cousin without your betrayal. You sabotaged your own clan, what have you got to say for yourself? He demanded sharply, and Hinata shrank back against the cushions, trying to make sense of the onslaught of information, but her brain felt sluggish. Shikamaru won against Niji? He told people that we'd been training together? The elders were at the arena? Not only did you sabotage your clan, but it sounds like you sabotaged your village, too. Osamu drawled, glaring openly now. Is it true that you came across Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame? Slowly, Hinata nodded. And you didn't think it more prudent to run ahead and inform your village of the incoming threat, he pressed, his very presence making Hinata feel breathless. Instead of damning it for that useless wench you call a sensei and some mutt. Hinata's blood ran cold, and her heart skipped a beat. Uehai Kurane only got to Jounin because the Sandame's son is soft on her. Hideki scoffed, glaring at the window. She has no value as a kunoichi nor as a woman. The information about the 2 missing nin heading for the village was far more valuable than her life, yet you chose to save her. Poor choice. Osamu drawled, and Hinata felt sick. Her ears were ringing, and her head felt like it was underwater. She'd known, peripherally, that Kurane wasn't the most fond of her clan. She'd realized her father wasn't fond of Kurane, either. But she never thought anybody in her clan would be so stupid as to imply that Hinata should have left Kurane to die. Listen when we are talking to you, child. Hideki hissed, grabbing her wrist painfully and wrenching her out of her thoughts. He pulled so hard that Hinata overbalanced and nearly fell off her bed, saving herself only barely by swinging her legs down, her feet colliding roughly with the hospital linoleum and sending a shockwave of dull pain up her unused joints. Hideki's fingers were still around her wrist. Her head went eerily quiet. Then, feeling as if a dam had burst, she felt a wave of anger so potent it was almost overwhelming slam into her, and she sprang into motion. She ripped her wrist out of Hideki's hold and flashed through the seals for the genjutsu Kurane had her use on the Iwanin, twisting the last seal into something with teeth. She channeled all her will, all her anger, all her helplessness and bitterness into the illusion, and let it rip through the elders' minds with none of the care and gentleness she used when practicing with Kurane. Osamu stumbled, reaching out blindly for the wall to support himself, while Hideki's knees buckled and he hit the floor, his gaze far away and unseeing, his hands reaching for Hinata, so she scrambled out of reach and clambered backwards onto her bed, kicking the duvet aside in case she needed to escape again. Then, the door to her hospital room burst open, though it was caught before it could smash against the wall, and Hinata was treated to the sight of Yojeo standing in the door frame, the nurse from before to her side and Shikaku at her back. Yojeo stalked into the room, stepping over Hideki and not so much as pausing to glance at Osamu, not pausing at all, in fact, until she grabbed the rail at the foot of Hinata's bed and wheeled it closer to the window, not caring at all for the mess she made of the bedside table and medicine cabinet. Instead, she pushed Hinata's bed against the wall with the window, and put her own body between Hinata and the elders, though they didn't seem to be moving. Wordlessly, Hinata reached out, finding the hand that was holding onto the bedsheets with a white-knuckled grip and laying her own over it, trying to offer some wordless comfort to the clearly distressed Kunoichi. Yojeo startled, glancing away from the elders for the first time since she'd stormed into the room, turning her gaze first to the hand Hinata had resting over hers, then to Hinata's face. Hinata sucked in a quiet breath. Yojeo looked destroyed. Her skin was pale and sallow, her eyes bloodshot, the skin under them purpling and swollen from lack of sleep, her hair a mess, and the usual sharp humor absent from her face. She looked like she'd been to hell and back. But mostly, she looked like she'd been grieving. And then chose to storm Hinata's hospital room like her personal knight in shining armor. "Shit," the nurse murmured, and Hinata tuned back in and realized that the woman had knelt by Hideki's side and was running a green glowing hand over his chest. This one's had a heart attack. Wait. Another nurse came into the room, taking in the collapsed elders and rearranged furniture, doing a double take at Shikaku, then finally focusing on Hinata's nurse. "Get me a stretcher? And call someone from psych, the other one doesn't look good either." Nobody spoke while other nurses came and went, wheeling Hideki out of the room and grabbing oxygen masks and clipboards. A Yamanaka came at one point, his eyes falling on the catatonic Osamu, one pale eyebrow hiking up at what he saw. But he just sighed and got the man to his feet, then, with a hand on Osamu's shoulder, disappeared from the room in a swift shunshin. When the room was finally empty, bar Hinata, Yojeo, Shikaku, and Hinata's original nurse, Shikaku finally spoke. "I came to ask you some questions about your report, but I feel like this takes precedence," he announced, glancing from Hinata to the still tense Yojeo. "Stand down, Uzuki." Yojeo bared her teeth and did not relax. Shikaku, wisely, didn't comment. They accused her of treason against the clan, Shikaku-sama. The nurse, Hinata should really make a point of learning her name, informed quietly when nobody spoke, glancing worriedly at Hinata. Insulted her, too. Something complicated flashed over Shikaku's face then. "Because you helped Shikamaru." Hinata nodded slowly. She wondered whether the expression in Shikaku's eyes was guilt. "Anything else?" Shikaku pressed, and he looked concerned as he added, "Breathe, Hinata." And Hinata realized, over the pounding in her head and the frantic beating of her heart, that she was hyperventilating. They said she signed, and her hand shook so much she had to cut herself off. She turned her other hand, the one she still had over Yojeo's, and laced their fingers together, squeezing tightly, both for comfort and to ground herself. She felt tears rise to her eyes when Yojeo wordlessly squeezed back, almost too tightly for comfort, but Hinata could understand. When her hand stopped shaking, she continued, "Intel more important than Sensei, better to have left Sensei to die." Yojeo stilled, then squeezed her fingers even harder, but Shikaku sighed. "Nobody who knows the full report will ever blame you for bringing your teammates back," He told her quietly, what you and Shino did was brave and dangerous, but it was not treason. Considering the state you were in, I'm not even sure you'd have been able to beat Itaka to the village even if you had chosen to run ahead and warn us. However, Shikako continued when Hinata didn't react to his words, and Yojao didn't seem keen on abandoning the defensive position she'd claimed. Until the tensions within your clan die down, I'd like to offer you to stay with my family once you're dismissed from the hospital. When Hinata blinked, startled, Shikako smiled humorlessly. You helping my son is part of the reason why your clan is angry with you. The least I can do is help you in turn. No catch. Hinata couldn't help but ask, and she saw the moment some light returned to Yojao's eyes, a hint of the old good humor that seemed to have been buried under layers of grief and bitterness. No catch. Shikako confirmed, sounding tired but wryly amused, though luckily not offended. Come to the tower when you're dismissed and I'll take you home. I'm pretty sure Shikamaru will be glad to have you around, too. Slowly, Hinata nodded, and Shikako finally relaxed, and it was only then that she realized how tense he'd been. I'll ask Psyche to send your shrink to see you. No matter how justified, let's not make a habit of attacking clan elders, And so saying, he turned on his heel and left, Hinata's nurse following him out. When it was only her and Yojao left in the room, Hinata tugged on the hand she was holding and gestured for the older Kunoichi to actually sit on her bed. Almost lethargically, Yojao complied, though she still looked tense, eyeing the door every so often. Thank you, senpai, Hinata signed once she had Yojao's attention on her, too tired to try for a smile. Are you alright? Yojao sighed, her breath trembling on the exhale, and leaned back against the wall, closing her eyes. My fiancé was killed, she signed, the movement slow and weary, though she seemed relieved to not be expected to speak. Hinata sucked in a quiet breath, feeling as if she'd been punched. Instead of offering meaningless platitudes or apologies, she shuffled over on the bed, telegraphing her movements all the while. When she was sure she wouldn't get stabbed with one of Yojao's many weapons, she let herself slowly lean against the older Kunoichi's side until she could rest her head on Yojao's shoulder, where she promptly went boneless. She never let go of Yojao's hand, and Yojao never chased her away. Instead, they sat in silence, soaking up the wordless comfort of simple companionship, until Hinata, the adrenaline finally wearing off, fell asleep. Kurane didn't even have an hour to herself to get her bearings after she woke up before Shikako was in her hospital room. Kurane. How are you feeling? The man asked, sitting wearily on the uncomfortable plastic chair at her bedside, and Kurane had an inkling that this wouldn't be a short conversation. I don't even know how I should be feeling. Nobody's told me anything. She managed hoarsely, reaching for the water at her bedside table to soothe her throat. Can you catch me up on what I missed? Shikako sighed, adjusting his position on the chair, but surprisingly proceeded to do as she asked. Finding out that Hiruzen was dead hurt, not necessarily because of her own ties to the man but because Shikako was rather tellingly not mentioning Asuma. Finding out Itaki had reached the village almost a week before her team and had sent Kakashi to the hospital was somehow worse, though. My kids? She asked at last, because that was another thing Shikako had been careful not to mention. They'll live. The man assured her, a measure of relief in his gaze. Every last one of them. Okay. Okay. Kurane breathed out and allowed herself to melt at the relief that washed through her at the news. Then, she grew serious again and pinned Shikako with a look. Now tell me how they'll live. I've been on too many missions to not know the difference between they'll live and they're fine. Shikako sighed again, but he apparently wanted something from her because he obliged. What he told her almost made Kurane wish he hadn't, though. Urabarame admitted himself to Psyche before he even went by the hospital. Shikako began flatly. They had to get a medic to him there because he refused to leave. He has yet to be discharged. How long has it been? Kurane asked, almost afraid of the answer. From the state of her muscles and the gown she'd been dressed in, she had a vague inkling that she's been in the hospital for a while, but... Almost a month since the day your team walked through the gates. Fuck. Kurane swore, closing her eyes for a moment. A month of her being completely unconscious, and that's without counting however long her kids had had to fend for themselves after their battle with Hoshigaki. She took a deep breath and pushed the guilt that surged up to the back of her mind and steeled herself. Okay, that's Shino. Kiba. Severe chakra depletion. He bled himself dry trying to keep you from bleeding out. Medics say he went below 1% in his reserves. Shikaka relayed bluntly. Kurane blinked, absorbing that. He should be dead. She said slowly, feeling disconnected from her feelings and body even as she knew her words to be true. We were all the way in the land of rivers, still miles from the border of fire. She stared at Shikaku until he slowly nodded and elaborated. Your Hyuga gave him a chakra transfusion. Kurane paled, mouth opening, but Shikaku clearly thought the fact deserved to be hammered in some more and he cut her off before she could speak. Allow me to reiterate. Your genin performed a wartime field chakra transfusion despite already suffering from chakra exhaustion herself. Then manually restarted the Inyazuka's heart every time it gave out on the way back to the village, which, according to the medics, was at least 3 times. For a second, Kurane just stared, and Shikaka was kind enough to give her the time to absorb it. He has scarring on his heart tissue from the lightning jutsu Hinata used to do it, and he'll need Tsunade's help if he ever wants to be able to do anything more than walk up the stairs without getting a heart attack, but he'll live. Shikaka concluded finally, when almost a minute passed between them in complete silence. And Kurane swallowed, not sure if her luck wasn't about to run out. And Hinata-chan hasn't said a word since they got back. Kagan is citing trauma, but she's not a Yamanaka and it's difficult to diagnose someone who won't talk. Shikamaru's been trying to keep her company when he's free, but he's busy. Shikaku explained, and there was something in his tone that didn't sit well with her. What are you not telling me? Kurane asked shrewdly, aware she was probably being more than a little rude but unable to care about it just then, because Shikaka was saying a lot of words but he was not actually saying much of anything at all about Hinata's state. I forget you trained in TNI sometimes. Shikaka smiled wryly, but there was little humor in the expression, and Kurane didn't let the comment distract her from her goal. Hinata-chan's been living in my compound since the hospital released her. What? Kurane asked quietly, feeling wary. Why? Hyuga elders stormed her hospital room calling her a traitor to the clan for telling Shikamaru how to beat their dojutsu for his match with Niji. Did she tell him how to do that? Kurane asked carefully, because she'd known Hinata had been training with Asuma's student before their mission, but she'd thought the girl was more careful than what Shikaka was implying. No, but that nuance doesn't matter to the elders. Shikaka shot back, and Kurane startled slightly at his tone. That was far from the genial neutrality the Nara had usually exhibited to other clans, and she couldn't help but wonder when he'd grown to care about her student. They wanted her sealed and disinherited, and they went as far as to try and forcibly remove her from the hospital. Did the nurses interfere? Kurane asked, because she'd had experience with Hyuga elders on a warpath, and knew that a bed-bound Hinata was unlikely to have been able to defend herself. They didn't need to. Though I do find it funny that you taught a genin a genjutsu strong enough to send a Hyuga elder straight to psychology. Shikaka replied, a mean little smirk curling his lips. Kurane paused, considering both Shikaka's words and his delivery, and, oh, it was undeniable that Shikaka was happy with the elder's predicament. There was more schadenfreude in his expression than she'd seen from the man in a good few years. The other one suffered a heart attack right there in her hospital room. He'll recover, but he's not happy with your student. Kurane took a moment to absorb everything, then. Fucking Hyuga clan. She scoffed, then asked the question that had been plaguing her since Shikaka told her about Shino's psych admission. Has psych cleared her after the Tsukiyomi then? Shikaku's face lost the slight smile it had gained after her comment, and if Kurane had had the presence of mind to feel fear, she might have felt it just then at the Nara's aura. The Tsukiyomi? He checked, eyebrows almost at his hairline, his posture carefully still, his body language betraying nothing. She went under attack as torture genjutsu. You're telling me Kagana didn't notice? Kurane answered his question with one of her own, more than a little disbelieving herself. What I'm telling you, Shikaka said, and his voice was sharp and cold, a drastic contrast to the usual lazy drawl, is that there's nothing about the way Hinata acts that suggests she went through the same genjutsu that took Kakashi out of commission for days. I felt him activate the technique, Shikaku. Kurane argued, not sure what she was feeling but aware that it wasn't anything good. My genin went under 72 hours of physical and psychological torture and you're saying she's fine. They stared at each other for a few seconds, trying to work out how a genin could come out of an event like that unscathed, then Shikaku hung his head and cursed, loud and ugly and vicious. Fucking Hyuga clan. Any mirth Kurane might have felt at getting Shikaku to swear, and at another clan at that, was swiftly dispelled by Shikaku's next words. The Jounin commander, and Regent Hokage, if she was reading the clues right, ran his hands down his face, took a deep breath, visibly reined his temper back under control and regarded her coolly. Yuhai. He called, and Kurane was immediately on guard by the sudden switch back to her surname. By mine and the new Chunin commander's standards, your kids could have gotten a field promotion the moment they walked through the gates. But Kurane checked, tense and wary, because she could feel the word coming even if Shikaku wasn't saying it. But times are uncertain, and it's likely we'll need a show of strength in the Kumo exams. Shikaku declared, not dropping her gaze as he delivered the news. Kurane took a moment to parse through that non sequitur, then glared at Shikaku flatly when it clicked. So you want my kids to keep taking Chunin-level missions but you don't want to give them the recognition of a promotion. She concluded flatly, feeling anger and bitter disappointment stir in her gut. Shikaku's face went blank, his eyes cold and tone curt. I understand you're stressed and protective of your students, but dial down the attitude a notch. He told her sharply. You're not the only one stuck with a shitty situation, and you'll be bedbound for a while yet. Not promoting them means that your students get to stay together instead of being separated and getting sent with nameless teams on back-to-back missions to keep up the illusion of strength. Kurane paused, because the way Shikaku said that last part sounded a bit too much like he was speaking from experience. She considered him, considered what she knew about the man, what could have caused the undercurrent of bitterness in his voice. Oh. Your son got promoted, didn't he? Kurane asked quietly, and Shikaku looked like he wanted to wince, confirming her guess. I'm sorry, Shikaku-sama. Don't do that. Shikaku ordered, glancing away even as the corner of his mouth curled down. Don't defer to me when you don't mean it, I can tell you don't agree with my decision. Kurane kept her mouth shut, because, well, she didn't agree, he was right, and she knew better than to defend herself when he'd already seen through her act. What's the verdict? She asked instead after a few seconds went by, hoping that the unsubtle change of subject would be enough to get the man out of whatever mental spiral he seemed to have fallen down. You and your Inyazuka are hospital-bound for the foreseeable future. Without Tsunade, the medics are hesitant to let your student out of bed, much less out of the hospital. Shikaku informed her, some of that bitterness abating slightly as he glanced back at her. You lost a considerable amount of blood in a good chunk of your abdomen. The Inyazuka did a good hack job in the field to patch you up, but he's not even a qualified mednin. A lot of what he did to keep your insides on the inside had to be undone once they got you to the hospital, and that set your recovery back about a month on top of whatever else you'll need. Kurane barely fought back a wince at the prospect of such an extended hospital stay, but she wisely kept her mouth shut and allowed Shikaku to finish. If Psyche manages to put your Abarame back to working order, him and Hinata will probably be pawned off as fillers for other teams until you and the Inyazuka recover. I'll try my best to keep them together if that happens, but don't expect miracles. Permission to speak freely. Kurane requested, and Shikaku's raised eyebrow seemed to say, haven't you been doing it already, but he still nodded obligingly. This fucking sucks. Shikaku snorted, the sound seemingly shocked out of him, and he lost some of the tension in his shoulders. Yeah. Yeah it does. He agreed dryly, eyeing her briefly before he pushed himself to his feet. I'll send Asuma your way if I see him around. Thank you, Shikaku-sama. Kurane replied, and this time, the honorific was genuine and they both knew it. It didn't mean she wouldn't be sneaking out of her hospital bed to see for herself that her kids would live, but it was a start. Chapter 10, Genin, 9. 2.5 months after the invasion and 2 months after his Chunin promotion, Shikamaru finally got more than a day or two of downtime between missions. His mom had been asked to come out of her semi-retirement to take up shifts at the hospital, and Shikamaru wasn't sure when was the last time he'd seen his dad for longer than 5 minutes in passing had been. He'd been placed on numerous teams since his promotion, sent on missions that rarely lasted longer than 5 days at a time, never straying too far from Konoha or the borders of the Land of Fire, which was reassuring, but it also meant that he came home from those missions with teammates for the day, rather than any meaningful friendships. That, coupled with the fact that Asuma was still grieving, thus largely absent, Ino was in the hospital, and Koji was busy with the demolition and reconstruction unit that a lot of the Akimichi had been pulled into, Shikamaru was feeling almost lonely. So he was surprised when, on his first proper day off in over a week, as he was lying in his front yard and staring aimlessly at the cloudless sky, his dad came up to the house, Hinata of all people in tow. "Look sharp, Shikamaru," his dad greeted, stopping by the front door and eyeing Shikamaru's sprawled-out position with amusement, though his face was lined with the same permanent fatigue that Shikamaru himself was feeling. "We have guests." "I can see that." Shikamaru frowned at his dad, arranging himself into a slightly more sat-up position. "Hey, Hinata. Good to see you." Hinata nodded, raising one hand and twitching through unfamiliar signs, though not otherwise acknowledging his greeting. Pushing himself to his feet, Shikamaru frowned, glancing at his dad. Apparently seeing his lack of recognition, Hinata also shot his dad a look, then turned back to him, raising her other hand and trying again. Signing slower and two-handed this time, Shikamaru recognized one of the few non-essential signs he'd been able to learn since his promotion, likewise. "What's with the signing?" he asked as he followed his dad and Hinata into the house, trailing after the two of them with no small amount of curiosity. "People process trauma differently," his dad replied simply, shooting him a sharp look when Hinata's back was turned. "At least now you'll have the motivation to actually learn Chunin sign." Shikamaru barely resisted the urge to roll his eyes, but he still scowled at his dad. It wasn't lack of motivation so much as lack of time. "I haven't been properly home for longer than a day or two at a time in weeks." "I'm aware," his dad said simply, his face betraying nothing. "Mind showing Hinata the guest room?" Recognizing that it was less a request and more a politely worded order, Shikamaru sighed but waved Hinata over, leading her up the stairs. "I didn't realize you'd been released from the hospital." He started awkwardly as they made their way up, then had to stop and frown. His family's house wasn't exactly new, the floorboards were old, worn down, and the stairs creaked even for him, even though he had long ago mapped out the quietest paths. So when he didn't hear the telltale creak of someone following him, he turned around, only to end up nearly tripping over Hinata and sending them both tumbling back down the stairs when he found her right behind him. Alarmed, Hinata reached out as if to steady him, then snatched her hand back before she actually touched him, raising both hands instead so they were in his line of sight and signing a slow okay. "Yeah." Shikamaru huffed, turning back around and trying to ignore the burn of embarrassment on the back of his neck. "Sorry." But he wasn't okay, because he'd just had a startling realization: Hinata's steps didn't make a sound. Pushing the thought aside until he could properly dissect it, he stopped by the door to the guest room and pushed it open, revealing a room almost like his own in layout, if a little smaller and missing any sort of personal touches except for the books and boxes of scrolls that lined every shelf. "I'll get you new bedding and towels, but here it is." "Bathroom's the second door down, then there's my room," he explained, not sure why he was feeling so awkward but hating every second of it. "If you need anything, just knock." He turned to go back to the stairs, but a light touch on his elbow stopped him in his tracks. He half turned back towards Hinata and found her holding the book he'd brought her when she'd been in the hospital, a small smile on her face. Despite the book being held out to him, the first thing Shikamaru focused on were the finger-shaped bruises around Hinata's wrist. Feeling the tips of his ears grow warm when he realized how long he'd made her wait while he studied the bruises, Shikamaru took the book back, wanting nothing more than to beat a hasty escape. But then he caught Hinata's hands twitch tellingly and he sighed and forced himself to wait patiently, despite every bone in his body urging him to bolt. Raising both hands again and managing another tiny smile, Hinata signed a clear, unmistakable thank you, then something he didn't recognize. "It's no problem." He answered what he understood, figuring that even if he did ask for an explanation of the second part, he wouldn't get one from the girl. "I brought some books for Ino too, so I figured, since you wanted access to our library anyway." He trailed off, not sure what he was even saying anymore, then turned on his heel and took the stairs down as fast as he could, aware he was probably being rude but feeling too out of his element to care. He heard the unmistakable sound of the guest room door shutting and let out a sigh of relief, then rounded on his dad. "Dad, what the hell?" he half whispered, half hissed, gesturing vaguely at the stairs. "What gives? What gives is you shooting your mouth off during the final stage even though we agreed to keep your training with Hinata quiet." His dad shot back, more serious than Shikamaru recalled seeing him in a while. Two Hyuga elders came to her hospital room calling her a traitor to the clan and demanding she be disinherited for helping you. Providing her with a safe space to stay while the tensions die down was the least we should be offering. Catching on to the least part, Shikamaru paused, reading between the lines of what his dad wasn't saying. Did they do anything? Aggravated the situation, if anything. His dad sighed, reaching for a cigarette despite Shikamaru's judgmental eyebrow. Hinata gave one of them a heart attack and sent the other one to psychology. Good. Shikamaru smirked, but something in his dad's expression made him hesitate. Not good? But it was self-defense, no? Like with me. Clan elders don't really care for nuance. His dad shrugged, moving to the window as he lit the cigarette, though Shikamaru still scrunched his nose up at the habit. Attacking an elder in self-defense or as another act of treason is still attacking an elder in their books. So she's just going to live here, he asked, not sure how he felt about that. Until you sort the elders out. There's not much anyone can do about the elders, Shikamaru. His dad sighed, blowing smoke out the window, and Shikamaru scowled at the smell that still managed to reach him, making his dad huff a tired laugh. And yeah, she will. At least until her sensei's out of the hospital and can take her in. Objections? Shikamaru rolled his eyes, hoping his face conveyed how ridiculous he found the idea. Instead, he asked the more important question, do you have any books on Chunin sign? Shino. Shino turned towards the entrance to his room in Psych, surprised to find Ebisu there, already closing the door behind him. Ebisu-san. He greeted quietly, putting aside his book and frowning up at the man. What are you doing here? I came to see how you're doing. Ebisu replied evenly, moving over to stand by the window on the other side of the room. Genin don't usually end up here, particularly long-term. Genin don't usually end up facing S ranks. Shino shot back, sharper than he'd intended, and immediately feeling guilty. Sorry. Correction, Genin don't usually end up surviving S ranks. Ebisu said, his voice still perfectly even, not sounding in the least offended, and Shino took a deep breath to steady himself and still the shakiness in his hands. Why are you here, Shino? I was useless. Shino spat before he could bite the words back, telling Ebisu what had taken his assigned shrink a week to get out of him. Everything we'd worked on useless. Do you know why I'm trusted with preparing Jounin hopefuls for the Jounin exam despite being only a Takubitsu myself? Ebisu asked suddenly, apropos nothing, not acknowledging Shino's outburst as he moved away from the window and perched on the sole armchair in the room, next to the small table with the pile of books Shino had amassed. He didn't wait for Shino's answer. In my first Chunin exams, my team came across 5 of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. To this day, I still don't know why they were there or how they got through the border security, but Genin were always considered easy pickings to weaken other villages during the war. The Chunin exam was prime time to weed the ranks. Ebisu told him quietly, and Shino didn't dare interrupt. 5 Kiri Jounin against 3 Konoha Genin was not good odds. We'd have died if it weren't for Guy's dad. I remember feeling so acutely useless that I was paralyzed when it came to the combat section. Felt like I'd forgotten everything I'd ever learned. Ebisu smiled humorlessly. Afterwards, I swore I'd never be that helpless again, so I tried to learn a little of everything. It consumed me so much that I didn't end up becoming Chunin until I was 17. Shino realized he was leaning forward, curious to hear where Ebisu's story was going, when he nearly ended up slipping off the bed. Hoping Ebisu was kind enough not to comment, he shuffled back until he could lean back against his pillows, crossing his legs and putting his hands in his lap. I'm versatile because that encounter stayed with me to the point that I wanted to be prepared for anything. I still want that, though not so obsessively. Ebisu sighed, stretching out his legs, before he pinned Shino with a look. My point is, I'm difficult to fight. I know it, I take pride in it. But when I met one of the swordsmen that attacked us again in the field a few years ago, I couldn't even put a scratch on him. Ebisu's tone turned cold and bitter and self-deprecating, and Shino found the expression on his face to be intimately familiar. Then, the man sighed again and pinched the bridge of his nose, the heavy air around him lessening somewhat, and Shino felt like he could breathe again. Some shinobi are just monsters, Shino. He concluded quietly, sounding weary and jaded to the core. And the best you can hope for when you come across them is to survive. So I don't think you were useless. In fact, I think you did rather well. I'm sorry. Shino offered, quiet but genuine. And thank you. Ebisu's lip quirked up, but he still looked bitter, despite his eyes being covered. I didn't tell you what happened because I was looking for pity. I just wanted to tell you that everyone has missions they feel useless in, and everyone feels helpless from time to time. There will always be someone stronger than you. I know that. Shino bit out, not angry at Ebisu or anything specific, just at himself and his stupid brain. But Kiba can heal. He saved Sensei's life. Sensei is a genjutsu mistress, but she can do so much more than that. And Hinata, no matter what happens, she always knows what to do. It's like she doesn't feel fear or pain, and I dash. Shino cut himself off, already feeling like he'd said too much. Your insects nearly killed you in your C rank, and on this mission you twisted your ankle and broke your arm. Ebisu finished for him, and Shino flinched. However, unless you and Kiba-kun lied in your reports, you were also responsible for Hoshiga Kiki-same leaving the encounter with your team sans an arm. And that's likely the most damage anyone's dealt to that man since he defected. Shino's eyes widened at the news, and he itched for his glasses, but the Psyche Shinobi had taken anything sharp from his room after one of his episodes, and his sunglasses had to go. You read our reports? He asked haltingly, not sure whether he wanted anyone he knew to know what he'd written. It pays to have friends in the missions office. Ebisu smiled wryly. But, my point is, you were far from useless on this mission. And a useless shinobi would not have spent years trying to find a way to host the Rinkaichu in his body and succeeded when he's still a genin. Shino was sure his face was showing his shock more clearly than if he'd vocalized it. I didn't realize you knew the distinction. Was what he ended up saying, his voice sounding far away even to his ears. I don't wear these just as a fashion statement, Shino-kun. Ebisu huffed, pointing at his sunglasses which, for some reason, the Psyche Shinobi had allowed him to keep. But when I read your Enkibus report, I knew it couldn't have been anything other than Rinkaichu. Who did you know? Shino asked, aware that there had only ever been one family in his clan that had hosted the Rinkaichu. Torin's family. Ebisu smiled sadly and shook his head. That's a conversation for safer circumstances. Shino frowned, looking around the room, not seeing anyone apart from the two of them. So you know what happened to Tor Dash? Quicker than he could blink, Ebisu's hand was over his mouth, cutting him off mid-word. Remember when I was telling you about monsters? He asked quietly, barely moving his mouth, keeping Shino between him and the one-way mirror onto the corridor. There are some monsters you shouldn't even name. Shino nodded mutely, trying to convey message received and ignore how fast his heart was hammering. This close, he could see the small but unmistakable engraving of a beetle on the bridge of Ebisu's glasses, and he supposed he had his answer. Will you tell me who you knew? He asked once Ebisu removed his hand, trying to keep his voice its usual deadpan but probably missing by a mile for anyone who knew him. One day. Ebisu promised, and Shino didn't press for a more concrete date, still shaking on the inside. For now, let's focus on making a training plan to avoid you feeling so helpless again. Shino sighed, then he smiled, small and barely there but a smile nonetheless, and reached over for the notepad and the crayon he was allowed to have, ignoring the way his hand was trembling. He was in Psyche voluntarily. Nobody was keeping him there. He could leave at any point. But he knew he'd feel much better leaving with a concrete plan for what to do to not end up in Psyche anytime soon, and Ebisu was perfect for helping him work it out. Kiba woke up slowly, dazed from the medicine the medics were pumping him with, and found concerningly large cleavage concerningly close to his face. The hell, he mumbled, raising a hand to rub at his eyes and pushing himself up, Hearing the heart rate monitor he was permanently connected to pick up the pace. When he glanced up, his heart audibly skipped a beat, then picked up again, because standing next to his bed and glaring at a tall man with a crazy mane of white hair was a woman who'd left the village before he was even born, but she somehow looked not much older than she had in the photo in his medical textbook from the Second War. He was aware that both of the adults were sniping at each other, but his ears were registering it as white noise, and the stress of the situation wasn't helped by the fact that both Ino and Sakura appeared to be out cold, not even twitching in their beds despite the raised voices. Before he could think much more on it, he was pulling on his chakra, spooling it in like Kurane had taught them, then releasing it like a whip in the direction of the shinobi pretending to be Senjutsu Nade. The genjutsu or henge or face-swapping technique the woman was using didn't so much as waver, but his actions had both adults cut off mid-word and turned to him in shock. "Did you just use a kai?" the Tsunade look-alike demanded, eyeing him sharply and exchanging a look with the white-haired man. "In your state? Are you a moron? I was told to avoid stress." Kiba grouched, squinting first at the pretend senju then at the man. "And there are two unknowns, one of whom is an imposter in my room, and my roommates appear drugged to high heavens. Excuse me for exercising caution." "Unknowns?" the woman huffed, turning to the clipboard at the foot of his bed. "I'll have you know I'm Senjutsu Nade, brat, and if you ever pull a stunt like that again while in the hospital, I'll seal your chakra myself." Kiba snorted at the claim, feeling even more on edge than before. "No offense, lady, but nobody ages this gracefully." At this, the white-haired man made a sound like a hastily smothered laugh, and earned himself another glare from the Tsunade pretender. "At least this one knows who you are," the man offered in a choked voice, then turned away, suddenly finding the window incredibly interesting. "Since you seem to have missed the memo," the Tsunade look-alike snapped, rounding on Kiba and jabbing a thumb at her white-haired partner, "this idiot hunted me down to succeed sensei, and since I've stepped foot in the village, I haven't had a single moment's peace. The hospital is in shambles, the field medic program is ash and dust, and the basic level of first aid you receive in the academy is worse now than it had been during the Second War. Too many things need fixing, and I'm not even officially Godame yet." "Wait," Kiba demanded, shaking off the drug-induced sluggishness to pin the white-haired man with a baffled look, recalling Suzuki's brief visit from a few days previous. "Are you the pervert Sunin? Jiraiya? I'll kill that brat." The apparent Jiraiya groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose, and Kiba reckoned he probably should have specified which brat he was referring to. "I am indeed the Sunin Jiraiya. And that is Tsunade, kid, so you might wanna exercise some more caution to not get thrown out of the window." Kiba took a moment to process that, then, finally registering what the woman had begun her explanation with, he turned back to her and frowned, somewhat annoyed. "I probably missed the memo because the nurses treat our room like we're leprous, in case you haven't noticed yet," he informed the blonde, feeling vindictively satisfied when she flinched. "They don't want to admit they can't heal us without a miracle. But there's nothing here that requires a miracle," Tsunade replied, frowning openly now as she pointed at Ino and Sakura. "That one needs a spinal reconstruction, and the pink one needs extensive rehabilitation, but it's nothing impossible. And 90% of the medics here don't have the chakra control for that." Kiba threw back, settling more comfortably against his pillows and keeping his eyes on the woman's hands. "They handle the scalpel that is medical chakra with all the subtlety of a bludgeon. I didn't know morphine made kids get poetic." Jiraiya muttered from where he was standing by the window, frowning at Kiba thoughtfully, but Kiba ignored him, his attention on the affronted expression on Tsunade's face. "A word of advice, brat," she began, finally stepping properly to his bedside and laying her hand on his chest, letting her chakra wash over his without adjusting to his wavelength, and Kiba flinched, fully convinced that the careless action was intentional. "Don't criticize the medics until you can do better than them, are we understood?" But then she stilled before Kiba could reply, and he felt her probing more deeply into his chakra core. "Wait, I know your chakra." She glanced up at him in what seemed to be disbelief, then she scowled, suddenly angry. "You're the fool responsible for Yuahai's hack job," she accused, and Kiba froze beneath her hands. "You really are a moron, huh? No sane medic should ever attempt organ reconstruction in the middle of a field mission. What if it's the only thing that has any hope of keeping their teacher alive? Kiba asked quietly, his voice shaking with anger, but knowing he was powerless to do anything to let it out. What then? Don't get smart with me. Tsunade snapped, withdrawing her chakra from his body. Who's your supervisor in the program? They should be fired. I'm not in the program. Kiba replied, and Tsunade's anger and annoyance melted away at his words as if they were never there. What? She checked quietly, studying him intently now, her eyes a little wider than before. I'm not in the medic program. He repeated slowly, feeling his chakra roil beneath his skin. I have an active genin team and I'm barely 6 months out of the academy. They wouldn't let me join. How did you learn, then? Tsunade demanded, and her anger seemed to have cooled into genuine curiosity, but Kiba's, in turn, was an uncontrollable inferno raging inside of him. Even your batshit hack job would have required some skill and technical know-how. My sister's a vet. Kiba explained, unwilling to give more detail than that, then he bared his teeth. And desperation's a great motivator. You said the medics treat this room like you're leprous. Tsunade shot back, and Kiba was surprised at the non sequitur, and even more surprised that she'd been listening enough to remember the words he'd used. Did you mean to include yourself in that? Ma'am, Kiba began, if only to see the way Tsunade's eye twitched at the title. I have chakra scarring on my heart from the 3 Raiden jutsu that my teammate performed to restart it when it gave out from chakra depletion. Chakra scarring that no medic currently in this hospital dares talk about, much less touch to actually try and break down. Any idea why they don't dare touch it? Tsunade asked, and Kiba had the absurd feeling that he was back to being on the receiving end of Irika's pop quiz. Only he'd actually been scared of Irika, but all he currently felt for the woman before him was contempt. Potentially because treating me would involve open heart surgery and I'd either need a medic who could manually keep my heart beating while simultaneously breaking down the scar tissue, or 2 medics who can synchronize their chakras so perfectly to my own that one could keep my heart beating while the other would deal with the scarring. He explained, unable to fight back the way his lip curled bitterly when he added, but, as I already said, chakra control's kinda missing around here. Tsunade just stared at him, Jiraiya too, neither acknowledging his words, until Tsunade tilted her head, her voice finally losing the last of its antagonistic edge. Do you want to be a medic? She asked evenly, her eyes boring into his, as if measuring his very soul. A proper one, with a mentor and a sponsor in the program. And Kiba had an inkling as to what she was offering, but that was simply too absurd to consider, so he shook his head and opted for the truth. No, ma'am. He denied, and she might have calmed down, but that didn't mean his annoyance at her had cooled any, and making her eye twitch again was the most he could do about that just then. I just want to know enough medical ninjutsu to keep my teammates alive. Before she could open her mouth and likely sell him the spiel that the medic program was the best place to do that, he added, I'm an Inyazuka, hospital shifts would be hell for my nose. And I'm not interested in staying out of the combat, particularly since, if Sasuke is successful, my team's likely to inherit Team 7's combat designation. Tsunade studied him for a beat, both of them ignoring the way Jiraiya twitched at his last remark, then nodded. All right. She accepted, surprisingly easily, then smiled, and it was similarly sharp to Kurene's smiles, though nowhere near as bloodthirsty. And you were wrong about there being no medic with the chakra control to do the procedure you described. There is one. When he merely tilted his head, her smile gained some more teeth. Me. Uehai-san. Sasuke greeted cautiously as he entered the room he was directed to, surprised to find it only half occupied. The red-eyed woman he was told to look for was there, as well as 2 others in the beds closer to the window, though neither of them looked awake. The other 3 beds were empty, and Sasuke didn't want to think about why that might have been, with the hospital at full capacity. The red-eyed woman looked up from her book, raising an eyebrow at him, not bothering to hide her surprise. Uchiha-kun, she returned slowly, dog-earing her page and putting her book on her lap, studying him curiously. What brings you here? Sasuke is fine. Sasuke dismissed uncomfortably as he closed the door behind himself and stepped a bit further into the room, then promptly stilled, not sure whether he was allowed to actually come in. I was told that your team fought Uchiha Itachi. That we did. The woman agreed slowly, sending a measured glance at her roommates, though neither of them so much as twitched. though it might be better to say that we survived Itachi. I was also told Sasuke swallowed, wondering why this felt so hard, that you knew him. This time, there was also suspicion in the woman's gaze as she met his eyes. And who told you that? Kiba said you were familiar with him. And that he recognized you. Sasuke explained quickly, for the first time since their conversation actually entertaining the thought that Kiba might have lied. But the red-eyed woman sighed and gestured to the chair at her bedside, and Sasuke almost stumbled as he headed for it, his knees feeling weaker than when he'd come out of psych after the preliminaries, but things changed. I did indeed know Itachi, as more than just the Uchiha genius. Or I thought I did, anyway. Uehai admitted, and Sasuke frowned as he sat, hoping for more detail. Apparently seeing his expression, the woman huffed a short, humorless laugh. He was on a team with a lot of my friends. They'd hang out at my apartment sometimes, in between missions, I'd cook for them, gossip, the like. The concept of Itachi having friends outside of Shisui was baffling to Sasuke, but more so was the casual way Kiba-sensei was talking about him. Since that day, nobody had dared utter Itachi's name in Sasuke's vicinity, and here this woman was, casually reminiscing and admitting to having been friends with Itachi. And did you see the Itachi you knew when you fought him? Slipped out before he could bite it back, preface it with an explanation, and he knew he'd misstepped the moment the previous ease morphed into something more analytical. Where are you going with this? The woman asked, not quite sharply, but certainly pointedly. I met him on my latest mission. He fought me. Probably would have killed me if Rado-san hadn't intervened. Sasuke relayed, then took a deep breath. I looked in his eyes and I didn't see my brother. Sasuke could see the exact moment the woman realized what he meant, and her sharp gaze softened, became more sympathetic, but luckily, she refrained from vocalizing the pity he could see in her face. No. She sighed instead, her gaze growing far away. He was not the Itachi I knew. They sat there in silence for a moment, then the woman glanced at him again, a challenge in her eyes now, and Sasuke felt like he'd been caught off balance. Is that all you wanted from me? Floundering, Sasuke wondered whether this was why Kiba had looked so entertained when Sasuke had voiced his plans to speak to his sensei. The woman was bedbound and feminine, but her presence was as intense as Kakashi's. Maybe more so. No. Sasuke managed, squaring his shoulders where he sat. I'd like to learn Genjutsu. You're the Genjutsu mistress. I also have my own students. Uehai shot back, frowning at him. And, nothing personal here, Uchiha-kun, but I'm not going to let you copy years of my hard work with your Sharingan and call it yours. I don't want that. Sasuke denied, frowning right back, wondering whether this was what Kakashi had tried to warn him about back before the preliminaries. My cousin, he always said we have to live our illusions. That the Sharingan is useful, but it shouldn't become a crutch. I'm aware of Shisui's philosophy. The woman cut him off, and Sasuke almost bit his tongue, because, what? But I wouldn't be able to teach you any of the techniques that were born out of it. If you want anything on that, you'd be better off asking Mitarashi Anko. Anko-san. Sasuke echoed, wondering how his potential senpai was relevant to this conversation. His reaction, however, prompted a raised eyebrow from the woman. You're familiar. I want to apprentice in intelligence, I just need Kakashi to sign off on it, but he's being Kakashi. Sasuke explained while rolling his eyes, and the corner of Uehai's lips quirked up, as if that was all the explanation she needed. Anko-san said that if I'm successful and qualify, she's claiming me. Of course she did. The older Kunoichi replied, also rolling her eyes, though it was far fonder than Sasuke's reaction to Kakashi's antics. If you do become her student, and she likes you, you can ask about the things Shisui left her. Be aware she might stab you for asking, though. Sasuke elected against asking why his cousin would have left a TNI operative any of his personal effects, and, particularly, if he was reading between the lines correctly, any of his jutsu notes. Some things were better left unsaid. Will you help me? He pressed instead, because he hadn't actually received a clear answer. With non-sharing and genjutsu. Answer one question for me first. the woman replied, pinning him in place with that unnerving gaze. Distantly, Suzuki wondered whether the red eyes were part of the reason why his relatives used to warn him not to take it personally if people wouldn't make eye contact with him. Why genjutsu? Suzuki scowled, trying to put into words the many convoluted thought processes he'd had in psych, after, and during the mission hunting for the Senju princess. Or how influential Rado-san had been in helping him untangle his thoughts about his clan and his brother, for all that the man had come with them to keep teaching Naruto trap setting. Naruto's obsessed with his traps, and Sakura's taken to the idea of learning poisons. He began, shaking off the shiver that threatened to crest when he remembered Sakura, Ino, and Kiba's expressions when Sakura had started talking about poisons the last time he'd gone to visit her. I'm an Uchiha, I should be versatile. And the best way for us to be an effective team is if I take up genjutsu. Effective. Uehai echoed, staring at him intently. Trap setting, poisons, genjutsu. She stared at him silently for a few seconds, then sat back against her pillows, looking almost amused. You want to become a sabotage squad? Suzuki blinked, not having expected her to come to that conclusion so quickly, but yeah. She wasn't wrong. None of the rookies were the same people he'd graduated the academy with, for all that it hadn't even been a year since graduation. Uehai's team alone was testament to that if Kiba were to be believed. On his team, Sakura had grown bitter. She'd spent almost 3 months in the hospital, hoping that the magical healer who'd left the village before she'd even been born would come back and allow her to be a ninja again. Suzuki himself, genius of the Uchiha and Rookie of the Year that he was, had had his arms broken and dreams of promotion destroyed by a genin who couldn't use anything other than taijutsu and couldn't externalize his chakra. Even Naruto, for all that he'd gotten to the final round and managed to avoid serious injury, even his unshakable optimism hadn't escaped unscathed from the ordeal of the Chunin exams. The idea of remaining a combat specializing team under Kakashi didn't sit well with them anymore, particularly since it took the horror of the exams for them to really become a team, and by then it had been too late to save whatever faith in Kakashi they may have had left. Kakashi of the Sharingan may be untouchable, but that didn't make anyone under his command untouchable by association. As the three of them had found out during his debrief and intel, because, although they'd accomplished their mission and come back with Senjutsu Nade in tow, they'd had to dodge Orochimaru yet again, and that meant concern for village secrets and sleeper agents, so he and Naruto had spent 2 days answering progressively weirder questions in intel. He'd had the chance to speak to Mitarashi Anko. And, beyond enlightening him to the wealth of information Intel Shinobi had access to, she'd let him in on the piece of information that nobody had thought to share with him despite the shit show of the exams and everything that followed, that genin teams can change specializations. Naruto, who'd been by his side the entire time, had pressed Mitarashi for more details, got a scroll to the face with all the different designations, then taken it, and Suzuki, straight to Sakura's room. Sakura's expression when she'd been told the news, then when she'd trailed her fingers over the requirements for the different designations and landed on sabotage, had been the same one she'd used to look at him with. Not that he'd seen that look since she'd landed in the hospital, but the awe, hope, and pure determination had been enough to confirm for him that it wasn't just Naruto who'd found something he'd be better suited to than straight-out combat. Uehai's face went through a lot of emotions at his confirmation, but it settled on something that looked like she was torn between laughing and shaking him by the shoulders. Have you talked to Kakashi about it? She asked, and her voice, though still maintaining its even tone, sounded somewhat strangled, which Suzuki blinked at. Haven't seen him since the dobe and I set off on the mission. He replied, shrugging to hopefully hide how bothered he was starting to be by that fact. Sakura says he's avoiding us. Do me a favor. Uehai requested then, and she reached up to pinch the bridge of her nose. Find Kakashi and talk to him. Recruit my kids to help you track him if you need to. But please, promise me you'll talk to him about this before you give my best friend a heart attack. All right. Suzuki promised awkwardly, not sure how the woman expected him to be able to find a jounin who appeared determined to avoid him. If you're feeling a little mean, Uehai continued, as if reading his mind, or Shino and Hinata are busy, you can also ask Asuma, Meito Gai, or Shiranui Genma for help. They're always down for ruining Kakashi's day. And when you find him, tell him I want to cash in my IOU. Suzuki huffed, amused despite himself, and nodded, feeling a little more at ease. And if you brush up on your basics and want some initial guidance on non-sharing and genjutsu, I recommend talking to Hinata. She added kindly, but Sasuke frowned, not following. Hyuga Hinata. He checked, flushing when Yuhai's face clearly said, do you know any other, but she's a Hyuga. Yuhai frowned, and Sasuke hadn't realized how open her countenance had been until it frosted over and she suddenly looked closed off and decidedly unapproachable. She's also shaping up to be the combat specialist on my team, so I advise you to avoid that tone if you speak to her, Uchiha-kun. She told him sharply, voice suddenly cold, and Sasuke winced. Is there anything else you want from me? Sasuke stood, inclining his head. No. Thank you for your time, Yuhai-san. He got all the way to the door before he paused, glancing back. Have a quick recovery. He didn't flee the room per se, but he definitely speed-walked out of the hospital. Then, once outside, he paused, wondering whether he wanted to bring Naruto's brand of chaos into what was already shaping up to be a nonsense-filled day. Hinata did not attend Tsunade's inauguration. Instead, she used the fact that most of the village's able-bodied population would be out of their houses and snuck into the Hyuga compound from the back, bypassing the main gate, and walked to the empty library, stopping by her room to grab the chakra paper scroll that no Byakugan could see through. She spent half an hour in the main library copying down all the information she could find on the caged bird seal, then snuck into her father's personal library and copied down the exact pattern of the seal and any information she could find onto her scroll. Then, she made sure she put everything back exactly where she found it, tucked her scroll into the inner pocket of her jacket, and left the compound as quickly and inconspicuously as she could. She'd had a lot of time to think over the last few weeks, partly about what would become of her team, and partly about how she was going to go about putting her promise to Niji into motion. And then she'd found out from Shikaka that the next Chunin exams were going to be hosted in Kumo and her team was all but guaranteed to participate, and suddenly, the answer was right there. She'd checked the scrolls Genma had brought her, consulted the Nara library, asked for permission to take a book out for the day, then headed over to Kurene's hospital room with her notes and her books and her scrolls safely in her bag. Kurene had been bemused at Hinata's question about the Toad Sunin's habits and schedule, but when Hinata had signed seal related, Kurene's eyes had widened but her questions had, luckily, subsided. Not that Hinata didn't trust her sensei, but Kurene hadn't been alone in her hospital room. Kurene had told her to give her a week, but when Hinata had gone to visit her 3 days later, she already had a date and a time for Hinata's meeting with the Sunin. 5 days after Tsunade became the Godame Hokage, Hinata made her way to the cafe Kurene had indicated the day before and found Jiraiya already there. Upon seeing her slide into the booth opposite him, Jiraiya immediately slapped a seal on the table between them, and Hinata felt more than saw the chakra disturbance around her. I know I have a certain reputation, but I'm not gonna go around trying to make it worse. He grumbled at her quizzical look, and Hinata had to fight the reflex to flush when she understood what he was referring to. It's a seal for sis. Makes your face and hair more forgettable. Useful, she signed, choosing not to comment on the first part of his statement lest she embarrass herself further. Kakashi implied I should expect a woman. The Sunin frowned, not acknowledging her comment either, and he was staring at her intently, far more intensity in his gaze than she would have expected from a nickname like Aro Senin. My sensei, Hinata signed, registration 0-1-0-8-8-1. That'd be the one. Jiraiya sighed, and the intimidating aura around him lessened somewhat. What's with the signing? Hinata paused. Considered. Shrugged mentally, then signed, simply, traumatized. Jiraiya snorted, but nodded in apparent understanding, waving her off. All right, I get it. So, what do you want, kid? Slowly, Hinata reached into the inner pocket of her jacket and pulled out the chakra-infused paper that no dojutsu could see through she'd stolen from Shikaku's desk drawer and slid it across the table to the Sunin. She knew what it said. She'd taken a good 2 hours the previous night to draft the message, so she knew precisely what it was that Jiraiya was reading. My name is Hyuga Hinata, the heiress to the Hyuga clan. His eyebrow jumped up after he scanned the first sentence, gaze briefly flickering to her face before it fell back to the paper. I plan to challenge my father for the position of clan head once I make Jounin. Another unreadable glance. I then plan to abolish the caged bird seal. Jiraiya had to read over the last sentence twice, but the moment comprehension dawned in his eyes, he set Hinata's message aflame and sent her an askance look. I could report you for treason, you realize. He said slowly, the quietest and most serious Hinata had ever heard him, and she couldn't help the small, bitter quirk to her lip. You wouldn't be the first, she signed simply, and some of Jiraiya's hostility melted away. Instead, he reached over and slapped another seal onto the table between them, and this time, Hinata felt the quiet buzzing sound, not unlike Shino's Kikaicho, that, if she recalled correctly, meant that their conversation was muted to outsiders. Not that it mattered much in her case. All right. Jiraiya took a deep breath, rubbing his forehead briefly before he pinned her with an assessing look. Assuming that you actually managed to challenge Daddy Dearest, he paused briefly when Hinata flinched at the term, then resumed more slowly, measuring every word, how would you go about abolishing a century of tradition? The scorn he said the last word with surprised Hinata, but she also understood it, she herself had a rather complicated relationship with the concept of tradition. Instead of trying to form a response with only Chunin sign to rely on, she pulled out the scroll Genma had brought her when she'd asked for books on sealing and unfurled it on the table between them, pointing out the specific passage she'd circled with a pencil. But Jiraiya's gaze, instead of following her finger, seemed glued to the scribbled notes in the margins. The writing was unfamiliar to her, but judging by the way the Sunin unconsciously reached out and traced his fingers over the writing, his expression almost reverent, it was more than familiar to him. Where did you get this? He asked quietly, as if speaking any louder would shatter the moment or make the scroll disappear, and Hinata didn't see the harm in telling the truth, Shiranui. Ah, yeah. Jiraiya muttered, wryly amused now, and he looked at her again, his expression much more open than before, though no less thoughtful. Kid must really like you. Hinata felt briefly amused at the fact that Jiraiya was of an age where he considered Genma a kid, when the man was a proper adult even in the eyes of her technically 22 self, but she shelved the thought when Jiraiya seemed to shake himself out of the melancholy and turned his attention back to the actual text, frowning at it. So what did you want to show me? Hinata tapped the passage on bodily autonomy again, having memorized what it said, if a shinobi finds themselves sealed, they are within their rights to unravel the seal by whatever means necessary. Jiraiya laughed humorlessly as he scanned the text. Yeah, except, unless it's changed since I learned of it, if a member of your clan tries that, there's the whole torture element of the seal to consider. Hinata winced at his wording, but he wasn't wrong. Well, not about the seal, at least. Not a member of my clan, she signed slowly, because this was the correction she'd wanted, needed to make the moment she realized that Jiraiya was actually willing to listen to her. She waited as comprehension slowly dawned on Jiraiya's face, then added, just so there would be no misunderstandings, me. The Sunin stared at her for a few seconds, his face completely devoid of emotion, his chakra unreadable, and for the first time, Hinata understood how the man who Naruto had regularly called a pervert and a clown could have worked well on a team with Orochimaru. You want me, he said slowly, his voice completely blank, his face betraying nothing, his eyes never straying from Hinata's, to put what is, at its core, a slavery seal, on you. Undeterred and undaunted, Hinata nodded. Why? Hinata shuffled around the papers she'd pulled out until she found the one on intellectual property and tapped the passage she'd circled. There were only 2 words that were important in the text, public domain. Jiraiya stared at the words, then at Hinata, then back to the paper, before he put his head in his hands and started laughing. And I thought Minato had been insane. He murmured, his face still hidden from Hinata's eyes, but at least it meant that he didn't see the way her eyes had widened at his words. I'm not making any promises. Jiraiya said as he straightened, meeting her gaze evenly, and Hinata nodded. This was already much more than she'd ever dared expected would come from this meeting, anything more would be a blessing. Meet me here in a week, same time, and I'll tell you if what you're asking for is even possible. Then, as she went to collect her papers, Jiraiya's hand hovered over her wrist, dwarfing her entire hand and effectively freezing her in place without even touching her. And I'll hold on to these, thank you. Hinata frowned, glancing from her papers, to the Sunin's stern expression, then nodded reluctantly, moving to slide out of her seat. "Thank you for your time," she signed hastily, inclining her head respectfully before she moved beyond the reach of the silencing seal, and Jiraiya sighed. "Kid," he called, once again freezing her in her tracks without the need for a single jutsu. "This won't be easy." He frowned at her, his demeanor feeling more human now, and Hinata thought she saw a hint of concern and apprehension in his dark eyes. "Are you sure you want to go down this route?" Sighing herself, Hinata allowed the small, bitter smile that she'd been repressing since she realized what she'd need to do to surface, meeting Jiraiya's gaze unflinchingly. "I know," she signed, suddenly feeling beyond tired as the full weight of her survivor's guilt crashed into her, and she saw Jiraiya start at whatever he saw on her face, "but it's worth it." Niji glanced down at Hanabi, the girl almost vibrating with excitement where she walked beside him, then turned back to the Nara compound gates, hoping that they wouldn't be chased away the moment the guards spotted them and he wouldn't have to deal with an upset 8-year-old. Things had been tense at the Hyuga compound, the news of the Elder's intervention at the hospital prompting mixed reactions from the clan members, from what Niji could tell. He himself didn't know what to think, both at the idea of the intervention being necessary in the first place, or at the rumor that one of the Elders had ended up in the hospital with a heart attack, and another in the long-stay wing of Psych. Hinata's absence at the Hyuga compound since she'd gotten discharged from the hospital was also rather telling. Hanabi had been distraught, first by her sister's apparent injuries, then by being forbidden from visiting her at the hospital afterwards. But, with their relationship somewhat on the mend since Hayashi had given Niji the letter from his father explaining the real reason behind his sacrifice, Hanabi had come to him a few weeks ago with the news that Hinata was allegedly staying at the Nara compound and could they please go visit her. So here they were, 3 weeks later, Niji having left his team's sparring session early to pick Hanabi up from the academy and take her to hopefully see her sister for the first time in 3 months. He only hoped Hinata was actually at the com. "Ne-sama." Niji startled, looking around frantically, but Hanabi had bolted ahead, not a care for decorum or clan customs, the only saving grace being that she stopped before the gate to the Nara compound and didn't just charge right through. After another few seconds of searching, Niji finally saw Hinata's navy hair among the Nara brown, his cousin also having startled at Hanabi's yell, and as he came closer, he noticed that she was sitting between 2 other rookies, a couple of books and some snack-like food laid out on the blanket around them, but she was looking in their direction with clear shock writ on her face. He watched as she stared at Hanabi for a second, her eyes wide and disbelieving, then how her gaze darted from Hanabi to Niji, now filled with no small degree of wonder, but also suspicion. And then, she was suddenly there, no hand seals or rustle of leaves to betray her movement, and Niji's hand twitched towards his kunao pouch but Hinata ignored him, focused instead on pulling Hanabi into a desperate embrace, wrapping her arms around her sister's shoulders and waist so tightly that Niji reckoned it must have hurt, but Hanabi only hugged back just as desperately. Niji didn't know how long the 2 sisters stood there, but eventually, Hinata pulled away and wiped at her eyes, then turned to Niji and hesitantly inclined her head in a shallow bow. Niji stared at the top of Hinata's head for a few seconds, not sure what to do and hating himself for hesitating. He scoffed and glanced away, then rallied himself and stepped forward, extending a hand for Hinata to shake. "I'm glad you've been discharged," he told her stiffly once she took his hand gently, hating the fact that the wonder was back in her eyes when he didn't shake her off or push her away when their hands made contact. Hanabi was worried. Hinata smiled softly, shooting her sister a fond look that Hanabi flushed under, but Niji was more concerned by the fact that Hinata wasn't. "She doesn't speak." An annoyingly familiar voice called out, and Niji half turned to find his opponent from the final stage of the Chunin exams ambling towards the gates, a thoughtful frown twisting his mouth. Bad reaction to their latest mission. "She uses Chunin sign to communicate, so maybe read up before you put your foot in your mouth again." And then Niji suddenly found himself grateful for having trained with Tenten as a teammate over the last year, because without the reflexes that the Kunoichi had honed in him, the way the Nara threw a scroll at him would have brained him between the eyes. He scowled, snatching the scroll out of the air, though before he could look at the title, his eyes caught on Hinata's hands which were flashing through signs he couldn't decipher, though at the very least whatever she was saying succeeded in making the Nara scowl, the expression on his face nearing petulant. "I'm not apologizing," he huffed, glaring at Niji briefly before he focused on Hinata. "You weren't here, you didn't hear how he was talking about you." Niji felt himself blush, his memory of their battle a hazy one, but he recognized that he'd likely been far from kind in his assessment of Hinata's capacity as a kunoichi. Hinata flashed through more signs and the Nara sighed, though he nodded obligingly and Hinata visibly brightened, raising her other hand to sign as well, slower and clearer this time, and the Nara turned to Hanabi, though his attention was still very much on Hinata's hands. She says she missed you and is glad to see you, and she's sorry she didn't think to let you know where she was. He informed Hanabi dryly, and Niji only then realized that the Nara was interpreting for Hinata. She also says that she'd love to see you tomorrow and that yes, you can spar and get dango afterwards if you'd like. Hanabi cheered, jumping towards Hinata to throw her arms around her waist and hug her again, and Niji watched as Hinata initially stiffened at the contact, then softened and returned the hug with such a fond expression on her face that Niji had to look away. As for you, the Nara continued, and Niji startled, turning back to him and guessing from the obvious change in tone that he was now the one being addressed, read the scroll. Niji blinked a few times, then scowled. What? You're a genius, aren't you? Shikamaru taunted, getting another vaguely disapproving huff from Hinata, though he ignored this one. Apparently she has a lot to tell you, so you need to get proficient in Shininsai and do it stat, Hyuga. And how do you suggest I do that? Niji demanded, squaring his shoulders and glaring back at Shikamaru, hating the Nara's posturing and unnecessary aggression. Read the scroll. Shikamaru repeated, then, apparently deeming the conversation too much of a bother, turned around and went back to the fat Akimichi and their blanket full of snacks. Not sure who he hated more, Niji glanced down at the scroll in his hands, ready to throw it right back at the Nara and brain him this time, then paused. Oh. A beginner's guide to Chunin sign language, stared back at him, and he stared at it for a few seconds, uncomprehending, then silently shoved it into his pocket and turned to Hanabi. Let's go, Haim. He ordered, waiting until Hanabi extricated herself from yet another hug, though he could see she planned to argue with him so he cut her off before she could start. You don't want to get an escort any time you leave the compound again, do you? Clearly seeing the realistic threat for what it was, Hanabi sighed petulantly but pulled away from her sister, losing more and more of her childish demeanor the closer she came to Niji, until all that he could see as she stopped at his side was the child genius of the Hyuga main house, and not the 8-year-old academy student excited to see her sister again she'd been over the last few minutes. I'll see you tomorrow, Nae-sama. Hanabi bid, then turned away and started walking towards the Hyuga compound, stubbornly not glancing back. Niji sighed, but he inclined his head at Hinata and meaningfully patted his jacket over the pocket in which he'd stashed the scroll. Until tomorrow, Hinata Haim. He didn't wait to see what Hinata's farewell would be, but the tiny smile she gifted him with before he turned away made him hope against hope that there may yet be a future in which they could get along. But for now, he had a cousin to escort and a sign language to learn. Jiraiya slipped into Tsunade's office at the Senju compound, not surprised to find Tsunade and Nara Shikaku still poring over village plans and details of the fallout from Orochimaru's invasion. His entrance had the both of them glancing up, so Jiraiya didn't bother with a greeting. Are there Umbu around? He asked instead, getting two negatives, one curious and one suspicious. Good. Then, taking a deep breath and falling into the chair opposite Tsunade's desk, he regarded Shikaku and Tsunade tiredly. A Hyuga genin came to me today, asking me to put the clan's slavery seal on her. Tsunade's face lost most of its color. What? Yeah. Jiraiya sighed, rubbing his temples to try and stave off the headache he could feel building. Main house, too. When he opened his eyes, he found Tsunade and Shikaku staring at him intently, clearly waiting for more information. With a grunt, Jiraiya reached into his jacket and pulled out the papers the kid had shown him in support of her insane request, spreading them out on Tsunade's desk, covering the village plans and budget outlines the two had been studying before. Gave me these, too. Did she say why she wanted the seal? Tsunade checked, pulling some of the papers closer so she could see them better. To abolish the practice altogether. Jiraiya informed her dryly, drawing a startled glance from Tsunade and a look of dawning realization from Shikaku, who had been studying the papers critically until his gaze landed on one of the scrolls. Hyuga Hinata, he asked in a slightly off voice, and Jiraiya heaved himself into a more sat-up position, leveling the Nara with a curious look. Yeah. He confirmed, because that was what the kid had introduced herself as. How do you know? She's living with my family. Shikako replied, earning a surprised look from Tsunade that he didn't see, focused as he was on the papers on the desk. He nudged the scroll on intellectual property rights, a wry smile quirking his lip. This one is from my personal library. If the kid's living with you, Tsunade began, glancing from the spread of papers on her desk to Shikaku, a frown creasing her brow. Why go through the trouble of arranging a meeting with Jiraiya? Went through her sensei, too. Jiraiya added, putting the pieces together now that he had some more information, and Kakashi, to get me to even meet her. I don't know why she avoided you, but it was intentional. Shikaku. Tsunade pressed when Shikaku quietened, but from the look in his eyes, they both knew he'd already reached some kind of conclusion. She's the Hyuga heiress. Shikaku informed Tsunade tiredly, and Jiraiya cringed, reckoning by Tsunade's expression that might have been an important bit of information to include in his summary. Explains that, then. Jiraiya sighed, pulling out the last of the papers, handwritten, and likely copied directly from Hayashi's library, with enough information on the caged bird seal for someone with Jiraiya's ability to reconstruct the seal. Is that dash? Tsunade asked, cutting herself off as she took in the diagram and neat, albeit rushed-looking writing describing the diagram and detailing the intricacies of the sealing process. Yeah. Jiraiya confirmed, having an inkling as to what she was going to ask, and fully understanding the mix of awe and apprehension on Tsunade's face. Anyway, Shikaku? Your reason? Shikaku tore his gaze away from the handwritten diagram and straightened under their combined expectant gazes. If I had to give a reason why she didn't go directly to me, despite, as you say, living under my roof and having much easier access to me than to Jiraiya-san, I'd say it was to give me plausible deniability. Judging by Tsunade's face, Jiraiya was pretty sure he wasn't the only one skeptical of that assessment, and Shikaku sighed, pulling his hairband out and running his fingers through his hair in fatigue or frustration, or, more likely, a mix of the two. I'm not just the cage regent. He said quietly, eyes trained on the scroll from his personal library. I'm also the head of another clan. It wasn't boastful, it was a simple fact, and when Shikaku glanced up, first at Tsunade, then at Jiraiya, it was obvious he was only explaining for their benefit, having already accepted the conclusion he'd drawn as fact. If she'd come to me with plans of removing the caged bird seal, plans that, likely in the minds of many Hyuga elders would mean the weakening of the Hyuga and interfering with their way of life, I'd have been complicit in the sabotage of another clan. He summarized, visibly spelling it out for them, but Jiraiya still had one hang-up, which Tsunade appeared to share. Kid's 12, Shikaku. She told him sharply, shooting Jiraiya a look which he nodded at, because yeah. Don't you think you're giving her a little too much credit? I don't think I am. Shikaku replied simply, not disrespectfully, nor arrogantly, but still firmly. It's not the first time she's demonstrated a degree of political awareness beyond her age. This dash. He shuffled the papers around, his gaze flickering from the scroll on intellectual property, to that on bodily autonomy of those sealed against their will, to one on sealing commission protocols, and those on half a dozen other topics Jiraiya wouldn't have even considered relevant, then back again, before it finally rose to meet first Tsunade's eyes, then Jiraiya's. This isn't a spontaneous whim of a clueless child. This has been months in the making. Months. Jiraiya repeated skeptically, refocusing on the papers. It had seemed like a well-researched collection once he'd looked at it in more detail, the kid likely wanting to cover all her bases, but she was from a noble clan. They had all the resources at their fingertips, didn't they? My son's matchup for the final stage of the Chunin exams was Hyuga Niji. He asked Hinata for help in learning how to fight Hyuga. She agreed. Shikaku smiled wryly, humorlessly. It's part of the reason the Hyuga elders aren't too fond of her. But, in exchange for sparing, she asked for access to our clan library. I doubt that would have been the first place she'd have looked. Tsunade said slowly, looking at the papers on her desk with new eyes. Precisely. Shikaku confirmed, taking the seat in the chair next to Jiraiya's, seemingly having said his piece. All right. Tsunade summarized, and her tone was wooden, devoid of emotion, and Jiraiya was instantly on edge. So we have a genuine heir of a noble clan so intent on destroying a decades-old slavery seal she's willing to take it on herself. Is that right? Jiraiya glanced at Shikaku, who'd winced at the summary but tellingly didn't contradict it, then nodded slowly. With the diagram I should be able to remove the torture component, but, yes. Jiraiya said slowly, eyes on Tsunade's expression. Question is, are you going to allow it? You're the seal master. She shot back with a wry smile, though there was little actual humor in it. If she commissions you, I have little say. Shikaku? Jiraiya asked, and the Nara seemed surprised at being addressed, but he still frowned thoughtfully. Do you think she can succeed? It all depends on how she spins it, if she's found out. Shikaku mused, rubbing his eyes briefly, before he focused back on the papers still spread over Tsunade's desk. If she can find a good enough justification for giving herself the seal, then dash. Shikaku cut off suddenly, his eyes widening, then he hung his head and laughed, short and sharp but undeniably amused and pleased. When he looked up again, meeting Tsunade's expectant eyes and Jiraiya's raised eyebrow, he smiled, slow and satisfied and proud. The seal's primary purpose was to protect the Byakugan from those who'd seek to steal it. He drawled, tapping his finger against the hand-drawn diagram. Her team's slated for the Chunin exams in Kumo. There's your reason. Jiraiya stared, turning the information over in his head, putting the pieces together, and when it all slotted into the full, big picture, he couldn't help but gape a little, exchanging a look with Tsunade. This, he began, shuffling over the papers and putting them back in his inside pocket, leaving out only the handwritten scroll on the seal. This might just work. Tsunade sighed, and, as if Jiraiya's declaration had been what she'd been waiting for, she finally allowed herself to collapse in her own chair, putting her head in her hands. I fucking hate politics. Shikaku headed home, worn out and with a million things on his mind. He had no energy to deal with any more issues today, content in the knowledge that the most pressing fires of the week had been put out, and the rest could wait until he'd had something to eat and more than 2 hours sleep. And then he paused at the gate to his house, catching sight of Shikamaru and Hinata playing shogi on the veranda. He was no longer acting cage, but that didn't mean that he could just shrug off the responsibilities he'd had over the past 3 months. Tsunade was still learning the inner workings of the village, still catching up on all that she'd missed in the 2 decades that she'd been away, and in the chaos of power transitions and meetings with the Umbu and Chunin commanders, he hadn't even managed to go home after Jiraiya's seal news 2 days previous. So now, as he took in the concentrated frown on his son's face with fond eyes, he also allowed himself to properly study his son's friend, the realization of how far the little Hyuga could see and how much she was willing to put herself through granting him a new perspective. The most, and simultaneously least, noticeable thing about Hinata was that the girl was like a ghost. At first, he'd thought she simply had a weak presence, which didn't bode well for a future clan head, but would have been understandable for a child who'd grown up in the shadow of Hyuga Hayashi's expectations. She had come into the living room once or twice and nobody, not him, or Yoshino, or Shikamaru, had noticed until one of them caught sight of her from the corner of their eyes and jumped. Even if she used the kitchen, there would never be any sign of her there. No plate in the sink or ingredient out of place. She had also sat and watched him play against Shikamaru a couple of times, and her presence had been so unobtrusive that both of them had caught themselves forgetting that she was there. And then, gradually, Shikaku had realized how much Hinata leaned into her weak presence. Her mutism, the fact that her steps made no sound, no matter the terrain, her peculiar avoidance of throwing weapons when sparring, her thick, heavy clothing that didn't rustle. The fact that even now, at home, in the village, when Shikamaru's chakra was a merry flame of contentment, like a cat curled up by the fireplace, Hinata's was hollow. So tightly repressed that getting even a glancing impression of her mood was practically impossible for anyone who wasn't a censor. Soft, Shikamaru had called her when Shikaku had absently asked how the genin who'd broken their clan's jutsu after a week of study had been in the academy. Quiet. Ridiculously shy. Nice, though. Soft, but she was the genin with the most confirmed kills to her name, more than Team 7 and 9 combined. Quiet, but Shikaku had felt her chakra in the hospital when the Hyuga elders had come. The wave of rage that had swept like a shockwave from her room, followed by unadulterated, unfiltered loathing that had drawn Uzuki Yojo like a beacon to her room, only to find out that a bed-bound genin had taken out 2 elders with 1 genjutsu. Shy, but a shy child wouldn't have found her way to a one-on-one meeting with a Sunin and shared her plans of what could easily be called revolution with a man she barely knew beyond legend. "I what?" Shikamaru suddenly asked, startling Shikaku out of his contemplation of their house guest, his son's eyes wide and disbelieving as he stared at the board. "How?" Shikaku stepped closer, having an inkling as to what was happening but needing to confirm it for himself. He ignored Hinata's curious glance. Shikamaru too focused on the board to pay him much attention as he stepped onto the veranda. And indeed, one glance at the board proved his initial suspicion: Shikamaru's king was in check. But a longer look showed what likely had Shikamaru so shocked: his king wasn't just in check, but in checkmate. Shikamaru lost. Shikaku could see a smile on Hinata's face, sharper than anything he'd seen on her before, self-satisfied and proud, but when Shikamaru glanced up at her, she softened it, making it genial and open. "How?" Shikamaru repeated, less accusatory this time and more genuinely curious, and Hinata hesitated, glancing at Shikaku briefly before she refocused on Shikamaru and signed the answer, damning as it was. "You play like your dad." And Shikaku could see the moment Shikamaru realized all the different times over the last few weeks that Hinata had been around and watched when they'd played together, not just shogi but chess and go and daifugo. Not participating or distracting, just there, watching while she read whatever book or scroll she had in hand, and Shikaku should have paid more attention to the seemingly innocent pastime. "I'm predictable," Shikamaru realized with a start, meeting Hinata's gaze as if hoping she'd deny it. But Hinata just smiled, sympathy warring with satisfaction in her eyes, and nodded slowly. Soft, quiet, shy. It was the oldest trick in the book, and this girl was also Yuahai's student. When Shikamaru went back to frowning thoughtfully at the board, no doubt retracing all his moves in the game to find the proof to Hinata's claim, the little Hyuga raised her gaze from the board and met Shikaku's own thoughtful one. For a brief moment, she held the eye contact, her expression never changing, her chakra never escaping her iron-fisted hold, but knowing what he knew now, Shikaku didn't need to be Inoichi to feel like he could read minds. "Underestimate me," Hinata's face seemed to say, staring at him fearlessly before she looked away and set about clearing the board once Shikamaru shuffled away. "I'll make it easy for you." As he huffed a laugh and went inside in search of something to eat, Shikaku wondered how many more similar traps Hinata had already set for others to fall into. He wondered whether he could ask to be there when Hayashi fell into his. Sakura stepped out of the hospital, Ino's hand in hers, Kiba and Akamaru a few paces ahead of them. All 3 of them paused on the front steps as if on cue, taking a few seconds to let the setting autumn sun hit their skin, basking in the gentle warmth after months of being stuck in the same white walls and artificial light. Her and Kiba could have been discharged a week earlier, but they chose to wait for Ino to get the all-clear, not wanting to leave her alone after so long together. Sakura had been in the hospital almost 4 months. A week or 2 either way made little difference to her. Freedom, at last. Kiba cheered, but even that was quieter than his academy self would have been, more contained. He tilted his face to the sun, Akamaru barking quietly, seemingly also content, and Sakura noted that he was almost too big now for his perch on the top of Kiba's head. "How do you want to celebrate?" Sakura glanced at Ino, relying on the same intuitive, wordless communication they'd been capable of back in the academy, before declaring each other love rivals forced them to forget. She waited until Ino grinned and nodded, squeezing Sakura's hand in confirmation. "Barbecue," she called, pulling on Sakura gently to urge her along, and it took Sakura a second to find her feet. Kiba did a double take at the choice, visibly surprised despite the weeks they've spent together, then grinned back, waiting until Ino and Sakura caught up so he could fall into step with them. "I was worried we're gonna say sushi or oh, hey, Genma-san." Sakura looked around, curious, because she didn't recognize the name nor did she see anyone around that Kiba could have been greeting, and she frowned, before. "Hey, kid," a brown-haired man greeted, appearing suddenly at Kiba's side and making Ino and Sakura startle. He reached up to ruffle Kiba's hair fondly, Kiba pressing into the touch, and Sakura reasoned she knew who he'd been greeting, though how he spotted the man was still a mystery. "Finally been released." "You up?" "Even walked down the stairs on my own." Kiba bragged, and Sakura wondered what her fresh from the academy self would have thought at an achievement like that being something to celebrate. Then again, unfortunately for her academy self, or fortunately, depending on who she asked, the rose-tinted glasses she'd glued to her face and used to look at the world with had been forcefully ripped off and stomped on by the Snake Sunin. The 3 subsequent months she'd spent in the hospital as a result had been a further eye-opener to the seldom discussed consequences of the shinobi lifestyle, and despite her angry helplessness at her state over the last few months, Sakura wasn't blind to the fact that she was one of the lucky ones in terms of her injuries. "Proud of you," Genma-san told Kiba evenly, dropping his hand from Kiba's hair to his shoulder and squeezing once, and Sakura's breath hitched. The easy praise, the lack of mockery, the simple affection she forced her gaze away from Kiba and the unknown shinobi and fought against the burn in her eyes and throat, pushing the bitterness that surged up to the back of her mind. "Oh, right," Kiba exclaimed, either hearing Sakura's stuttered inhale or only just remembering they were heading somewhere before he'd stalled them. Sakura, this is Shiranui Genma. Sensei recruited him to help me train after our disaster C-rank. He's incredibly annoying to fight, and the best poisons master in the village," Kiba introduced, and Sakura felt more than saw Ino's interest spike, and she squeezed Ino's hand once, a wordless comfort and reassurance. Kiba dashed the man sighed, looking almost embarrassed, but he was still amused, an easygoing smile twisting his lips. "And Genma-san, this is Yamanaka Ino and Harino Sakura, my roommates over the last few weeks." Kiba cut him off, bulldozing over whatever the man might have wanted to say, and Sakura huffed a quiet laugh, amused herself at the fact that for all that things changed, some stayed the same. Genma snorted, whether at the flourish with which Kiba finished his introduction or the term roommates, but he nodded politely at her and Ino. "Pleasure. I'm glad to see you both walking." And then, Sakura realized that she did recognize the man. He'd come to their room once or twice, bringing books or updates from people whose names Sakura didn't know, but Kiba clearly did, and leaving Kiba with visibly higher spirits and a smile on his face. She didn't realize the man had also taken note of Kiba's roommates, but she managed a smile, though it dropped when she heard Ino hum thoughtfully. "I know you," Ino said slowly, and Sakura watched as she narrowed her eyes at the man, who, to his credit, weathered the treatment with that same simmering amusement, exchanging a curious glance with Kiba. "You've been by a few times asking for access to our greenhouse." "Guilty as charged," Genma replied, absently scratching Akamaru's head when the Ninken whined needily. "I use a lot of exotic ingredients, and if I don't get to go to the plant's habitat in too long, I can't restock my poisons." He shrugged, though Sakura could tell it wasn't an easy thing to admit. "Your dad is very protective of his greenhouse, though." "Not his greenhouse," Ino muttered, and Sakura could see the cogs turning behind her eyes, and from the look on his face, she knew Kiba could, too. "How about this, you teach us some basic poisons whenever you can spare the time, and I'll grant you supervised access to our greenhouse." Genma blinked, staring at Ino oddly for a moment, before he huffed a laugh. "Who taught you to bargain, Blondie?" "Ibiki." "If you agree," Kiba cut in, taking over from Ino before the blonde could reply, her lips pursed in annoyance, clearly taking slight offense to being compared to the scarred proctor from the first stage of the exams. "You could teach us poisons on the days we usually train together. That way we're not talking up more of your time." Genma raised an eyebrow, though he didn't look as affronted as earlier. "Your nose is going to make poisons hell for you." Sakura startled, not having considered that aspect of Kiba's clan's partnership with Ninken, but Kiba grinned, sharp and sly and unconcerned. "Nah, I'm not gonna be eatin' poisons like these two, but I do want to learn how to treat them," Kiba explained, jabbing his thumb at Ino and Sakura. "'Cause, statistically, the most common problem once you've been poisoned isn't the poison itself, but the lack of antidote. And, like, with my nose, if I knew the smells of different poisons or ingredients, I could probably speed up the poison identification and antidote making process, you know. It's still really weird to hear you talking about statistics and medical stuff," Ino observed, staring at Kiba oddly, and Sakura couldn't fight her snort, inwardly agreeing with Ino's comment. "I'm full of surprises," Kiba drawled, drawing a laugh from Genma, who reached up and ruffled Kiba's hair fondly. "Plus, I watched Shino nearly die from poison, so like, I have motivation aplenty. Alright, you don't need to guilt me. Genma huffed, rolling his eyes at Kiba, though he was smiling now. I've been out of the village more often than in it these last few weeks, but if it happens that we're all here at the same time and not busy, we can try this thing. Konoha could always use more poison users, and poison-savvy medics are few and far between. So we have a deal? Ino asked shrewdly, though Sakura heard the slight tremble in her voice and squeezed her hand reassuringly. We have a deal. Genma confirmed, sounding tired but entertained, extending a hand for Ino to shake. Then, he smirked, and Sakura found herself looking at the same sharp and sly smile that had been on Kiba's face moments previous, and suddenly, the identity of Kiba's mysterious mentor figure he'd mentioned a few times during his stay in their hospital room was obvious. Better tell your dad that you used his greenhouse as ransom. Almost 4 months after Orochimaru's invasion, the rubble and ruin of a full village invasion was still visible on some of the streets. Most of the active Jounin were on a very quick turnover mission rota, their services needed to shore up Konoha's economy and re-establish the village's reputation as one of the Big Five after a hit as damaging as one of their own leading an invasion and killing their Kage. Kakashi, however, was on the hunt for entertainment. Learning that Jiraiya was still in town was a promise of blissful reprieve from the suffocating boredom of being on forced leave. His shrink was apparently still concerned with his mental state after the Tsukiyomi, and Tsunade seemingly took Psyche's evaluations more seriously than Sarutobi had. But if Jiraiya was in town, then maybe Kakashi could wheedle some spoilers of the man's next release. Or annoy him enough to get a spar out of it. Both options sounded good just then. Still, he paused in the door to Jiraiya's seldom-used apartment, surprised to get through the Fuinjutsu matrix on the door only to find the man with an unexpected visitor. He watched the Hyuga girl startle when the door opened, lilac eyes cutting to him for only a split second before she was wordlessly pulling off her headband and getting to her feet, slipping past him on her way out of the room. Then she took one step past him, two, then a shunshin, swift and seal-less and beyond what he'd thought a genin would be capable of, and then she was gone. Not fast enough for him not to register the telltale pattern on her forehead before she'd let her bangs down, however. Was that the Hyuga heir? He asked Jiraiya, watching curiously as the man hastily shut whatever notebook he'd had open and set about sealing away the inks, tone and brushes. With the Hyuga Juinjutsu. Jiraiya glared at him, but Kakashi ignored the quelling look and instead stepped inside, closing the door behind him and watching as the protective Fuinjutsu he'd casually disarmed on his way and lit up the walls again. Tsunade and Shikaku approved. Jiraiya shot back, tucking his notebook away between the inner folds of his robes. You saw nothing. Why would the heir have the Juinjutsu? Kakashi pressed, because he might have only seen it for a split second, but that pattern was unmistakable. Did Hayashi dash? It was the kid's idea. Jiraiya cut him off, shooting him a warning look. And I repeat, you saw nothing, hey take. The kid's idea to seal herself. Kakashi demanded, crossing his arms and planting himself firmly before the door, though he doubted he'd actually be able to stop Jiraiya if the man decided he wanted to leave. Jiraiya was more than strong enough to manhandle him out of the way, if he so wished. He knew he was likely stomping through the equivalent of a political minefield, but Jiraiya had been too fond of Minato to ever truly deny him after his sensei's death, and Kakashi wasn't above exploiting that tie. Why? That might be above your pay grade. Jiraiya warned, a valiant attempt at remaining strong in the face of Kakashi's nosiness and his own guilt. Come on, Jiraiya-sama. Kakashi drawled, abandoning his post by the door once he spied the first hints of weakness and letting himself drop into a sitting position on the other side of Jiraiya's kotetsu. You always have the best gossip. It seemed to be the wrong thing to say, because Jiraiya snorted and pushed away from the kotetsu, heading to the door Kakashi had abandoned and opening it while glaring at Kakashi meaningfully. For once, this actually has nothing to do with you, or any of your little students. He informed him curtly, raising an eyebrow and gesturing to the door, none of the usual hospitality in his mien. Scram, Kakashi. And keep your mouth shut about this. Naturally, Kakashi scrammed. Scrammed all the way to Shikaku's office, now back in the Jounin HQ since Tsunade's inauguration, adamantly ignoring the "do not disturb" genjutsu on the door. He was bored, his visit to Jiraiya only raising more questions but doing little to quell his boredom, and he had been reliably informed by his friends that he was a menace when bored. Unfortunately for the rest of the village, Asuma was still grieving, Kurane was hospital-bound, and Guy was out on a mission, which meant that when Kakashi found the first interesting thing that caught his attention since the invasion, there was nobody to tell him no, drop it. Or, as Genma had kindly summarized, all of his usual babysitters were occupied. He responsibly made sure the door was firmly closed behind him before he turned to Shikaku and raised an eyebrow. Any idea why the Hyuga heiress has the branch house Juinjutsu? Shikaku startled, his pen sliding across the page and completely ruining his signature, and he glared at Kakashi, tired and exasperated and more than a little disapproving. Every day I wonder why Minato didn't see it fit to teach you subtlety. The man replied, and oh, ouch. Going for sensei's name right in the greeting? Kakashi had really stepped in it now. I'm plenty subtle. He defended lightly, dropping down in the chair opposite Shikaku's desk without invitation. No, the man snorted, closing his file and shoving it in the drawer of his desk, away from Kakashi's prying eyes. Hound is subtle. You read porn in public and treat village secrets like magpies treat shiny trinkets. Kakashi blinked. He wouldn't have thought Shikaku capable of such vivid metaphors. But, more importantly, I didn't know a genin was in on a village secret. Shikaku eyed him tiredly, irritation melting into deadpan blankness. You're not going to drop it, are you? Kakashi didn't bother denying it. My next stop is Kurane's room. She might not know. Shikaku replied evenly, and, yeah, maybe it was a valid point, but... Hyuga compound, then. Kakashi shot back, and Shikaku sighed, yanking the hairtie out of his hair and rubbing the bridge of his nose. Fine. I'm telling you once, and once only, so listen up. 15 minutes later, Kakashi was staring at Shikaku and wondering whether he shouldn't have listened to Jiraiya and left this one be. She's gonna need your help, Kakashi. Shikaku concluded, and he appeared vindictively satisfied by Kakashi's stunned silence. I'm no revolutionary. Kakashi denied, because despite his many stick-it-to-the-big-man stunts and his association with Kurane and Genma, he had somehow managed to avoid the reputation. No, not with that. Shikaku waved him off, and Kakashi absently wondered who the man thought would be better to help with restructuring the Hyuga clan from within. With her Jounin promotion. Kakashi couldn't have helped his raised eyebrow even if he'd tried. She's not even a Chunin yet. She's as good as... Shikaku shot back. Her team's promotion's only waiting for the opportune moment. Kakashi considered the Jounin commander for a moment, then sighed, putting the pieces together. You're sending her team to Kumo. It wasn't even a question, and judging by Shikaku's grimly resigned expression, the man knew it. A shinobi's purpose is to be useful. He replied flatly, sounding as if he was quoting someone else. Her team hasn't been genin level in a bit, and their show of strength in the exams will be more useful to the village than giving them that promotion now. That's cold. Kakashi observed, because it sounded much more like Danzo's philosophy than Shikaku's. There are plenty of Hyuga Jounin who got to the rank without my help. What makes her special? The time window. Shikaku replied dryly. What are we looking at? Kakashi was almost intrigued at this point, because while Shikaku's explanation of the seal and the girl's plan for the Juinjutsu had been mostly factual, speaking as he was now, the man actually sounded personally invested in this case. The next 2 years. Kakashi whistled before he could catch himself, but he wasn't particularly impressed with the news. I didn't think you were interested in breaking records. It's not that. Shikaku dismissed, and he pinched the bridge of his nose and hung his head. The Hyuga clan inheritance is set at Jounin. Kakashi stared at the man for a second, then, kid wants to usurp Hayashi. I was made to believe that a peaceful transition of power is out of the picture. Shikaku replied, looking far older than his 40 years, and not for the first time, Kakashi was intimately glad that the position of regent had fallen to the Nara instead of him. Knowing what the Hyuga elders are like and having gotten to know Hinata-chan better over the last few weeks, I'm inclined to agree. The branch house won't care. Kakashi noted, because he wasn't the biggest fan of the Hyuga clan but he'd gotten to know some over the years. Mostly the ones with the shortest sticks up their asses, and those were few and far between. What's one main house head over another? Shikaku didn't immediately reply, and Kakashi studied the man until the possible reasoning dawned on him. You've gotten in with the branch house. Niji. Hinata's cousin, Shikamaru's opponent in the finals. The man replied, meeting Kakashi's gaze and holding it, studying Kakashi just as surely as Kakashi was studying him. They've talked. And you're telling me a preteen has the political mind to plan this and pull it off? Kakashi asked, eyebrow raised, his tone more doubtful than he'd intended, but he'd thought Nara were supposed to be rational. She beat Shikamaru at shogi, was Shikaku's explanation, and Kakashi snorted before he could catch himself. No offense, Shikaku-san, but that doesn't mean anything. Kakashi understood clan quirks, knew he had some himself that he carefully avoided talking about with anyone but some, but basing a revolution off of a kid beating another kid at a board game was somewhat a stretch, even for his usual level of bullshittery. I know. But the kid also asked Kurane to call in her IOU with you so that you could arrange a meeting with Jiraiya for her. She then proceeded to tell Jiraiya one-on-one of her plans, knowing she was risking being outed. Jiraiya, naturally, came straight to me and Tsunade. Kakashi scrutinized the man, following the story to its logical conclusion, but Shikaku beat him to it. She went to Jiraiya before telling me, while living at my house, because she knew the political corner she'd have backed me into if she'd come to me directly. Shikaku concluded, and Kakashi supposed he had his answer to his earlier question. Genius, he asked politely, wondering whether the academy was genuinely that bad at profiling their students, or if the kid had intentionally stayed under the radar. Considering she probably would have seen the Ataka situation implode in real time, he wouldn't be surprised if it turned out to be the latter. No, Shikaku snorted, waving a dismissive hand and shooting down Kakashi's disparaging contemplation of the Academy Sensei's capabilities before it had the chance to crystal Lisa into anything concrete. Just, extremely dedicated to the long game. I'm gonna make my own impression, Kakashi declared, trying to assimilate everything he'd just been told. And then I'll decide whether I want to take on a revolutionary of all things. Kid's traumatized, Kakashi. Shikaku warned him as he headed for the door, ignoring the second part of Kakashi's declaration, and Kakashi paused, tilting his head. Mute. Be careful. I'm always careful. Kakashi shot back right before he closed the door behind himself, cutting off the sound of Shikaku's snort at his words. He found the girl at a tea house, having dango with Yojao of all people. His once subordinate wasn't looking great, but she was out in public rather than avoiding everyone or hounding Bear for suicide missions, and that was a definite improvement in his books, mental health-wise. Kakashi watched as the kunoichi conversed, fingers twitching against the table in fairly advanced Chunin sign while idly plucking at the leftover dango on the plate between them. Little Hyuga-chan didn't even need both hands for the signs, so either Shikaku had lied to him, or someone had suggested the sign language to the girl upon discovering her muteness and she turned out to be a very quick learner. He saw the exact moment Yojao sensed him lurking because she tensed ever so slightly. But she was too good of a kunoichi to glance at him blatantly. Instead, when she raised the hand that wasn't flicking through Chunin sign to scratch at her cheek, her fingers twitched in Umbu code. Mission? Kakashi bit back a snort. Even if he were still her captain, he wouldn't have allowed her out of the village in her state, but it stung a little that she thought that a mission was the only thing he would ever seek her out for, especially considering what had happened to Hayate not 3 months previous. But, more alarmingly, little Hyuga-chan followed the twitch of Yojao's fingers with her eyes, tracing a line from Yojao's cheek to the gesture's likely recipient, and Kakashi suddenly found wide lilac eyes boring into his own for the second time that day. He just got made by a baby genin. Granted, he wasn't actually trying to hide, perched on the low roof of the shop opposite the cafe the kunoichi were occupying, in full view of any passerby, but Umbu sign was intentionally coded into innocuous, casual gestures so that its usage in broad daylight wouldn't raise suspicion. There was no reason the little Hyuga should have assumed Yojao was talking to someone. Unless she recognized Dash? But no. It was a fluke, clearly. He wasn't hiding, anyway. Still, he got made. Wondering whether Shikaku would consider this approach careful, he hopped off the roof and headed into the cafe. Time to say hello. Check the description for the links to the author.